Chapter 1568. In the end, less than half of them were willing to stay. They were worried that Yen Lin was testing their loyalty. If they said they wanted to leave, they would be killed to keep their mouths shut. If they didn't have this worry, it would be great if only a third of them could stay. Yen Lin didn't say anything. He took off his valuables and handed them to a centurion. He asked him to exchange them for silver as food for the soldiers. The centurion trembled as he took the jade pendant, jade flute, and some gold from Yen Lin. Tears rolled down his cheeks. They bowed to Yen Lin and said their blessings, choking with sobs. Yen Lin heaved a long sigh. He ordered his men to push the bamboo raft into the water. It was getting dark. It was the best time to escape. However, the escape was not so smooth. The first problem they encountered was Yen Lin's illness. His festering wounds gave off a foul smell, and his body was burning. In order to escape, Yen Lin hadn't rested for the past few days. He didn't care about his health. The day before yesterday he had a low fever. After such a long time, his wounds were getting worse. The soldiers couldn't do anything but worry. The wounds were too big and they didn't have the right medicine. It was hot and humid in the mountains. He hadn't rested for days. All these conditions were terrible. It was no surprise that he was sick. The temperature on the river was low at night. The change in temperature worsened Yen Lin's condition. The soldier on the same raft raised his hand to touch Yen Lin's forehead. The moment he touched it, he was shocked by the temperature. "It's okay." Yen Lin looked a little distracted, but he forced himself to say, "Follow the plan. Don't waste time." He dismissed the soldiers who didn't want to leave with him. They would be caught by Fu Wang's troops after they left the mountain. They would be able to find out where Yen Lin and the others were after a little interrogation. How could the raft be faster than a warship? If they didn't hurry, they wouldn't be able to escape. In fact, Yen Lin could have prevented this from happening. He could have killed all the soldiers who tried to leave, just as the soldiers feared. He didn't do that, not because he was too soft-hearted, but because it was unnecessary. The remaining soldiers had little morale left. If he killed more soldiers, the hundreds of them would be in chaos. "Counselor, your forehead is very hot. If it keeps burning, won't it?" Yu Jiang silently swallowed the words he wanted to say. If they didn't do anything about it, Yen Lin would either become an idiot or die. Of course, it could also turn into pneumonia, but there was no such saying in this era. The deputy general didn't respond to him, because Yen Lin couldn't stand the protests of his body and passed out. Even in his coma, he could feel himself being in a furnace for a while, thrown into an icehouse for a while, shivering all over. Then he felt as if his body was thrown into the deep sea and kept sinking. His surroundings were getting darker and darker. His consciousness was getting more and more blurry. The deputy general's call was more like a faint whisper from the distant sky. No matter how hard he tried to concentrate, he still couldn't hear it clearly. On the other hand, seeing that Yen Lin was getting worse, Si Jiang had to make a decision. He had the rest of the soldiers push the bamboo raft to the planned location. If they were lucky, they might be saved. A soldier said hesitantly, "If we encounter an enemy," Si Jiang gritted his teeth and said, "Then surrender. I don't think the Lord and the military counselor will blame you." They had tried their best, but fate refused to grant them their wish. If the wounded soldiers surrendered, they might be able to live. If they resisted, they would lose hundreds of lives for nothing. The soldier asked again, "What about the general?" The deputy general said, "The military counselor's injuries are serious. He has a fever all over his body. We need to go ashore and find a doctor as soon as possible." The soldier felt that something was wrong. They finally had a chance to escape. If they stayed to find a doctor, they might expose their identities. The deputy general understood this, but he also knew that if Yen Lin died, they would have to face the furious lord when they returned. Besides, it would be a shame if the military counselor died here. If the heavens had eyes, they would definitely be able to turn the situation around. Si Jiang decided to give it his all. Could the result be worse than Yen Lin's death and his own death in battle? Let's try. There's still hope. Si Jiang took Yen Lin on the raft and left the main group. The future was bleak, and the only thing that kept him going was his determination. After rowing for a long time, Si Jiang and Yen Lin finally reached the shore. There was a small fishing village in front of them. Si Jiang thought to himself, "I hope there's a doctor here, even if it's a mediocre one." Even though he knew that the possibility was not high, he believed that the heavens must have eyes. The fishing village was not big. There were only about 30 families and about 100 fishermen. Because there was no entertainment and oil was expensive, most people worked at sunrise and slept at sunset. It was already past midnight, and the fishing village was shrouded in darkness. To prevent their identities from being exposed, Si Jiang took off the raft and their armor and hid them in the reeds. Then he carried Yan Lin into the village. Is anyone here? Is there a doctor in the village? Si Jiang knocked on the doors of several families. Either no one answered or he was scolded. The cowardly ones pretended to be dead. Yes, Si Jiang tried one house after another. When he reached the seventh house, which was near the edge of the village, the owner of the house opened the door. It was dark, but he could vaguely recognize the owner of the house. It was a short woman. The woman glanced at them and said grumpily, "Come in. Don't knock. The villagers might get angry and beat you to death." Si Jiang stood at the door, not daring to go in. The woman turned around and lit an oil lamp. She asked, "Why don't you come in?" The deputy general blinked and secretly clenched the dagger hidden in his sleeve. "Isn't the person on your back sick?" The woman said, "I'm a doctor." The deputy general was surprised. How did the woman know he was here for a doctor? The woman said angrily, "Are you stupid? Just now you were knocking on every door, howling and crying. It's not like I'm deaf." The deputy general's face turned red. Fortunately, his skin was dark or it would have been embarrassing. Thank you, doctor." Si Jiang hurried in with Yan Lin on his back. He put the patient on an old bamboo mat. The young lady did not talk nonsense. She lit up several oil lamps in a row and could barely see the patient's condition. Yan Lin had been so busy that he didn't have time to take care of himself. His hair was messy and his face was stained. It was hard to tell what he looked like. However, the woman could see that he was handsome. He must be a handsome man after washing up. This kid looks promising. Too bad he's a soldier. The deputy general said, "What's wrong with being a soldier?" The woman took off Yan Lin's shirt and pointed to the wound. "He's a soldier who hangs his head on his belt. What's wrong with that?" The deputy general was speechless. Why did she take off the military advisor's shirt without saying anything? Chapter 1569. Seeing that Si Jiang was still standing there in a daze, the young lady said angrily, "What are you doing? Go and boil some hot water." Si Jiang had never seen such a disrespectful woman, but he still counted on the doctor to save his life, so he didn't dare to disobey. "I'll go boil the water now. Please wait a moment, doctor." Si Jiang fumbled to boil a pot of hot water. Fortunately, there were a lot of dry firewood and withered grass near the stove, which saved him a lot of effort. After searching for a long time, he finally found a relatively clean wooden basin for cutting vegetables. He rinsed it with clean water and filled it with boiling hot water. When he came back, he was almost scared stiff and almost asked, "What are you doing?" Si Jiang couldn't help but pull out his dagger, but he didn't dare to act rashly because Yan Lin's military counselor was still in her hands. "What am I doing? I didn't do anything to him." The young lady was very calm and didn't forget to flirt. She said, "As you can see, I don't have clean gauze in my house. I saw that his clothes were made of good material, so I cut them off and soaked them in hot water to disinfect them." "Si Jiang," the young lady asked, "is the water I asked you to boil done?" Seeing that the young lady didn't want to kill him, Si Jiang put away his dagger and replied, "It's done. Bring it over when it's done. The conditions here are poor, so we can only use hot water for simple disinfection." Si Jiang didn't understand the latter part, but he understood the first part. He obediently brought the wooden basin over and put it within the young lady's reach. He muttered in a low voice, "My master has a family." The young lady had sharp ears. She said, "I didn't strip him naked. What do you mean by looking like I've ruined his innocence?" Si Jiang didn't dare to retort. He stared at the young lady's movements without blinking. The hem of his military counselor's clothes had been cut off by the young lady, and the pieces were piled up on the side. She soaked the cut cloth in hot water several times before picking it out with chopsticks and wringing it out slightly. "There's no hydrogen peroxide or salt water in this broken place. How can we wash the wound?" The young lady tucked her hair behind her ears with her free hand and wiped the rotten flesh around the wound with a piece of cloth with the other hand. At the same time she commanded the deputy general, "Is there still hot water in the pot? Go and cool the hot water. It can barely be used to clean the wound. Then go and get the vinegar from the kitchen." Si Jiang was dumbfounded. Shouldn't doctors feel the pulse and prescribe medicine? One moment he was boiling water, the next moment he was cooling it, and the next moment he was bringing vinegar. Si Jiang couldn't help but say, "Are you planning to wash my master and cook him in a pot, not forgetting to add vinegar to enhance the flavor?" The young lady's hand paused and she almost poked Yan Lin's wound. She turned her head and rolled her eyes at the deputy general. "I told you to go, so go. Are you the doctor or am I the doctor? The boiling water could barely be used to clean the rotting wound, and the vinegar was used to physically cool it down. If you don't understand, then shut your mouth. No one will treat you as a mute. If you want this person to live, then do as I say. Si Jiang blinked. He was actually suppressed by this person's imposing manner, so he obediently said, "Oh." He found a palm leaf fan and tried to fan the hot water in the pot. It took him a lot of effort to cool the remaining water. When Si Jiang returned with the cold water, he almost went crazy when he saw that the young lady had stripped his military counselor down to his underwear. "What are you doing?" "Physically cooling it down," the young lady answered without raising her head. "Why are you so surprised? Are you trying to scare me to death in the middle of the night? This person's temperature is too high. There is no medicine here to reduce fever, and his family is so poor that they can't even afford alcohol. It's good enough that they have a small jar of vinegar. Of course, I remember that the alcohol here is not very strong. I don't know if it will be as effective as this jar of vinegar." The deputy general saw that the young lady was wiping Yan Lin's chest, back, forehead, armpits, and thighs with a piece of cloth that was stained with vinegar. She looked very serious, and it didn't seem like she was taking advantage of him. Si Jiang was finally relieved. Seeing that Si Jiang had brought the cold water over, the little lady threw the rags to him and warned, "Do you remember what I did just now? Wipe him with the vinegar and I'll take care of his wound." The wound on Yan Lin's shoulder was not very deep, but it was very long. It had not been treated for a few days, so the wound was badly infected. "Give me your knife." The young lady reached out her hand to Si Jiang. He hesitated for a moment, then gave it to her. She brought over an oil lamp and put the blade over the fire to warm it. "What are you doing?" "Disinfecting." "I guess you don't know what disinfecting is. Your knife must have seen blood before. Who knows what's on it?" The young lady said, "I'm going to use it to clean up the remaining rotten flesh. The knife can't have any dirty things on it, so I'm going to use the fire to warm it." The young lady looked very young, but her hand holding the knife was very steady. Si Jiang clearly saw her raise and lower the knife to remove the rotten flesh. Soon, fresh blood flowed out of Yan Lin's wound. Even though Yan Lin was unconscious, his body was still trembling. His brows were tightly knitted and his cracked lips were trembling. The young lady did not move. She washed the wound with cold water several times, then threaded a thin thread that had been heated in the hot water into the needle. "What are you doing?" Si Jiang was wiping Yan Lin's wound for the third time when he saw the young lady was about to put the needle into his wound. "I'm stitching, silly boy." The young lady skillfully stitched the wound as she spoke. She said, "His wound is long, so stitching it has many advantages. For example, it can quickly stop the bleeding, prevent the wound from getting infected, promote the healing of the wound, and reduce the chance of the rupture of the wound. This boy is lucky. I've checked his wound and didn't find anything like rust. Otherwise, the chances of him being contaminated by Clostridium tetani would be greatly increased. The medical standards in this place are terrible. If it's tetanus, you should prepare for his funeral as soon as possible." In just a few sentences, Si Jiang became more and more dizzy while the little lady finished stitching up the wound. Looking at the ugly wound on his shoulder that looked like a centipede, the young lady sighed with regret. "I've been a doctor for so many years and I've done hundreds of surgeries. This is the ugliest wound I've ever stitched. I'm going to fix the wound a little so that it won't leave an ugly scar. Sigh, this young man is so handsome and his body is so good looking. It would ruin his beauty if he got a scar like this." Si Jiang cleaned Yan Lin's wound for a while, then touched his forehead with the back of his hand. "Sir doesn't seem to have a high fever anymore." "Yes, that's good news," the young lady said. "I'll go get some herbs and boil them for him to drink." Si Jiang nodded gratefully. Little did he know that the young lady sighed as soon as she left the room. "I'm probably the poorest person in the world." He never expected that the person he saved was the host's archenemy Yan Lin. Chapter 1570. Yan Lin was so poor that he didn't even have a single valuable item. The dream of 1,000 years event had been held for so many years, and so many lucky people had left with some souvenirs. He was the only one who would have to return empty-handed. That's right, it was him. This lucky guy was also a typical guy who wore women's clothes. Less than a quarter of an hour after he arrived, he heard someone knocking on the door of every house, begging and crying. The guy was crying so hard that he felt sorry for him, so he decided to save him. Unfortunately, he didn't have anything he wanted, so he could only do his best. It was up to Yan Lin to save his own life. Strawberry smoothie, stop crying. Why did this lucky guy get selected with less than 10 comments? Blueberry smoothie, give up. The luck in the live streaming room has nothing to do with activity. Mysterious don't save stupid. As a regular streamer, many of the IDs of the big shots looked familiar. Only this time the lucky guy was a stranger. He had only managed to get a spot in the live streaming room for more than 10 years. He had only made 8 comments and his ID was, "Medical can't save stupid." I didn't want to make so few comments. As a doctor, I'll get beaten up by my patients if I watch live streaming during work hours. He carefully identified the herbs in the room with the girl's body, and the viewers cheered him on. Judging from the situation earlier, this lucky guy should be a Western doctor, but he could identify Chinese herbs. That was amazing. Doctors had good job prospects. Many high school students asked the lucky guy if he had any recommendations. They wanted to learn medicine too. The lucky guy pouted and snorted, "You'll be struck by lightning if you try to persuade people to learn medicine." The viewers immediately applauded the lucky guy's straightforwardness. He had spoken out the thoughts of countless medical students and hospital workers. Tudu Feichio, the lucky guy is complaining. Is work not going well? The viewers liked to chat, but they were more interested in digging up gossip. There must be a story behind the lucky guy's words. Sure enough, the lucky guy said coldly, "Of course work is not going well. Guess how I got here?" In the end, it was the patient who hacked it. As a doctor who had switched from Chinese medicine to Western medicine, he had spent many years as an intern in the hospital before he became a full-time doctor and worked diligently in the hospital. He asked himself if he was worthy of himself and his patients. Despite the bad atmosphere of medical disputes, he had worked hard for so long. Even if he had not made any contributions, he had worked hard. Unfortunately, her luck was really bad. She was sent to the ICU by the pregnant woman's husband right after she finished one surgery. Sigh, there are too many idiots in the world. Learning medicine can't save them. The European emperor heaved a sigh of relief and made a smoking gesture. When I chose to study medicine, I was also full of enthusiasm. I had the heart to save the world and the people. However, brain damage is an incurable disease. I have the heart to save it, but I can't do anything about it. Giving birth to a boy or a girl has nothing to do with me. It's not like I'm king his wife up. 5 million salted fish. Looking at a delicate and pretty little girl using a soft voice to say such crude words, it hurt his eyes, */omega*. Working cells? I don't understand. What does this have to do with you being the chosen lucky emperor? It has something to do with it. The European emperor sighed. About half a month ago, I performed a cesarean section. The pregnant woman and the baby girl were safe. However, the pregnant woman's husband and mother-in-law were not happy about it. They made a scene at the hospital saying that they went to Hong Kong for an ultrasound and that it was a boy. They suspected that the hospital had sold the precious boy in exchange for a girl. They were very agitated and ignored the pregnant woman and the baby. They stabbed me with a fruit knife. I was sent to the emergency room and stayed in the ICU for a few days. I was hospitalized because of a work-related injury. That's why I have the time to watch the live broadcast. Do you know that the ICU costs nearly 10,000 a day? If it weren't for my insurance, I don't know how long I would have to work for the hospital for free to recoup my losses. After saying that, the European emperor sadly wiped away non-existent tears and sighed. It's easy. 5 million salted fish quietly replied. It's not easy. Those who hear it will be sad and those who see it will cry. Tudu Feichio, misfortune and good fortune depend on each other. Might not be a bad thing. Isn't it just a lucky transmigration? According to the popularity of the live broadcast, your story will be on the hot search list in minutes. Those who hurt you will be forced to give you an explanation. The European emperor was not a person who liked to be stubborn. Although he had suffered an unexpected misfortune, he would not give up his favored job because of fear of choking. The salted fish were no longer jealous of the European emperor after hearing what happened to him. After all, this was what the European emperor deserved. This body belonged to the village's barefoot doctor. Whenever the villagers had a headache or fever, they would come to her. Therefore, there were many common herbs in the house, most of which were used to treat headaches and fever. The European emperor prescribed some medicine for Yan Lin's fever and asked the general to take it to the kitchen. The European emperor said, "His wound should not be moved. Let him rest here for a while." Although the European emperor could only stay for 12 hours, this body belonged to the barefoot doctor. Minor illnesses could be treated. The general carefully brought the hot medicine to Yan Lin. He blew on it to cool it down and fed it to Yan Lin. Hearing the European emperor's suggestion, the general looked a little hesitant. The longer he stayed, the more likely his identity would be exposed. However, the military advisor's condition made it difficult for him to move. The European emperor knew who they were, so he wisely chose to keep quiet and did not ask any more questions. On the other side, Yan Lin dismissed the soldiers who were willing to leave. The soldiers exchanged the things he gave them for money and were ready to leave. However, they could not hide their whereabouts from Fu Wang's troops. They were soon caught and interrogated. Some of them refused to confess, but others were afraid of death. Faced with all kinds of torture devices in the cell, they were so scared that they almost wet their pants. I'll tell you. Don't kill me. Some of them couldn't help but confess. The others gave up to save their lives. Fu Wang then realized that Yan Lin had brought his men into the mountains to look for bamboo to make bamboo rafts to escape. The moment he got the news, he sent his troops to chase after them. In the middle of the night, they caught another group of soldiers who had escaped, but Yan Lin was not among them. Where did Yan Xiaoyang go? Fu Wang was not a good-tempered man. He chose to use violence to force them to talk. Heaven would reward those who waited. Finally, he found out the truth. Yan Lin was seriously ill, and the deputy general took him ashore to seek treatment. Yang Si was woken up by Fu Wang in the middle of the night. After listening to what he had to say, he analyzed, if that's the case, Yan Lin's condition must be so serious that his life is in danger. There are only small fishing villages in the nearby waters, and there are no decent medical centers, let alone doctors with superb medical skills. You mean, Yan Lin is very likely to die of illness? Yang Si snorted. If he's alive, I want to see his body. Even if it's just Yan Lin's body, it's more valuable than an ordinary person's. Fu Wang said, if that's the case, then I'll send someone to search the fishing villages. I'm sure we can find Yan Lin. Although the general was very cautious, he still left traces when he dragged the bamboo raft into the reeds. The soldiers followed the clues and located them. The next day, when the fishermen were about to go fishing, a group of strange soldiers came to the village. Did any of you see any strangers last night? Chapter 1571. The fishermen didn't care who had sneaked into their village as long as they didn't get involved. Out of self-protection, they quickly told the police where Yan Lin and his wife were. At the same time, they were looking forward to it. The arrest had caused such a big commotion. Maybe the two escaped criminals were sentenced to death. If they reported them, they might even be rewarded. The fishing village was small, so the commotion at the entrance would spread to the other end of the village. When the soldiers arrived at the fishing village to question people, Lucky Emperor, who was out drying his medicine, realized that they were here for Yan Lin. After standing still for 3 seconds, he decided to pretend that nothing had happened. He lowered his head and continued drying his medicine. 5 million salted fish stayed up with him for a long night. He told Huang that the medical dispute that happened in his hospital had reached the top of the hot search list at the speed of a rocket. The weird husband, daughter-in-law and mother-in-law of that family had also been dug out and hung on the wall with their names. It was illegal to search for human flesh, but Lucky Emperor wasn't a saint. He appreciated the salted fish's good intentions. The family had shamelessly accused the hospital of swapping the baby. They refused to admit their mistake and refused to pay for the medical treatment and surgery fees. The hospital didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so Lucky Emperor had to suffer. In order to pay for the surgery, he had used all his savings from his years of work. People who didn't know the truth would think that doctors were so rich that their family would rush to give them red packets whenever they performed a C-section. They didn't know that the hospital had its own rules. There were doctors and family members like that, but they couldn't condemn all doctors. He was on a fixed salary. The family members gave him red packets to make them feel at ease. They thought that the doctor would take extra care of the pregnant woman. He knew this rule. He accepted the red packets to make them feel at ease. He gave them back after the surgery to live up to the oath he made when he was studying medicine. Therefore, he could only count on his salary. Every month, apart from his basic necessities and a fixed deposit of 1,000 yuan, he transferred the rest of the money to his parents. Hearing the salted fish say that the family had been hung on the wall, Lucky Emperor couldn't help but gloat. Fan Ziwu, I saw the news. I thought it was the man and his family that were weird. I didn't expect the woman to be weird too. Poor girl who reincarnated into their family. In order to prove their innocence, the hospital paid for a paternity test. The family said that the hospital and the DNA testing agency were in cahoots with each other and forged the report. In other words, why didn't this family of sticklers kidnap a monkey to the heavens? Tong tong de, discriminating against women is the saddest thing, especially when this woman was a mother. She was so angry that she exploded on the spot. Poor girl, she was born into such a family. What would she do in the future? When the European king told them about his experience, the salted fish automatically imagined him as a weak and helpless mother. When the resourceful salted fish dug up all the information about them, he realized that the mother was also a genius among geniuses. It was said that the mother-in-law planned to stomp the child to death after taking it home, so as not to delay the birth of a second child. The child's mother sadly chose to stand by and watch. In the end, it was the neighbor who realized that something was wrong and saved the child. When the neighbor called the police, he was also threatened by the family. They had seen strange people, but they had never seen such strange people. How did they sneak into the human path from the animal path? Today was the best day in Europe. He was humming a tune as he dried the medicine. The group of soldiers in the distance surrounded her and approached her. The salted fishes were stunned when they saw that Lucky Emperor wasn't going to warn them. Jasmine Qingxiang, no, Mr. Lucky Emperor, aren't you going to wake them up? The European king smiled. I saved them because I'm a doctor. As a doctor, I can't just leave them to die. Yan Lin's injury is almost healed, and the rest is not my job as a doctor. I don't want to get involved in this. Also, if I wake them up, the owner of this body will be beaten into an ally. The host is not at the Zhangzhou battlefield, so he can't protect the little girl. I'd better not force myself. Although the European king was a salted fish, he was not a man without principles. He liked Yan Lin, but no matter how much he liked his idol, he couldn't sacrifice an innocent life. The best thing to do was to pretend to be deaf and dumb and stay neutral. Yan Lin was still unconscious in the room. The general had been taking care of him all night and was exhausted. He wouldn't wake up anytime soon. A man, who was probably a centurion, approached the European king and said, "Someone said that you took in 2 suspects last night?" The European king was about to answer when he saw a few soldiers entering the room to arrest the suspects. The corner of his mouth twitched. They were already in the room. Wasn't it unnecessary to ask him? There were indeed 2 people who came to seek treatment last night. What's wrong? The centurion knew from the villagers that the European king's body was a barefoot doctor in the village, so he didn't blame him. There was a sudden shout from inside the room, followed by the sound of fighting. It didn't take long for it to calm down. Soon, the deputy general's hands were twisted behind his back and tied up. He was escorted out of the room. The European king said, "The one lying in the room is seriously injured and needs to rest. Don't move him. Be careful." "Thank you for the reminder." The European king added, "Remember to pay for the treatment of these 2 people and the damage to my room." The centurion couldn't help but laugh. He was a fierce man and no one was afraid of him. How dare this young doctor bargain with him? "Don't worry, the young lady will be paid." Because Yan Lin was seriously injured, they didn't dare to act rashly. They could only send a message back and hope that the higher-ups would send a skilled military doctor over. In the end, not only the military doctor but Yang Si also came. "Yin Xiaoyang is still alive. He's really lucky." Yang Si sighed. After the examination, the military doctor told him that Yan Lin was still alive because of his luck, but most of the credit should go to the doctor. Judging from the residue in the room, Yan Lin's wound was very bad. His brain might have been burnt out. After the examination, the military doctor found that Yan Lin's body temperature was normal, and his breath was stable. The wound was in good condition, and the stitches were very neat. Most importantly, the stitches were much better than the ones used by the military doctor in the casualty camp. Yang Si couldn't help but look at the European king. The European king was stunned for a moment, but he didn't show any fear. Was he trying to see whose eyes were bigger? Yang Si looked away and whispered to a soldier. The soldier nodded and ran out. He came back after a while. "That's strange. This young lady only knows how to treat simple headaches and fevers. How does she know how to do this?" Yang Si was suspicious. The European king felt a chill down his spine. Was he going to expose himself? At this time, the centurion mentioned the consultation fee and the renovation of the room. Yang Si signaled to his attendant. The attendant took off the cloth bag hanging on his waist. "This is the consultation fee. The life you saved is very important. It's worth it." Yang Si was a stingy man. The consultation fee he paid was actually the money that Yan Lin gave to the soldiers. There was a finely carved jade pendant, a jade piccolo, and a dozen solid gold balls that weighed about half a kilo. Yang Si walked up to the European king, put one hand on his shoulder and lowered his head. "Are you a mountain ghost too?" The European king's body stiffened. Yang Si chuckled. In Salted Fish's words, the laughter was very sad. Chapter 1572. What did you say? I don't understand you. Lucky King tried to struggle, but Yang Si didn't say anything. He just smiled meaningfully. Don't smile like that. I'm scared. Lucky King couldn't help but cower. He was a law-abiding citizen of the new era, but Yang Si was a ruthless man who had killed countless people in this chaotic world. Yang Si smiled and asked Lucky King, "Is it fun to see mountain ghosts as cowards?" Before Lucky King could answer, the 5 million viewers in the live broadcast room were the first to protest. What did he mean by mountain ghosts as cowards? Didn't he know that Mountain Ghost was the nickname of the viewers? Looking down on Mountain Ghost was looking down on them. Sibei Fazang, don't be scared, Lucky King. Beat Rong Rong up until he calls you daddy. Midnight Epilepsy, we can lose our heads and bleed, but we can't lose our reputation as mountain ghosts. We are advanced intellectuals of the new era. How can we be looked down upon by an old-fashioned person? Go up and beat him up until he calls you daddy. I believe you can do it, Lucky King. Lucky King was speechless. He suddenly realized that it wasn't easy to be a streamer. She had made it this far with 5 million viewers holding her back. Awesome. They were just a group of onlookers who didn't mind making things bigger. If he was really fooled by them, Yang Si might even beat his brains out. Television dramas kept saying that scholars were useless, but in fact, scholars in ancient times learned all 6 arts, including horsemanship, archery, and swordsmanship. If you really wanted to do something, you had to be resolute. I have a question. Lucky King saw a few soldiers moving the unconscious Yen Lin onto a stretcher. He was glad that Yen Lin's fever had subsided in the second half of the night, and the general had already dressed him. Otherwise, it would have been embarrassing. What are you going to do with him? As for this, it still depends on my lord. If Yen Lin is willing to surrender, it will save us a lot of effort. Why do you ask? He's my patient after all. It wasn't easy for him to escape from the gates of hell. If you kill him, it will make my previous effort seem stupid. I'll feel more at ease if I ask. Lucky Emperor's mood was a little heavy. As a doctor, he was used to seeing life and death. He had been honed during his internship in various departments. However, humans were not plants. Even if he was used to seeing some things, he would not be numb to it. The battles between the feudal lords and the internal strife of the chaotic world resulted in countless deaths and injuries. The lives of those who were sacrificed were as worthless as grass. He understood this logically, but he still felt pity and sympathy for them. If these people lived in peaceful times, they would probably have a happier life. There are nobles and lowly people. Yen Xiaoyang's head is worth countless people's heads. Valuable people would not easily lose their lives, and Yen Xiaoyang was clearly such a person. He was far more valuable alive than dead. Unless he no longer has any value or his death is more valuable, then. Yang Si deliberated and said, according to the master's temperament, as long as Yen Lin is willing to surrender, he will not die. Lucky King could not help but roll his eyes in his heart. Who didn't know that? He also knew that the host was narrow-minded and could not tolerate the slightest bit of betrayal. As long as he was in her camp, the word betrayal was a taboo. If that's the case, I know what to do. Seeing that the soldiers had taken Yen Lin away, Lucky King made up an excuse and said, someone disturbed my sleep last night and I couldn't sleep at all. If you don't have any other instructions, I'll go back to my room to rest. Forgive me for not seeing you out. Yang Si did not stop him. He secretly sent someone to keep an eye on Lucky King and report to him if there was anything unusual. According to the previous experience, the so-called mountain ghosts could not stay in the world for too long. After they left, the possessed people would not remember what they had done. Yang Si only needed to observe if there was any change in the person's temperament before and after being possessed by the mountain ghost, so he could tell if the person had left or not. Yang Si's mood was as bright as the spring flowers when he caught Yen Lin, the fish that escaped the net. However, the fish that escaped the net was not happy at all. Yen Lin woke up in the evening. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a strange beam on the roof. Instinctively, he wanted to jump up, but as soon as he tried, he found that his body was weak and he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Yen Lin lay back down weakly, panting slightly. His hands were clenched into fists by his sides. This was definitely not. His lips were pressed into a thin line, and his eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Sir, you're awake? At that moment, footsteps were heard from outside. A woman in a dark gray outfit with red trimmings came in with a medical kit. Even a prisoner gets this kind of treatment? Apart from Jiang Pingji, no other feudal lord in the world would use a female military doctor. Yen Lin was even more certain of his situation. Even a prisoner has the right to live until he is dealt with. My lord is not a bloodthirsty person. Moreover, you're different from ordinary people. You're very valuable. Of course, we need to take good care of you. The military doctor was good at talking, but Yen Lin thought that she was talking nonsense. What are you doing? Yen Lin saw that the military doctor was about to untie his belt. He frowned and raised his hand to stop her. Sir, the wound on your shoulder needs to be taken care of. Wipe it regularly and get rid of the filth. Otherwise it will fester and turn red again. The military doctor brushed his hand away and took off his shirt, revealing his shoulder. You're a patient now. You should cooperate with the doctors. Don't throw a tantrum. Yen Lin thought back to how he was before he fell ill and kept quiet. Sir, the doctor that General C found for you is very good. The stitches on the wound are excellent. If the healing goes well, the stitches will be removed in 10 days. The military doctor said, the wound will sting later. Please bear with it for a while, sir. Oh Huang took good care of the wound. Yen Lin showed no signs of infection again. The military doctor only needed to change the dressing regularly. It was very easy. Is this alcohol? The military doctor said, it's hard liquor. It's used to treat wounds. Don't drink it. Yang Si wrote a letter to his lord excitedly. Although he didn't catch Yang Tao, it was still a great victory to catch Yen Lin. Fu Wang led the army to clear the remaining soldiers and officially incorporated Jiangzhou into Jiang Pingji's territory. He didn't go after Yang Tao. Instead, he listened to the military counselor's plan. He rested and rested, waiting for the enemy to die. About 10 days later, the military doctor removed the stitches on Yen Lin's shoulder. Young people tended to recover quickly. Other than losing a few pounds, Yen Lin was doing fine. Yang Si asked the military doctor in charge of Yen Lin, how is he? How is his recovery? The military doctor answered honestly. Yen Lin was recovering well. However, the wound was too long. If he moved too much or was too emotional, it might rupture. Yang Si said with regret, is that so? What a pity. The military doctor asked curiously, what a pity? Yang Si said, I have a piece of bad news that will make him fly into a rage after hearing it. One Buddha is born, 2 Buddhas will ascend to heaven. But you said that he hasn't fully recovered yet. If I tell him, the wound will rupture again. Won't that cause more trouble for you? The military doctor was speechless. He had heard that scholars were evil, but he didn't expect them to be this evil. Chapter 1573. What news could Yang Si possibly have that could make Yen Lin so furious that he was about to fly into a rage? The doctor suppressed her curiosity and focused on her work. Every time she changed Yen Lin's bandages, she would show a strange expression. These fellows who were able to become strategists in troubled times, whether it was observation or analysis, were simply not something an ordinary person could imagine. After a few days, Yen Lin finally couldn't help but ask the doctor for more information. What happened outside? The doctor had just changed the bandages and was about to pack up and leave so that Yen Lin could rest. Suddenly hearing this question, she couldn't help but be startled. It wasn't that she was startled, but that she was flattered. She had been taking care of Yen Lin for a long time. Except for the first few words they exchanged on the first day, Yen Lin had been indifferent the rest of the time. Occasionally he would reply with, oh, or, it doesn't hurt. She couldn't expect him to initiate a conversation. Did the sun rise from the west today? Sir, were you talking to me? The doctor looked at Yen Lin, who was sitting up, and couldn't help but confirm. There are only 2 of us in the room. If I wasn't talking to you, would I be talking to a demon? There was a hint of mockery in his words, but it didn't give off an offensive or rude feeling. The doctor asked, Sir, why do you ask? Yen Lin straightened his clothes and fastened his belt. No one would have guessed that he was a prisoner. He looked more like a respectable young master than a prisoner. From a doctor's point of view, Yen Lin was definitely a patient who was very cooperative. It was also very comfortable to take care of him. With the patient's cooperation and the doctor's efforts, Yen Lin's injuries recovered quickly. He was able to walk a few days ago. Except for the fact that he couldn't do any strenuous exercises or carry heavy objects, he was no different from an ordinary person. Yen Lin said, You've been changing the bandages these days. You look strange. Something must have happened outside. It has something to do with me. The doctor was speechless. Was she really that obvious? But, sir, please don't make things difficult for me. I don't know what happened, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. The doctor refused directly. She said, The military camp has its rules. I can't tell outsiders without permission. Please forgive me. Yen Lin remained calm. He was not surprised by the doctor's answer. If the military doctor revealed the news without hesitation, he would be mocking Jiang Pingji for not being strict with her subordinates. If that's the case, please find someone who can talk to you. Yan Lin said in a self-mocking tone, since I'm already a prisoner, I should be treated like one. I've been locked up here all day to recover from my injuries. People who don't know what's going on might think that I'm a guest of honor. The military doctor relayed Yan Lin's words to Yang Si. Coincidentally, Feng Zhen was also present. When the two of them heard this, they looked at each other and smiled with ill intentions. The military doctor felt his hair stand on end when he saw this. Yang Si dismissed the military doctor with a few words. I understand. You can go and do your own things. I'll find time to visit him in the evening. The military doctor retreated. Feng Zhen, who was sitting on the side, tapped his palms with his closed golden fan. Are we really going to tell Yan Lin? Yang Si smiled and said, he'll find out sooner or later. The earlier we tell him, the earlier he'll give up. If Yan Xiaoyang wants to commit suicide, I'll prepare something for him. White silk, poisoned wine, a dagger, a long sword. I'll have everything. Even if he dies, he'll die a dignified death. Feng Zhen said, you're gloating. If the two of them weren't on good terms, Feng Zhen would have added, a villain intoxicated by success. Of course, if he said that, Yang Si would probably hold a grudge against him. Who knew when Yang Si would cause trouble for him? Yang Si straightened his chest and said confidently, I'm gloating. Therefore Yang Si went to see Yan Lin in a gloating mood. It was obvious that Yan Lin wanted to see him, but when Yang Si came, he didn't say a word. Seeing this, Yang Si decided that silence was golden. He wanted to see how long Yan Lin could hold it in. Neither of them spoke first. They just drank their tea in silence. Finally, Yang Si couldn't hold it in anymore. More than half of the tea on the table had gone into his stomach. If the stalemate continued, he wouldn't be able to hold it in anymore. I heard that you wanted to see me. What's the matter? Yang Si spoke first. His tone was very unfriendly. I want to ask about two things, of course. Yan Lin was very straightforward. What do you plan to do with me? How is my lord? These two questions are not difficult to answer. Yang Si didn't deliberately keep Yan Lin in suspense. He said straightforwardly, as for how to deal with you, it's up to my lord to decide. I'm just a small military advisor. I don't have the right to overstep my lord's authority, let alone make decisions for my lord. As for your lord Yang Tao, he's not in a very good situation. A few days ago, I received a piece of news. It has something to do with you and your lord Yang Tao. However, the military doctor said that your injury hasn't healed yet. I was afraid that your injury would worsen if you heard about it, so I kept it a secret for you. Yang Si looked like he was doing this for his own good, but Yan Lin didn't buy it. He said indifferently, it doesn't matter. I've recovered from my injury. Tell me what you want. Yang Si suddenly revealed an unfathomable smile, all the malice written on his face. I wonder if you've heard of this saying, those who are not of our race will always have a different heart. Yan Lin said, of course I've heard of it. What do you mean by that? The foreign tribes near Dongqing and Nanxing were the 4 tribes of Nanman and the 3 tribes of the northern borderline. Both of them had been wiped out. How could they still cause trouble? This saying comes from Zhuizhuan. It says, those who are not of our race will always have a different heart. Although Chu is big, those who are not of our race will never be willing to be with us. This tribe is not a tribe of ethnic groups but a clan. This saying can not only be used for clans and ethnic groups, but it can also be used for countries. Yang Si said with a smile. Yan Lin clenched his fists on his knees. He had a vague guess in his mind. And then? Yang Si said, Yang Tao was born in Dongqing. He treated the old officials of Dongqing very leniently. This has already made the gentry from Nanxing extremely dissatisfied. Now that the battle in Zhangzhou has failed, Yang Tao has lost more than 100,000 soldiers. Most of these soldiers, except for a few who were recruited from Zhangzhou, were brought from Nanxing. What will the gentry from Nanxing who sided with Yang Tao think after losing so many soldiers? The conflict between the two has become even more intense. If there is an external force at this time, Yang Tao will be in a very dangerous situation. Yan Lin's eyes turned cold. External force? Yang Si waved his hand and said, don't look at me like that. My lord is an upright person. He would never do such despicable things. Yan Lin snorted. Even a ghost wouldn't believe Yang Si's words. However, Yan Lin also knew that Jiang Pingji couldn't have done this. And Shui. Yan Lin's heart skipped a beat. He spat out 2 cold words. Chapter 1574. What did An Shui do? Yang Si grinned at Yan Lin. Every word he said was full of malice like poison in his mouth. Yan Lin looked at Yang Si calmly and asked again, "What did Shui do?" Yang Si smiled. "Take a guess." Yan Lin was speechless. If it weren't for the fact that he had yet to recover from his injuries and that he was a prisoner, and that there were more than 10 guards standing outside the door, he really wanted to cross the short table between the two of them and beat Yang Si up. But he didn't know that this was Yang Si's evil side. He knew that the others were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The more he kept his cool, the more he had to keep them in suspense. Only when they ran out of patience would he give in. Except for the Lord, Jiang Pingji, all of Yang Si's colleagues had tried this trick. In Jiang Pingji's words, Yang Si was asking for trouble. He had the chance to build a good relationship with his colleagues, but he had to make enemies for himself. The 5 million salted fish gave him a nickname, Yang? Don't ask for trouble? See. Yan Lin's heart was in turmoil. His calm, dark eyes were filled with anger, but Yang Si didn't notice it at all. "No wonder you brought so many people. You know your place." Yan Lin mocked him. "I heard that Yan Lin of Zhangzhou is a man of both pen and sword. Even though he has been acting like a scholar in recent years, I have heard of his reputation when he was young. I dare not be careless." Yang Si winked mischievously. Yan Lin didn't think it was cute. He only thought it was disgusting. When Yan Lin was young, the situation in Dongqing deteriorated rapidly. Chaos broke out everywhere. Zhangzhou, which was controlled by the aristocrats, was no exception. Even though Yang Jian and his men had beaten the water bandits to the point that they didn't dare to show their faces, it didn't mean that the water bandits had completely disappeared. There were still many water bandits who raided homes and bullied the villagers. Yang Tao was young and envied the carefree life of the rangers. So he decided to take Yan Lin with him and explore the world. He was a righteous man who liked to stick his nose into things that weren't fair. Every time he did, he would be hunted down. At this point, most people would have thought that the two of them were just Yang Tao killing monsters to attract aggro, and Yan Lin killing them to gain experience. That wasn't true. In the years that they were rangers, most of the pirates were killed by Yan Lin. Yang Tao thought that the water bandits could turn over a new leaf by surrendering, but Yan Lin did not give them a chance to speak. In a group fight, Yan Lin could also fight well. His weapons were a pair of swords. It was said that the master blacksmiths of the present age had spent a great deal of effort to forge them. The sword in the left hand weighed 9 caddies while the right one weighed 10 caddies. The two swords added together were much heavier than the weapons of ordinary warriors. It was very strenuous to carry them, not to mention using them to kill enemies. When Yang Si heard Feng Zhen talk about this gossip, he couldn't believe it at all. Feng Zhen said, "Believe it or not, it's up to you. Remember to bring more people with you when you provoke Yan Lin. Otherwise I'll have to collect your corpse." Therefore when Yang Si saw Yan Lin, his first reaction was to look at his face. His eyes moved from his shoulders to his arms to his hands to his chest. He was dressed in a scholarly robe, and his long hair was neatly combed and secured with a crown. His facial features were elegant, and his potential was outstanding. From head to toe, there was not a trace of a warrior's aura. Yan Lin sneered, "If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. You can't change anything." Yang Si was speechless. This wasn't going according to the script. Yang Si was a man with a thick skin. If his face was in a story, he would definitely be the villain. He wouldn't survive more than 3 chapters. "Oh, why don't you tell us what happened so that we can compare? I want to see if the person Feng Zisha admires is worthy of his reputation or not." Yang Si tried to save face for himself and tried to provoke Yan Lin to continue the conversation. Yan Lin said, "Shui is ambitious. His strategist, Hua Yuan, is also a cunning man with ulterior motives. The epidemic that broke out during the conquest of the 4 tribes of Nanman was most likely part of their plan. They plotted against my lord Yang Tao and Lu Shi, trying to profit from the conflict. According to Shui's plan, Lu Shi would have lost many of his elite forces under the joint attack of my lord and the Nye family of Zhongzhou. That way he could hide in the back and take advantage of the situation to devour the 3 families. Who would have thought that Lu Shi would win in the end? How could Shui sit still? He must have made a move. How many people in the world were watching the 2 battlefields? No one could have imagined that the ending would be like this. Jiang Pingji's family defeated the Yang and Ye families. She still had some troops left. The Yang and Ye families were greatly weakened. Nye Liang died of illness at the front line. More than 200,000 elite troops died at Zhanjiang Pass. Yang Tao lost Zhangzhou because of a mistake and lost more than 100,000 troops. How could Shui sit still in the face of such a situation? If he allowed Jiang Pingji to devour Yang Tao, he would be the next one to die. To save himself, Shui could only change his original plan. He went from behind the scenes to the front and joined the battle. He could either join forces with Yang Tao or take over Yang Tao's territory and troops. If he joined forces with Yang Tao, and Chui still needed to support Yang Tao's troops and supplies. Even if he won against Jiang Pingji, he would still have to fight with Yang Tao, who had recovered his strength. If he chose to devour Yang Tao, it was equivalent to nipping his future enemy in the bud. Both options had their pros and cons. On the whole, the benefits of the latter were greater than the former. Yang Tao was half dead now. He did not have many troops left. He was in dire need of supplies and supplies. The Nanxing aristocrats who had supported him had many complaints about him. What about Chui? After the crusade against the four factions of Nanman, Chui's power in Nanxing had multiplied. His reputation had also reached its peak. He was born into the aristocrats of Nanxing. His interests were closer to the local aristocrats. In terms of status, he had more political advantages than Yang Tao. According to Yan Lin's speculation, Chui had most likely sent people to persuade the aristocrats who disliked Yang Tao. He would promise them benefits to win them over to his side. The aristocrats also cared about benefits. Yang Tao could not bring them any benefits. It was natural for them to abandon Yang Tao. Yan Lin could totally imagine what would happen to Yang Tao when he returned to the city under Chui's plan. Chui took advantage of the moment when my army was defeated and the people's hearts were wavering. I'm not surprised at all. Yan Lin calmly analyzed the situation Yang Tao was facing. He did not expect Yang Si to still look at him as if he had guessed wrong. Not only that, they're making false accusations. Yan Lin's eyes widened in shock. He stared at Yang Si. What? Yang Si said, "How many aristocrats do you think Chui has instigated? A small number?" The news of Yang Tao's defeat had just spread. More than half of them had already switched sides. The remaining few were just watching silently. Yang Tao is not leading his army back to the Nanxing army. He's courting death. Crack. Yang Si's sharp ears heard something. He looked down and was shocked to see that Yan Lin had crushed a teacup with his bare hands. Chapter 1575. Yan Lin didn't take Yang Si's provocation seriously at first, but now he wanted to kill him. Just as he said, if Yang Si had not placed more than a dozen guards outside the door, he would have pressed Yang Si down and beaten him up. Is there worse news? Yan Lin was a calm and collected person. He rarely lost his composure, even if Yang Si's news couldn't be any worse. Yang Si smiled. Of course there is. I'll tell you. You have to stay calm. Yan Lin was silent for a while. He had asked around about Jiang Pingji's subordinates. Yang Si was one of Jiang Pingji's most important officials, so he naturally paid attention to him. He just wanted to catch the person who collected the information and give him a good scolding. The information was so inaccurate. In the information, Yang Si was described as cunning, and unruly. He didn't care about trifles. Except for his poor family background, there was nothing wrong with him. Unfortunately, Yang Si's reputation didn't live up to his reputation. It was hard to explain. Go ahead. I'm listening. Yan Lin was a man of few words. Yang Si said, when the two armies fought, Yang Tao sent his wife and son away in advance. As soon as he started, Yan Lin almost lost his composure again. Hidden in his eyes, there seemed to be a storm brewing. When Yang Tao sent his troops to fight against our army, Chui sent someone to persuade the Nanxing aristocrats. When the news of Yang Tao's defeat spread, the Nanxing aristocrats who had been hesitant, completely changed sides. To show their loyalty and to threaten Yang Tao, they detained Yang Tao's wife and son as well as your family members. Yang Si wasn't being naughty. His deep voice was like a small hammer hitting Yan Lin's heart. Yan Lin had already crushed the teacup. He had nothing else in his hands, so the table in front of him was damaged. Yang Si saw with his own eyes that Yan Lin had crushed a corner of the table when he lost control. He suddenly thought of his lord's bronze table. Yan Lin and his lord had a tacit understanding when it came to abusing tables. However, Yan Lin was a normal person. The most he could do was abuse a wooden table. He couldn't break a bronze or iron table. He concluded that his lord was not human. I heard that Yang Tao is a righteous and hot-blooded man. His wife and children are in the enemy's hands and he is in a dilemma. What will he do? Yang Si said calmly, will he abandon his wife and children, or will he surrender and wait for death? Yan Lin looked calm, but he was not. His emotions were like the ocean under a thunderstorm. The waves rolled and rolled as if the world was about to be turned upside down. He knew his best friend very well. His wife, children, and younger sister were his lifelines. And Chui had really played a good hand. Yan Lin's chest heaved violently. He was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. And Shui. How? Yan Lin had always looked down on Shui, and now he was so angry that he wanted to eat him alive. There's no point in holding a grudge against Shui now. You should take care of your health first. Seeing that Yan Lin was so angry, Yang Si was ready to do a hula dance in his heart. He added fuel to the fire. Where there's life, there's hope. And Shui was just a vile person who got what he wanted. My lord doesn't like him. Once she's done with him, and Shui will be next. Yan Lin's eyes were bloodshot. Yang Si's heart skipped a beat. What a villain. Yan Lin said this while looking at Yang Si. Anyone who wasn't deaf could tell that he was insulting both of them at the same time. And Shui was a vile person intoxicated by success, but wasn't this Yang Si who was adding fuel to the fire and didn't mind making things worse the same? That's right. And Duoshi won't be jumping around for long. Yang Si didn't take it to heart. He didn't care if Yan Lin scolded him. He would have plenty of chances to get back at him when they worked together. Thinking of this, Yang Si became even more confident, and an enigmatic smile appeared on his lips. Of course, there was another way to describe this. The one who provoked him first was *tc. Yang Si's actions would not have lasted more than 3 sentences in a serious story. Yan Lin was speechless. What kind of people did the rumored Duke of Lanting gather under her banner? The worst part was that he had lost to someone like this. Rest well here, Yang Si said. I got the news a few days ago. I wanted to tell you, but the doctor said that you haven't fully recovered yet. If you get angry or sad, your wound might rupture. For your own good, I delayed the news until today. Yan Lin's answer was hee. Even if he didn't know that hee was the same as buying a watch last year, a cold laugh was a good way to express his mood. Yang Si wasn't a good guy either. Yan Lin wasn't stupid. He didn't believe a word Yang Si said. Wait, Yan Lin stopped Yang Si, who was about to get up and leave. Yang Si turned to him and smiled. What else? Do you know where my wife and the others are being held? Yan Shuxin was Yang Tao's wife and Yan Lin's sister. Yang Rujia was Yang Tao's sister and Yan Lin's wife. To Yan Lin and Yang Tao, these 2 women were the most important family in the world. They couldn't let anything happen to them. Perhaps the heroes of this chaotic world did not care about 1 or 2 women. Or perhaps in their eyes, women were just accessories. Regardless of whether they were mothers, wives, or daughters for the sake of the great cause, they were all sacrificial victims. Some people would kick their own children out of the carriage at a critical moment. Some people would kill their wives, concubines, and daughters just to motivate the dispirited soldiers. Some people even said that a man would never worry about not having a wife. As long as he was successful, he could choose any woman in the world. Who would want a wife? Most people accepted this reasoning, but not Yang Tao and Yan Lin. They were willing to get involved in this chaotic world to protect their families. If they sacrificed them for something else, wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? Yang Si said, Why do you ask? You're a prisoner now. Even if you're strong, you can't do anything. You can't save them. Yan Lin said, If I know, I know. If I don't know, I don't know. Yo, how could a prisoner be so confident? Yang Si said, I don't know. Yan Lin looked down and said, There's something I need your help with. Yang Si thought he had heard wrong. Was Yan Lin asking for help? He looked at the sun outside and the guards who were ready for battle. He felt a little nervous. What is it? Yang Si didn't dare to agree immediately. Instead, he asked tentatively, Why don't you tell me? Help me write a letter to the Lord. Tell him not to bow down to Shui for the sake of the Lord's wife. Yang Si was speechless. Was Yan Lin an idiot? Yang Si was on Yang Tao's side. Why would he help him? Besides, if Yang Tao didn't care about his wife, children, sister, and nephew, those 4 people would be dead. Yang Si thought for a while and asked, Tell me what you're going to do. I'll consider if I should help you. Yan Lin said, Stall for time and wait for news. Yang Si was confused. What was the difference between telling him and not telling him? Chapter 1576. I can't make the decision on my own. I'll have to discuss it with someone else before I give you an answer. Yang Si didn't agree right away, but he didn't reject it either, which meant there was still room for negotiation. After he left, Yan Lin covered the wound on his shoulder. He frowned as if he was enduring something. He unbuttoned his shirt and found that the wound hadn't split open. He couldn't help but sigh. He knew his own body well. When he was a ranger with Yang Tao, he had been injured due to carelessness. It wasn't as serious as this time, and it took him more than 2 months to recover. This time his injury was serious. He had almost died, but he was still able to come back. In less than 20 days, his wound was almost healed. During this time, his wound didn't fester and he didn't fall into a coma due to high fever. His medical skills played an important role. When he heard that Jiang Pingji's female doctor sewed people up like clothes, he thought it was scary. But after experiencing it for himself, he felt that the rumors weren't entirely true. This method of treating hand injuries was indeed unique. Not to mention other things, it was much more effective in stopping the bleeding than normal methods. Looking at the wound on his shoulder, Yan Lin thought that when it healed, there would only be a thin scar left. Unlike Zheng Zhe's scar, it was long and thick as if a centipede was crawling on it. I wonder how Wuxia and Ruojia are doing. Yan Lin murmured his wife's name, his heart filled with worry. Yang Tao had sent them away in advance to protect them. Who would have thought that Shui would be so ruthless? The landowning households of Nanxing were also so supercilious and snobbish, betraying them and changing sides just like that. Not only was Yang Tao in danger, but the women and children in the backyard were also involved. Even though Yan Lin was wearing a meter-thick filter, he wasn't blindly cheering for Yang Tao. According to the current situation, Yang Tao had almost no chance of turning the tables. If he wasn't careful, he could die without a grave. Shui was a despicable person and Hua Yuan was a lunatic. Even if Yang Tao was willing to surrender for his wife and family, they wouldn't let him go. If Yang Tao gave up his military power, he might still have a chance. If he gave up his military power and submitted to Shui, there would be no turning back. In comparison, Jiang Pingji was much more reliable than Shui. She had never mistreated the widows and orphans of Su Pei and Su Fei, much less tormented them. Even Huang Song, who was at loggerheads with her, was still alive and kicking even though Huang Song didn't have much of a presence now. According to the information sent back by the previous spies, it seemed that someone had seen Huang Song, who was gradually growing horizontally, walking his bird and listening to music. Yan Lin didn't want Yang Tao to end up like Huang Song, but the most important thing right now was to keep Yang Tao and his family alive. Yan Lin would be able to answer to his late lord, Yang Jian, when he arrived at the Yellow Springs in the future. He would be able to live up to Yang Jian's expectations. Of course, Yan Lin didn't completely trust Yang Xi's information. He was only planning for the worst. Yan Lin would not have given up so easily if Yang Tao could have saved the game. On the other side, Yang Xi relayed Yan Lin's words to Fu Wang and the others. Since the Lord was not here, this kind of thing had to be voted by everyone and then let Fu Wang make the decision. If something really happened and the Lord wanted to hold them accountable in the future, none of them would be able to escape. Are you saying that we should help him? Fu Wang was a little uncertain. After all, the two families were at loggerheads more than half a month ago. Now, they were helping Yan Lin to deliver information to Yang Tao. It was strange no matter how he looked at it. Aren't you afraid of Yan Lin's scheme? Feng Jun wasn't sure what Yan Lin's plan was, but he was sure that Yan Lin was trying to save himself and not get himself killed. So what if it's a scheme? Yan Lin is already a prisoner, Yang Tao only has a few remaining soldiers, and the aristocratic families of Nanxing have all defected to the Shui. How can Yang Tao make a comeback? That's true, but... Fu Wang said sadly, I'm afraid of people like you who plot against each other and beat around the bush. Who knows what Yan Lin is thinking? Maybe he's trying to get Yang Tao out of trouble by taking a roundabout way? Feng Zhen and Yang Xi were speechless. They didn't remember Fu Wang being tricked. What did he mean by that, I'm an experienced man, you can't fool me expression? Strategists are human beings too. Don't demonize them, okay? Li Yun, who had been silent for a long time, said, no matter how smart Yan Lin is, he's still a human being. There's a limit to what he can do. How can he help Yang Tao survive while he's in prison? If he had the ability, he wouldn't be our prisoner in the first place. So what if he's delivering a letter for him? What can Yang Tao do now? If Yan Lin is up to no good, we'll kill him. Fu Wang was a little hesitant, probably because he was traumatized by being tricked, but he couldn't resist the opinions of the crowd. Everyone could imagine how Yang Tao felt when he received this letter personally written by his best friend. Yang Tao had been very frustrated for the past 20 days. First, he suffered a great loss at the hands of Fu Wang and the others. With great difficulty, he boarded a ship and returned to his own territory under the cover of his best friend. That very night, he received news that his troops had rebelled. He led the rest of the troops who hadn't rebelled and fought their way out. After a short rest, he received news that his wife, children, sister, and nephew had been seized by the Nanxing aristocrats. The series of blows exhausted Yang Tao. In just a few days he had lost a lot of weight. His cheeks were thin and his eyes were sunken. He didn't look as energetic as before. On one hand he was worried about his best friend who was left behind in Zhangzhou. On the other hand he was worried about his wife, children, and relatives who had fallen into the hands of the Nanxing rebels. Perhaps it was because he thought about them during the day and dreamed about them at night. In the middle of the night he would dream about them being bathed in blood. "My lord, there's news." At this moment Yang Tao was leading more than 20,000 soldiers to defend a certain pass. They used the terrain to their advantage and kept the enemy at bay. The rebels were aware of Yang Tao and the others' predicament. They knew that they lacked food and could not hold out for too long, so they decided to surround them without attacking to buy time. Yang Tao had just woken up from his nightmare when he heard Chen Su's voice. "What news?" Yang Tao was leaning against a big tree with both hands holding his weapon. He looked very alert and relaxed a little when he heard Chen Su's voice. Chen Su sounded a little hesitant. "Look at this handwriting. It's from Xiaoyang." Yang Tao understood why Chen Su was hesitating. According to Yan Lin's situation, he was either dead, captured, or in hiding. If he had the ability to send a letter in such a short time, the only explanation was that Yan Lin had been captured or had surrendered to the enemy. What kind of lord would want their important minister to surrender to the enemy while they were still alive? However, Chen Su had underestimated the relationship between the two. When he heard about Yan Lin, Yang Tao's first reaction was to be happy that his best friend was still alive. It was good that he was alive. Chapter 1577. The handwriting was clear and straight like bamboo. Yang Tao couldn't be more familiar with it. It was Xiaoyang's handwriting. "Xiaoyang is still alive." The smile on Yang Tao's face froze halfway when he saw the words written on it. Chen Su asked, "Master, does Xiaoyang want to?" Although Chen Su thought it was unlikely that Yan Lin would persuade Yang Tao to surrender, it seemed to be the only possibility. There's only one sentence in the letter. "Don't bow down to Shui for the sake of madam." Yang Tao was confused. He had been depressed for the past 2 days. He was struggling with himself and decided to surrender to Shui for the sake of his wife and sister. If he could, he would fight to the death too, but it was pointless. He had more than 20,000 soldiers with him, but they were short of supplies and almost all of them were injured. How could they fight against the rebels? If they fought to the death, not only would they lose their lives but their wives, children, and nephews would also be sacrificed to the enemy. Yang Tao didn't know what to do. Yan Lin wasn't around, so he had to make his own judgment. Chen Su asked, "What does Xiaoyang mean by this? Is he really going to give up on madam and the others?" Yang Tao shook his head. "Impossible. Xiaoyang isn't that kind of person. He must have his reasons." Chen Su asked, "But, it's possible that this letter was forged by someone working for Lu Shi." Yang Tao shook his head again. "Xiaoyang has a bad habit of writing. If it's a fake, there must be a flaw. Xiaoyang's handwriting could be a fake, but it's a habit. People who don't know him well won't notice it. This letter must have been written by Xiaoyang himself." Chen Su was speechless. He was good friends with Xiaoyang. Why didn't he know that Yan Xiaoyang had a bad habit of writing? Did this mean that they weren't close enough? What does Master plan to do? Yang Tao said, "Trust Xiaoyang, of course. He can't be wrong." Chen Su was speechless. If Yan Lin's filter for Yang Tao was 1 meter thick, then Yang Tao's filter for Yan Lin was probably twice as thick. Perhaps because he was too eager to die, Yang Si would talk to Yan Lin whenever he was free and try to dig out the meaning of the letter from him. Yan Lin was calm at first, but when Yang Si came to him for 7 days in a row and disturbed his rest, he couldn't take it any longer. "I'm a prisoner, but I shouldn't be treated like this. You've just finished your lunch and you're already here. Don't you know that it's easy to feel sleepy in the hot afternoon?" Yang Si pretended to be deaf and mute. He had brought enough men with him anyway, so he was confident that he could use them to commit murder. He was not afraid of Yan Lin's threat. In the end, Yan Lin had no choice but to divulge some information. Yan Shuxian and Yang Ruijia were best friends in their boudoirs due to their elder brothers. Their hobbies were similar as well. Yan and Yan family, Zhang Tisu said, "Tifan either." Most of the landowning households had many industries such as rice shops, wine shops, restaurants, and the more profitable cloth and rouge businesses. Yang Ruijia had a lively temperament, but Yang Jian was stricter with his daughter. In order to get out of the manor and have fun, she and Yan Shuxian began to study the art of disguise in the storybook. Yan master. He didn't expect them to know the essence of it. That pile of rouge and powder had been smeared on her face, and her entire face had changed. Of course, the makeup couldn't be compared to the real face, but it was still very deceptive when one's vision was dim. Yang Si couldn't believe it. How big of a change is that? Yen Lin said quietly, "My wife once pretended to be you. It was dusk and even I was almost fooled." Yang Si accepted it for now and said, "You're stalling to give them time to save themselves? The girls from the Yang and Yen families are not weak." Yen Lin said calmly, "The more the Lord values them, the more valuable they will be to the Nanxing rebels, and the easier it will be for them to be watched. Otherwise they will have a higher chance of escaping." Yang Si said, "If you miscalculated, you can still survive if you take a risk. If you don't do anything you'll die." Yen Lin said quietly, "The Nanxing rebels will be so easily persuaded by An Shui. Do you think they will be kind to the Lord? Even if the Lord is willing to surrender, they won't let this matter go easily. They can kill them with any excuse. So what if outsiders know that they are the ones who did this? They can't do anything to them." Taking advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness to intercept the captive's family and use them as a threat was despicable. If they could do such a shameless thing, how could they expect them to have basic morals? In troubled times, princes could fight however they wanted, but which shameless person would target innocent women, children? Yen Lin sighed. Even Lu Shi, the Duke of Lanting, wouldn't do such a thing. Yang Si was speechless. Was there any ambiguity in his words? Wasn't it too much to mock his lord right in front of him? Did his lord eat Yen Lin's rice? My lord is a gentleman. He wouldn't do something like an animal. As it turned out, Yen Lin knew his sister and his wife very well. Neither of them was a weak girl from the inner house. When they were tricked by the rebels, they realized that something was wrong, but they didn't dare to expose it in case the thugs killed them. Since they still had children to take care of, the rebels didn't separate them. They wouldn't be able to do anything anyway. They tested the rebels and found out that they were quite tolerant of them. As long as they didn't leave, they would satisfy many of their requests. Yen Shu and Yen Lin discussed and immediately came up with an idea. Today they wanted rouge and powder, tomorrow they wanted silk and satin. If they didn't give them, they would make a scene like shrews and scold them. Two mere women, it's really disgusting. I really don't know if Yang Jingze and Yen Xiaoyang are blind to actually fall for such a vulgar and crude woman. When the matter was brought up, the gentry in charge of them sneered at them in disgust. He waved his hand as if they were beggars and said, "We don't have many days to live anyway. We'll satisfy all their requests. Just make them keep their mouths shut." Thus, the two of them lived a comfortable life in captivity. The servants in charge of them also changed from sympathy to disdain. They didn't know if their husband was dead or alive, but these two heartless women didn't do anything about it. Sometimes when their child cried for milk, they didn't care. They had seen heartless people, but they had never seen anyone this heartless. What a sin! The maidservants mumbled to themselves. Not only did Yen Shu and Yen Xiaoyang like to play with girls' toys, but they also liked to play with the servants. They often called them over. Chapter 1578. Because they had been tortured too much, these female servants treated Yen Shuxian and Yen Shuxian as if they were eyes and noses. However, their superiors wanted to satisfy all their needs, so they could only pinch their noses and endure. However, they cursed viciously in their hearts and hoped that the two would die early. If those two little bitches weren't lucky and married well, how could they be so arrogant? Several female servants gathered in a corner to drink yellow soup. After 2 bowls, their faces turned red and they began to talk nonsense. How to make a group of women of different ages unite. Of course, it was to complain about the same target of hatred. These female servants often schemed against each other for a little reward or a chance to show their faces in front of their masters. "You don't like me, I don't like you." It was common for them to gossip behind each other's backs and smear each other's names. Of course, they didn't dare to put these things out in the open. Otherwise, if they made their masters unhappy, they would be sold out of the mansion. Recently, they had enough of Yen Shuxian and Yang Rujia's persecution, and temporarily united the front. The targets of their private complaints, and curses were changed to these two people. The female servants who didn't have a good relationship with each other could gather together to gossip. "Humph, they can't be arrogant for long. They are both blind and stupid." A rather mean-looking servant girl said, "At this time, we don't even know if the man in the family is alive or dead, but they still have the mood to put on makeup every day. When their men are really gone, their lives will come to an end. Let them be arrogant, sooner or later they will cry." The other female servant was white and chubby. She looked very kind, but in fact she was a gossipy woman who liked to sow discord. "I pity those 2 babies. They cry every day until their voices are hoarse. Others feel sorry for them, but the 2 mothers don't care. They are a piece of flesh from their bodies. How heartless. How long has it been? But the babies are as thin as beggars. Everyone gathered together and said that Yan Shuxian and Yan Shuxian were heartless. They didn't care about their husband and son and only knew how to eat, drink and have fun. Little did they know that their husbands were gone. Their status in the sky had collapsed. Their son was gone and their hope in this lifetime was gone. Even an illiterate person would know these principles, but those two don't. Children raised in wealth may not necessarily be good. Everyone agreed with this statement. Yan Shu and Xian looked at the well-read aristocratic ladies of the aristocratic families. Unfortunately, they didn't know as much as the few of them who were illiterate. Vaguely, they felt a sense of superiority over the noble women of the gentry clans. As they spoke, they even made up a plausible rumor. For example, Yan Shu and Xian were so cold to their children's husband. It was most likely that they already had a man in their heart. They might even have a few gigolos. Taking a step further, it was possible that their children were not their husband's children. After they had said enough and satisfied their addiction to gossip, they reluctantly dispersed. The next day, everyone received a piece of good news that made them rejoice in other people's misfortune. At the same time, it was also the irrefutable evidence of Yan Shu and Xian's indiscretions. Yan Shu and Xian's husband, the feudal Lord Yang Tao, had been forced into a desperate situation by the rebel army. He would rather his wife and children die than surrender. When these maidservants heard this news, they were overjoyed. However, they showed some sympathy on their faces. They also treated Yan Shu and Xian with much neglect. The situation was already over. How long could these two abandoned women jump around? In any case, they didn't have long to live. Yan Shu and Xian discovered that the maidservants, who used to keep an eye on them, were slacking off more and more. With such a drastic change in attitude, they guessed that something had happened on Yang Tao's side. In order to get back at them, the maidservants deliberately revealed the news that Yang Tao had abandoned them. They were gloating and prepared to watch a good show. Just as they expected, these two short-sighted crazy women made a scene and even hit them. Crazy woman. These maidservants had always been proud of serving the aristocratic families. When had they ever seen such wild women? Shu Rua, it's about time, right? Yang Rugia put away her expression and looked at her son, who had lost a lot of weight. The originally fair and chubby boy now looked very pitiful. However, there was nothing they could do about it. After the two children were born, they had been pampered and often cried willfully. She and Yan Shu's plan couldn't go wrong, so they could only harden their hearts and let the two children starve to change their habit of crying. At the same time, it was also to make the maidservants who monitored them relax their vigilance. So far, it seemed that this plan was very effective. The maidservants hated them and also degraded them to dust. They didn't think of their escape plan at all. Why did Yan Shu and Xian torture the maidservants so much? Wasn't it because they wanted to remember their appearance, figure, words and deeds, as well as the scope of their activities and work, so that they could borrow a suitable identity to escape with their children? To ensure that the plan went smoothly, they had considered all the details and were only waiting for the right time to take action. It's about time. We'll find a chance to leave tomorrow and the day after. If we continue to delay, it will be disadvantageous for us. The worse the maidservants treated them, the more they courted death, and their tempers became worse and worse. On the third day, the two officially took action. In order not to arouse suspicion, as soon as Yan Shu and Xian made the plan, they appointed several maidservants to deliver food, and the two targets they had set their eyes on were mixed in. On the day of the action, the two asked their targets to deliver food, and they took the opportunity to knock them unconscious, tie them up and suffocate them. In order to be in a hurry, Yang Rugia had already put on makeup and disguised clothes. She tried her best to approach the target in terms of figure and height. Because the target maidservant was very fat, she tied her son to her belly. It didn't take long for them to be almost done. Yan Shu disguised herself as a somewhat thin but broad-boned woman, which was more convenient for her to disguise. Her son was hidden in the open food box. Fortunately, the two boys were tired. According to their previous experience, they wouldn't wake up for at least 2 to 4 hours, so they didn't worry. They both knew some vocal skills and could imitate people's voices 90% similar. The two imitated their usual unreasonable behavior in the room. They threw, hit, cried, and scolded as if they were singing a two-man show. Not long after, the two maidservants were driven out with their faces covered in dirt. The thin woman cursed sharply in a low voice, "Little bitch, when all the men are dead, let's see how arrogant you can be." The fat woman covered her face with her hands, feeling sad. At this time the sky was already dark. The two were beaten and scolded while delivering food. The maidservant gloated and felt a little sympathy. Alas, I've never seen such shrews. They're a disgrace to our ancestors. They're angry. You guys should be smart. Don't get close to them and ask for a beating. The fat woman said, they don't even eat. They sent back all the good dishes. I guess they'll be called again in the middle of the night. The maidservant said, then let them starve. Who will deliver food to them in the middle of the night? They're dying anyway, so they don't need to serve them. At this time the sky was dark. The maidservant and the two old women were some distance apart. Their voices and figures were fine, so she didn't suspect anything. They used their sleeves to cover their foreheads or the side of their faces. They were probably beaten by the two shrews again. The maidservant looked enviously and jealously at the heavy food box in the thin woman's hands. She spat at the backs of the two people who were leaving. Such precious things, and these two cheap old women ate them. Aren't they afraid of shortening their lives? Yen Shu and Xian looked calm on the surface, but they were panicking inside. Fortunately, the children were still asleep and didn't have the energy to cry. They sneaked out of the mansion through the side door. Yen Shu and Xian carefully observed them. These two old women usually didn't abide by the rules. They often went out to gamble when they had some money. Most of the people they gambled with were gangsters or servants of the same mansion. Those servants were also shrewd and often gathered together to cheat the two of their money. Therefore, it was normal for the two to not abide by the rules to leave the mansion. They didn't arouse suspicion at all. After the two left the mansion, they found a small alley and changed into other clothes. They planned to sneak out of the city among the common people when the city gate opened at dawn. These two children. Fortunately, they've lost some weight. Otherwise, I'd know they're not from common people. After feeding the children, the two heaved a long sigh of relief. They've been starving these days. They ate so much all at once. Young Rugia said, it's better than dying. After dawn, the two disguised themselves as widows and went out of the city separately. They bought two cheap donkeys to hurry on their way. They swaggered off, and the people who were watching them discovered the two corpses hiding in the corner. Chapter 1579. Hey, you look good today. Did you sleep well last night? Early in the morning, the maid who got up early was about to come over to take over. Seeing that her companion looked good, she couldn't help but ask. I was free last night, so I secretly slept in. The maid who was on duty last night yawned. She still looked tired, but she looked good. It was obvious that she had slept well last night. Hey, that's strange. Those two crazy women didn't make trouble in the middle of the night? Why didn't I come at such a good time? The maid who was on duty was very surprised. She was on duty last night, but the crazy woman wanted to eat and drink every now and then. She even wanted them to empty the night buckets so she couldn't sleep all night. The maid's yawn froze and she said suspiciously, yes, why didn't the crazy woman make trouble? Did something happen? Another maid said harshly, in my opinion, it would be better if these two scourges were dead. Although they said so, they still went into the room and took a look. They didn't even bother to inform the others, which showed how disdainful they were. They walked around and found no one in the room. They didn't even hear the crying of a baby. They searched the room inside and outside, and the more they looked, the more anxious they became. Suddenly, a hurried and frightened voice came into their ears. They followed the voice and saw a maid falling to the ground in panic. What happened? The maid pointed at the box in the corner with trembling fingers and stammered, dead people. Two bodies, one fat and one thin, were broken, tied and stuffed into a narrow box. Their hands and feet were twisted at a strange angle, and their twisted cheeks were facing the crowd. Although the two corpses were bruised, bleeding from their 7 orifices, and their eyeballs were almost popping out of their eye frames, everyone could still recognize them. Were they not the two old maids who had delivered food to the crazy woman last night and then sneaked out to fool around? No, it's impossible. The maid who was on duty last night said in panic, impossible. I saw them go out with the food box with my own eyes yesterday. The two cleaning maids said a lot to her. Their voices were normal, their figures were normal, and their appearances were normal. They couldn't be dead. Besides, they hadn't come back after they went out. How could they have died in the house? This news quickly reached the ears of the people in charge. However, they didn't say that Yen Shuxian and Xiao Luo had escaped. Instead, they made up a terrifying story about a malicious ghost killing and eating people. With the maidservants on night duty as witnesses, Yen Shu and Xian did not leave the room at all. Instead, it was the old woman who delivered the meal who was beaten to the point of cleaning the room that left and did not return for the whole night. The next day, their corpses were found stuffed into a small box. Nonsense. How could there be spirits and ghosts in this world? Not to mention that it's a ghost that kills people. With Yan Shuxian and the others missing, the person in charge was anxious and angry. Even if Yang Tao did not care about the lives of his wife, children, and sisters, and they were not as important as before, they could still be used as sacrifices for the war. If they killed Yang Tao and Yan Lin's wife and children as a sacrifice to the flag, it would definitely boost the morale of the army and dampen the morale of the enemy. These fools had so many eyes and so many checkpoints, yet they couldn't even keep an eye on the old, weak women and children? All of you are trash. Why can't you even look after 2 women and 2 children? The person in charge called the servants and maidservants who were on night duty last night to interrogate them, but the result was unexpected. They all said in unison that they did not see Yan Shuxian and the others, but they saw 2 old women who were cleaning the room go out with their own eyes. The person in charge also hesitated and asked, "Are you sure that the 2 old women went out?" "Yes, it's them. Their voices and appearances are all right." The servant who guarded the door nodded vigorously, "It must be them." Seeing that the servants were so sure, the person in charge was not so sure anymore. Instead, he felt creeped out. It was not that he did not suspect that the 2 old women who were cleaning the room were Yan Shuxian and the little girl, but they were all noble ladies of aristocratic families. Their height, weight, voice, and appearance were very different from the old women. Even if it was dark at that time, the servants should not be so blind and deaf that they could not tell them apart. Unless they knew the art of disguise? After so many twists and turns, it finally came to the level of ghosts and gods. Whether or not it was a ghost that killed people, it could not hide the fact that Yan Shuxian and the others were taken away. The person in charge could only report to the higher authorities. At the same time, the person in charge also took remedial measures. He ordered the city guards to pay attention to the 2 suspicious women who were carrying babies. In this era there were many widows with babies. It could not be that every one of them was a suspect, right? The person in charge circled a few conditions. For example, the babies were less than 1 year old, the women were very good looking, had good temperament, and had never done farm work. After a series of conditions, a few suspicious people were detained, but they were not the people they were looking for. Could it be that ghosts and gods are playing tricks? The person in charge tried hard to suppress the fear in his heart. At this time, Yan Shuxian and Yang Wuxia had already ridden the donkey for more than 10 miles with their children. In order to go out and protect themselves, Yang Wuxia disguised herself as a male ranger, and Yan Shuxian disguised herself as an ordinary peasant woman. The 2 of them were like a family of 4 carrying 2 children on their way. This identity allowed them to avoid many dangers. They crossed mountains and ridges all the way to the place where Yang Tao was trapped. Yang Wuxia stepped forward and scolded the soldiers who stopped them, "Get out of the way. The mistress and young master are both here. Who allowed you to be so presumptuous?" The soldiers were stunned. They had shown their identities. Whether they were real or fake, they could not offend them casually. One of them hurriedly reported this to Chen Su. Chen Su was shocked. She grabbed the soldier and asked, "Did they really say that?" The soldier nodded. Chen Su hurried over. "You?" Chen Su looked at the strange man and woman. She felt angry that she had been fooled. At this time, Yan Shuxian's voice returned to normal. "Where is Langzhu?" Chen Su stared at Yan Shuxian in a daze. This voice was clearly the mistress's. But this appearance was not. Chen Su took a closer look and found that the skin on their cheeks was very unnatural. If she looked at them for too long, she would think that they were wearing a layer of fake skin. When the 2 of them took off their disguises, Chen Su's expression completely froze. Yan Shuxian said apologetically, "I had to disguise myself like this for the safety of the mother and child." They briefly told Chen Su how they escaped. Chen Su was impressed. At the same time, he was also shocked by Yan Lin's accurate calculation. Yan Lin dared to plot anything, Yang Tao dared to believe anything, and their wives dared to do anything. He couldn't understand the operation of these 2 families. After almost a month, Yang Tao almost cried when he saw his wife and sister again. Even though he didn't see it with his own eyes, he could imagine how dangerous it was for them to escape. If they were not careful, they would have been smashed to pieces. Now that his family was safe, Yang Tao had no more worries. It was time to think about what to do next. If they fought, it would be like throwing eggs at a rock. They would lose the remaining 20,000 soldiers for nothing. If they surrendered, that was impossible. Otherwise, Yang Tao wouldn't have chosen Yan Lin's suggestion to let his wife take the risk to escape. Who to surrender was a difficult thing to learn. Not only could they save their lives, but they also had to protect Xiaoyang. They couldn't let their soldiers die in vain, and they couldn't let the rebels of Nanxing benefit. Chapter 1580. Yang Tao tossed and turned and made a difficult decision. At the same time, Yang Xi's life was in Yan Lin's hands. His life was hanging by a thread. As the old saying goes, don't go overboard in case we meet again. Don't tell me Yan Xiaoyang doesn't understand that. Yang Xi knew that Yan Lin was not easy to deal with, but he still tried to provoke him. Finally he was pinned to the ground and threatened. The soldiers outside heard the noise and rushed in. They saw Yan Lin pressing the glass shard against Yang Xi's neck. He was surrounded by a murderous aura. The guards knew that Yan Lin was good at martial arts, so they didn't dare to act rashly. For a moment the two sides were in a stalemate. Yang Xi still dared to provoke Yan Xiaoyang. Lang Jun of Xiaoyang, please hold your hand steady. If this shard cuts my fragile neck and something bad happens, it won't end well. Compared to the guards, Yang Xi was not worried at all. Instead, he waved his hand at the guards, signaling them to leave. You really have no eyes. Can't you see that I'm joking around with Lang Jun of Xiaoyang? What are you doing in here? Yan Lin's breathing was heavy and rapid. His fingers were pale from holding the shard too hard. His wrists were trembling. He had never seen someone as disgusting as Yang Xi. He was disgusting to the extreme. Yan Lin was a good-tempered man, but he had his bottom line: Yang Tao, his wife, and his sister. Yang Xi had crossed the line, which was why Yan Lin was so angry. Yang Jing Rong. Yan Lin didn't put the shard back. His eyes were still filled with murderous intent. I'm here. I'm not deaf. Keep your voice down. It's not good if the guards outside come in and hurt you. Yang Xi was still smiling as if he wasn't the one being pinned to the table. I didn't say anything. Why are you so angry? Yan Lin was so angry that he laughed. Are you so sure that my lord will surrender to Lu Shi? Yan Lin knew that Yang Tao was likely to surrender, but that didn't mean that he would submit. The feudal vassals, who were once on an equal footing, had now become the enemy's dogs. Not to mention whether Jiang Pingji dared to use Yang Tao. Even if she dared to use him, Yang Tao might not be willing. Even if Yang Tao was willing, could they stop outsiders from gossiping? Didn't they know that gossip was a fearful thing? Why did Huang Song stay at home? Most of it was due to political reasons. Huang Song was idle at home and his former officials no longer had a leader, so the probability of them being disloyal was low. Another reason was self-esteem. In any case, he used to be a feudal lord who wielded great power. Once he lost his power, he was reduced to calling himself a colleague with his old courtiers. The disparity was too great. Even if Yang Tao was open-minded, wouldn't he have a change of heart after hearing too much gossip from others? Rather than letting Yang Tao submit to Jiang Pingji and stay in a position that was neither high nor low for the rest of his life, he would be hurt by the rumors and slanders of the outside world at all times. It was better to completely sever all ties. Regardless of Jiang Pingji's achievements in the future, she had to give Yang Tao the glory and reputation she deserved in order to appease the old officials under Yang Tao. Why did he have to do such a thankless task and end up being suspected and depressed by others? Yang Xi grinned and said fearlessly, to this day, apart from my master, no one can protect the lives of Yang Tao and his family. You are also a smart person, how could you not see through the trick in this? If Yang Tao had the guts to sacrifice everything in his family, you wouldn't have sent that letter. Since he didn't have the determination to give up everything, isn't it natural for Yang Tao to submit to my master? Yan Lin said, you said you submitted. Submitting is submitting and submitting is submitting. They are two different things. Yan Lin could be Jiang Pingji's official, so could Chen Su, but not Yang Tao. Yang Xi couldn't help but say, are you so angry just because of these two words? He had almost lost his life. Yan Lin put away the glass shard, but his expression was still gloomy. Yang Xi took the opportunity to get up from the table. He couldn't help but touch his neck to make sure there were no scratches. But really, Yan Xiaoyang, I'm going to be honest with you. Do you really think that Huang Song is good enough? Although Yang Xi was a troublemaker, his admiration for Yan Lin was genuine. He wasn't familiar with Yang Tao, but from the information he gathered, he found him to be a likable person. His lord had lost a lot of energy to resist the attacks from the Nian Yang families. If he could make use of Yang Tao, he might be able to recruit a group of talented people. At the same time, he could alleviate the shortcomings of the generals. It was killing many birds with one stone. Of course, Yang Xi had his own reasons for making Yang Tao submit, because it could push his lord's reputation to the top. If the news got out, the whole world would know that Jiang Pingji had forgiven her former enemies and given them important responsibilities. How bold was that? Of course, the idea was not a spur-of-the-moment idea. Based on Yang Xi's observation, Yang Tao and Yan Lin weren't as ambitious as he had imagined. Or rather, Their weaknesses meant that they wouldn't be able to reach higher positions. People who were willing to give up their ambitions and submit to Yang Si because of their relatives were destined not to be heroes who could stir up trouble. His lord had their weaknesses. Why would she worry that they would stir up trouble? Yan Lin had seen through Yang Si's wishful thinking, which was why he was so furious. It's not good for Huang Song to be like that. He's lost his heroic spirit, but it's better than trembling in fear and being ordered around by others. Yang Tao didn't pay attention to the details. If he did something wrong and got killed, he wouldn't even know how he died. Yang Si was worried that Yan Lin would explode again, so he simply changed the topic. Elsewhere, Yang Tao was at the end of his rope. There was not much food left in the army, and the rebels were still unwilling to retreat. There's something I want to discuss with you, Yang Tao said to Chen Su seriously. It's about the future. Chen Su had seen Yang Tao lose weight in the past 2 days. He looked conflicted. She vaguely guessed something. No matter what decision you make, my lord, I will follow. Yang Tao found it hard to speak. Everyone had entrusted their lives to him, but he had failed to be a good lord. He had failed to live up to their expectations and loyalty. Chen Su was considerate. Seeing that Yang Tao was struggling to speak, she took the initiative to give him a way out. My lord, how do you want to settle the 20,000 soldiers in your camp? Yang Tao said dejectedly, I'm ashamed that I failed to live up to your loyalty. Chen Su said, My lord, you don't need to blame yourself. I've done what I could. It's not about anything else. She comforted him, but Yang Tao didn't feel any better. Chen Su asked, Who did you choose, my lord? Lushi. Yang Tao said a name that was expected. Chapter 1581. Ever since the Nye family's crisis had subsided, Zhangjiang Pass had calmed down. Jiang Pingji became a hands-off shopkeeper after being busy for a while. She claimed that she was training the new generation. Therefore, she threw a lot of trivial chores to the 2 little kids, Feng Yi and Sun Lan. Seeing this, Sun Wen was especially distressed. He kept saying, Lan Lan has lost weight again. Her clothes seem to be a size bigger. Good grandson, this is the chicken soup Grandpa asked someone to make. Jiang Pingji looked at him coldly until her teeth hurt. However, Sun Wen was right in front of her, so she couldn't say it out loud. Salted fish in the streaming room didn't have to worry about that. He quickly uploaded a post titled Self-Cultivation for Sun Complex to the top of the trending list. Almost everything Jiang Pingji wanted to complain about had been said by them. Fairy Queen's Crimson. Old Sun Wen is a textbook example of a grandson complex. He can't wait to take his grandson away with him. Jumping Little Apple's Xianggu. Sigh, other people's grandfathers never disappoint me. I envy and hate them. He Tang Yi say, Old Sun can take his grandson to the variety show. Where are we going, grandfather? He'll definitely be the most popular. Although he doted on his grandson, Sun Wen had a sense of propriety. He wouldn't interfere with his grandson's training. He watched Sun Lan struggle. In comparison, Feng Yi was much more pitiful. He bowed his head at the table every time and visibly became thinner. Qiguan Rang couldn't stand it anymore. Occasionally he would stand up and help to prevent the child from ascending at such a young age. Thank you very much. After nearly a year, the last bit of childishness on Feng Yi's face had disappeared. His brows were filled with determination that didn't match his age. His height had grown like a bean sprout. He was now only half a head shorter than Qiguan Rang. One had to know that Qiguan Rang was of mixed blood. His frame was much taller than the average Central Plains man. Feng Yi was still young. There was still room for him to grow taller. He would become taller in the future. Your father said all kinds of nice things and gave me gifts to take care of you. If I don't do something, won't he make a fuss if he finds out? Qiguan Rang had no intention of covering up for Feng Zhen. After all, Feng Yi knew what kind of person his father was. His words were laced with sarcasm and harshness. However, in front of Feng Yi, Qiguan Rang was much gentler. He would even instruct the guards to hunt some wild game for him in the mountains to nourish him. He had the demeanor of a loving father. He said, Eat more. I've been growing recently. The food in the military camp is still too plain. Feng Yi agreed with a smile. Her gaze landed on the pile of unfinished military affairs on the table, and her head started to hurt. Has my lord's health improved recently? My lord's body is stronger than a bear's. What discomfort. That's just an excuse to be lazy. Qiguan Rang knew what he was trying to test and said, That's just her personality. She can't stand the tedious paperwork. It's not a big deal, so I threw it to you and Sun Lan to practice. Feng Yi asked, Does the Lord often do this? Previously, when the war was intense, Feng Yi often saw that Jiang Pingji's camp was brightly lit. No matter how many military affairs he brought in, they would always be cleaned up the next day. Therefore, Jiang Pingji left an impression on Feng Yi that she was diligent in government affairs until recently. Wrongly, she's the Lord. If she had to do everything herself, why would she need so many officials? Qiguan Rang said naturally, after you graduate from the Golden Scale Academy and become an official, you'll most likely need to adapt. The officials have their duties and the ruler also has the duties of a ruler. The Lord is like a human head. She doesn't need to do everything well, she only needs to know which tasks are done by which people. Being diligent in government affairs was a good thing, but it was a pain in the ass to forcefully intervene in everything when one didn't know anything. In this world, not everyone was as omniscient and omnipotent as the Lord. There were too many fools who thought they were smart and pretended to know when they didn't know anything. There's something. After eating, Feng Yi showed a rare hesitation. I don't know. Qiguan Rang raised his eyebrows and noticed a faint blush on Feng Yi's face. Just say it. In the afternoon, I went to the main tent and saw, the Lord and Mr. Wei seemed to be a little intimate. Qiguan Rang said, don't worry about it. Don't make it public. Feng Yi was shocked. Those two are really, Qiguan Rang said, the man is unmarried and the woman is unmarried. They can do whatever they want. Why are you so surprised? Feng Yi was speechless. The man and the woman were unmarried? Feng Yi silently swallowed her sarcasm when she thought about the Lord and Wei Ci. Qiguan Rang said with a standard Buddhist expression, now that the war is almost over, it's time to look forward to the arrival of a young lord. After a while, he asked the guards to go into the mountains to look for wild animals that could enhance male vigor. Wei Zixiao's body was still a little thin. Feng Yi nodded slowly. Yes, the Lord still has no children. It's quite worrying. She pinched her fingers and counted. In a few months, the Lord would be 24 years old. It was indeed worrying to not have children at this age. At this moment, what was Jiang Pingji, who was supposed to stay in the main tent, doing? She was having a picnic outside and taking an afternoon nap on Wei Ci's lap. The group of salted fish were so envious that they were crying. My lord is in a good mood. Did you encounter a happy occasion? Jiang Pingji stared at his lips for a long time. Wei Ci felt uncomfortable and could not help but think of his impetuousness just now. How can you tell that I'm in a good mood? There's delicious food in front of me but I can only taste a few mouthfuls. I'm so sad. Jiang Pingji's flirtatious words were inversely proportional to her moral integrity. Even though Wei Ci had been through hundreds of battles, he could not withstand it. Wei Ci's ears turned red as he listened to her teasing words that had a hidden meaning behind it. Don't be like that next time. Today. Wrongly seems, it was fine if Qiguan Rang and the others found out. Wei Ci's skin was thick enough to withstand it, but he was caught red-handed by a junior like Feng Yi. He was ashamed. He knew how vigilant his lord was. She must have sensed Feng Yi's approach, but she did not warn him. Jiang Pingji said, when I was his age, I've watched a lot of movies. How can children nowadays be so pure? Wei Ci was speechless. Although he did not understand, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. What's a lot of bases? Jiang Pingji said, a moving fire avoidance map. 1G is probably a few sets, right? Wei Ci was speechless. Jiang Pingji still thought that he was not embarrassed enough. She said, if there's a chance in the future, I'll bring you to have a look. However, the figures of those people are not even 1% as good as Zixiao's. I don't even know why they like to look. I find it extremely boring. It's just that their postures are a little interesting. Jiang Pingji spent her youth in a training camp for genetic warriors. Some of her comrades who were not too serious bullied her because she was young. They teased her and said that it was interesting. Jiang Pingji actually looked at them all seriously. However, her insight was too terrifying. Those people were like skeletons in her eyes. She could not see what was good about them. Jiang Pingji said again, shall we try it when we return? Wei Ci was speechless. He immediately supported his forehead with one hand, revealing a pair of red ears. My lord, if you continue to be like this, I'll really be angry. He was fierce like a baby. Jiang Pingji smiled and said, okay. I'll change. Don't be angry. As an apology, how about I tell you a piece of good news? The flame that Wei Ci had just ignited was extinguished with a puff. What news? Jiang Pingji said, Yang Tao has surrendered. Wei Ci was pleasantly surprised. When did you receive the news? Jiang Pingji said, just now. I'll probably receive the battle report in another 10 to 20 days. She was a fresh, tender and juicy European emperor. The person who had transmigrated was Yang Tao's son's wet nurse. Chapter 1582. Ever since the first episode of A Thousand Years in a Dream, the lucky guy in the live streaming room had been through hundreds of battles. What had he not seen? Some of them were men dressed as women, some were women dressed as men, and some were dressed as non-human animals. There was no trace of where they landed or who they were. Some people were luckier and might be able to meet the streamer or the little angel under the streamer's account. They might even be able to bring back some local specialties, or souvenirs. Some people were less lucky and would only transmigrate for 12 hours, returning without doing anything. It was precisely because of this unknown and variability that the idle fish especially liked to watch the European emperor's transmigration. They treated it like a wild variety show. There were even video websites that, in order to attract traffic, would edit a 12-hour-long video into a 1-hour variety show, adding various special effects, which actually attracted a lot of views. The lucky emperor would also receive a certain reward. It was a win-win situation. Some people who had nothing better to do would even launch a poll on the internet to guess whether the next European emperor would be a man or a woman, a human or an animal, a woman in a man's clothes or a man in a woman's clothes or a normal gender. In Jiang Pingji's opinion, it was really boring. Time flew by and a brand new European king was about to appear. The salted fishes were especially excited every time this day came, and they used the speed of 20 years of being single to snatch a spot. Only by grabbing a seat in the live broadcast room would one be qualified to compete for the 1 in 5 million chance to become the real chosen one. Tudu Faccio, haha, I got a spot and punch in. What time does Dream of a Millennium start today? Upstairs is a devil. You animals, did you build a commercial building in the live broadcast room? Zizai Xiaoyao, Sai, I also want to buy a house in the streamer studio, but the price is too high. I can't afford it. Zizai Gezi, I'm waiting for the lucky draw. I went to Jintai Temple in Zhuhai to burn incense and pray to Buddha. While the salted fish were chattering and making a ruckus, Jiang Pingji brazenly took advantage of Wei Ci. She avoided the camera in the streaming room in a petty manner and used herself to block their line of sight. The salted fish could only see Wei Ci being hugged and kissed by her, but they could not see the details. She was openly giving out dog food. At first, the salted fishes would rise up in revolt, but after a while they became numb to it. Some of the naughty salted fish would even watch the live stream while eating white rice. Together with the dog food distributed by the streamer, it was a delightful sight. Congratulations to the audience, Free Legs, for winning a slot in the X phase of the Dream of a Thousand Years event. As soon as the results came out, the newly minted European king said to his teammates, I'm going to transmigrate, you guys take care of yourselves. He cruelly unplugged his desktop computer and rolled around on the bed with his phone in his hand. However, he soon lost his smile. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? He was holding a soft, milky bun in his arms, and the brain was grabbing the front of his shirt with its two little hands, and burying its little head in his chest. Every time the child tugged, the European emperor would tremble. He was frozen on the spot, not knowing what to do. 5 million salted fish happily peeked through the small window to see the European emperor. They were shocked, and the bullet screen was filled with exclamation marks, question marks, and ellipses. Zizai Xiaoyao, colon? Guoguang apple, oh my god. Spectacle circle. Sexy European king feeding milk online? This bullet screen expressed everyone's thoughts. Very soon the salted fish, whose hand speed was off the charts, became a trending topic. Cat Demon King, cough cough European Emperor, be careful. Don't throw the child out of fear. This child might be the child of this body. In fact, when the European Emperor first came over, he was so scared that he wanted to throw the child out. However, this body had been holding the child for too long. His hands were numb and his knees were stiff, so he could not put his action into practice. Yin's error and Yang's mistake saved his life. The European Emperor, Ing Qa Qing. The chubby child spat out the thing in his mouth after a while, and groped for the other side. He did not know that the wet nurse who was hugging him had changed her core. Naturally, she did not understand his actions. He was anxious because he could not get any milk. The European Emperor panicked even more. Fortunately, the system kindly reminded him, so he knew to continue feeding the little ancestor in his arms to the other side. After tasting the food, the little fellow closed his eyes in satisfaction and continued. The European Emperor, who was at a loss, suddenly thought of a very serious problem. When he changed sides just now, did he see anything that he should not have seen in the live streaming room? Although it was not his own body, it was still very shameful to be exposed in front of so many people. Fortunately, the system warmly reminded him that there was a real-time code that would protect the privacy of the experiencer. The European emperor then heaved a sigh of relief. What sigh of relief? He was about to suffocate. Ouch! The European emperor did not have much experience, so he could not tell how old the child in his arms was. However, he knew that the child had small teeth that were like glutinous rice. When he was feeding, he accidentally bit a weak spot. It was so painful that tears almost came out of his eyes. However, he did not know the identity of this body, so he did not dare to act rashly, let alone beat the child up. The child smacked his lips in satisfaction when the food on both sides was swept clean. The European emperor was a first-year student. He was gentle, and occasionally indulged in RPG games. He did not have any bad habits. As for children, he did not like them, but he did not hate them either. Especially babies who did not cry or make a fuss, he could not harden his heart. He just felt a little wronged. It was not easy for him to transmigrate, but now he was being used as a milk bottle. The salted fish guided him from afar. The European emperor clumsily picked up the child vertically and let the child lie on his shoulder. He patted the child's back until the child burped with a milky fragrance. According to the salted fish, it was said that this was to prevent the child from choking on milk after eating too much. What's your name? The European emperor observed his surroundings while feeding. He found that the decorations around him did not look like an ordinary house, and the clothes the body was wearing were not bad either. "Sai, who are you to me?" The European emperor asked the child again. When he was about to ask the third question, the system notified him that someone was approaching. The European emperor immediately shut his mouth. "Little Langjun, are you full?" The woman who came in was a servant in her early 20s. Her hair was combed into a bun. "Yes." The European emperor answered according to the system's instructions. The less he said, the more mistakes he would make. The servant took the European emperor and the child to another room. On the way, they passed by a courtyard, and the European emperor's sharp ears heard a familiar voice. "Yang Si? Yanlin? Yang Tao? How did the three of them get together?" For a moment, all kinds of conspiracy theories surfaced in his mind. Could it be that the thick-browed, big-eyed boy Yang Si betrayed the revolution? No, betrayed the host? He was so absorbed in his thoughts that the child in his arms felt uncomfortable. He suddenly burst into tears, which startled the people in the room. The European emperor held the child helplessly and blinked innocently at the servant who led the way. Chapter 1583. The servant woman scolded, "Aren't you going to coax the little Langjun? If you disturb the big shots in the house, how many lives do you have to pay?" This servant woman was not very old. To be honest, she was only 1 or 2 years older than the European emperor. She was about the same as a junior or senior. However, a junior or senior was only a young girl in society, but the servant woman in front of him was the inner courtyard manager who assisted Yan Shuxian in taking care of dozens of people in the backyard. In modern times, she could be regarded as the general manager of a medium-sized company. Her aura was very oppressive. The European emperor secretly swallowed his grievances and coaxed the crying little boy. He almost whispered in a pleading tone, "Little ancestor, please don't cry, okay? If you cry again, I will cry for you. I didn't pay attention to strangle you just now." The servant woman was a few steps away from the European emperor. The European emperor was begging baby in his arms with a voice that was almost in his mouth, so the servant woman did not hear what he said. Seeing that the little Langjun had not stopped crying, the servant woman's face fell. She was about to say something when she heard footsteps coming from the house. When the servant woman saw that it was Yang Tao, she immediately saluted and greeted him. The European emperor reacted a few beats slower. He saluted the boy in his arms and looked down to see a pair of feet wearing snow-white socks and wooden clogs. As he was guessing who this person was, the boy in his arms stopped crying and stretched out his hands to the person. Most of his body leaned toward the person. The European emperor was so scared that he hugged the boy tightly. The person seemed to notice his panic and worry and said gently, "It's okay. Let me hold him for a while." The little Bei was particularly well behaved in Yang Tao's arms. His watery black grape-like eyes were covered with some water vapor, looking pitiful and cute. "I have never seen such a clever little Langjun. Did he cry to attract your attention because he knew that Lord Jingzhou was in the house?" The European emperor twisted his sleeves anxiously, for fear that others would find out that the child was crying because he was strangling him. This was not a society ruled by law. The servants had no human rights. If they offended the master, they would be beaten to death. At this time, the European emperor heard the sound of nature. Xiao Rongrong, the handsome Yangtze, who he usually ridiculed for having no moral integrity, actually stood up for him and cleverly covered up the fault of the European emperor. At the same time, he praised the child. Even though O Huang had yet to enter society and the workplace, he knew that Yangtze was someone who knew how to talk. As a father, which father didn't like to hear such praises? Little Bei Bei did not know how to express himself, and he was at an age where he was full of energy and forgetful. When he saw his father, whom he liked very much, he forgot everything else and just pestered him to play. Seeing that the child was fine, Yang Tao naturally did not notice and believed Yangtze's words of praise. My son likes to pester people when he's young. I've let Envoy Yangtze a joke. Yang Tao took a few breaths of his son's milk fragrance and revealed a bright and beautiful smile. Even Yangtze, an outsider, could feel that Yang Tao really liked this son. Yangtze chuckled to himself. This Duke of Jingzhou was indeed a peculiar person. He was exceptionally family-oriented and loved his own flesh and blood. Where are you going? Yang Tao casually asked. O Huang still hung his head down and did not dare to look up. He silently looked at the bullet screen and judged the reactions of Yang Tao and the others. On such occasions, the female servant at the side would naturally answer, and it was not his turn to interrupt. Of course, the most important thing was that he did not know what to say. QQ agreed. In fact, it was nothing much. It was just that Madame Yen Shushen missed her son and wanted to see if the new wet nurse was to her liking. Hearing that it was a trivial matter in the inner residence, Yang Tao kissed his son, handed Bei Bei back to O Huang and said, Go, don't let Madame wait for too long. O Huang had been following the live stream for many years. When he was free, he liked to browse the forum of the Empress and look at the posts that were sorted out by big hands. Since the start of the Dream of 1,000 Years event, these posts had been pinned at the top all year round. Everyone who had the ambition to become O Huang would look at the contents of these posts. Perhaps one day they would be lucky enough to transmigrate. In order not to expose themselves, they still had to understand the basics. Upon hearing Yang Tao's words, O Huang replied in a low voice. Other than looking a little shy, there was nothing strange about him. However, after O Huang left with the servant woman, Yang Tao found that Yangtze still had a thoughtful look on his face as he stared at the back of the wet nurse. Yang Tao thought about the rumors about this person and his eyebrows twitched. Before Yangtze and Feng Zhen settled down, they were both prodigal sons. However, Feng Zhen was unrestrained in the open, while Yangtze was coquettish in the dark. Their reputations to the outside world were also different. Everyone knew how unrestrained Feng Zhen was, but they didn't pay much attention to Yangtze, who was more low-key. Of course, as a former opponent, it was impossible for Yang Tao not to know the information of the main members of the enemy. This Yangtze also didn't seem to be a very reliable person. Yang Tao thought for a while and tried to ask, Messenger Yang, do you know that wet nurse? Yangtze withdrew his gaze and said, I don't know her, but she is a little. Yang Tao was shocked and asked, What is a little? Could it be that there was a problem with the identity of this wet nurse? If that was the case, he definitely couldn't let this woman get close to his son. Who knew what she was thinking? Yangtze saw Yang Tao's grave expression and knew that the other party had misunderstood. He couldn't help but cough lightly to smooth things over. This person's side profile is somewhat similar to my wife's, and I was dazed when I saw her. Speaking of which, my wife also gave birth last year. I haven't seen her for a long time, and the child can recognize people now. Yang Tao didn't know that Yangtze was actually married. However, Yangtze was already over 30 years old, so it was normal for him to have a wife and a daughter. When he looked at the unfamiliar wet nurse just now, he was also touched by the scene and thought of his wife and daughter at home. Yang Tao expressed that he could understand. Yang Tao was easy to fool, but Yang Tao's external brain Yan Lin was not so easy to fool. First of all, he had never heard that Yangtze had a family. The so-called wife and daughter were most likely not legally married, and it was still a question whether they existed. Second, Yangtze's eyes didn't show attachment to his wife and daughter at all. It was more like he had seen something interesting and his curiosity was aroused. His mouth was full of nonsense and it was unknown how many of his words were true. When Yang Tao heard that Yangtze's daughter was the same age as his son, he joked, A son and a daughter. Maybe we can be in-laws in the future. Logically speaking, Yangtze's status wasn't high enough to be Yang Tao's in-laws. Even if Yang Tao was a fallen feudal lord and Yangtze was an important official in Jiang Pingji's camp, the current concept of bloodline meant that no matter how high Yangtze climbed, his children would still be at a disadvantage. Yang Si didn't take Yang Tao's suggestion seriously, but he also felt that it was appropriate and had a good impression of Yang Tao. Yan Lin, who was standing at the side, quietly poured a bucket of cold water on him. People of the same surname don't marry. Yang Si couldn't bear to see Yan Lin gloating, so his mouth moved faster than his brain and said, "It doesn't matter. My daughter will follow my wife's surname." As soon as he said that, Yang Si wanted to slap himself. Chapter 1584. Yan Lin and Yang Tao on the other hand were shocked. Children, follow my mother's surname? Unheard of. Even if the husband and wife divorced, there was no reason for the child to follow the mother's surname. Could it be that Yang Si's wife and daughter were fabricated? Yang Tao was a little confused. He secretly asked his lost friend with his eyes, how should he continue this topic? After a while Yang Si said, "Many years ago, my lord agreed to the decision of the soldiers in the female battalion to have an independent household. Although it's not perfect, it's possible for one household to have two households. My wife's background is special, so it's unlikely that she will be registered under my household register. It's fine if the child takes her surname." Hearing this, Yang Tao and Yan Lin became curious about Yang Si's wife, who had never been heard of before. According to Yang Si's analysis, Yang Si's wife was most likely a member of the women's camp. Based on Yan Lin's understanding of Yang Si, this man looked casual, but he was actually very demanding. His wife couldn't be an ordinary soldier either. She might be someone with a military rank or a real power. In this chaotic world, it was not easy for men or women to reach this stage. This was because the ways of the world were harsher and stricter to women. If a woman wanted to reach the same height, she had to put in more effort and toil than a man. From this, it could be seen how outstanding that woman was. She was good in every aspect, but unfortunately she was blind. Why was it snatched away by Yang Si? Yan Lin was hesitant, but Yang Tao was much more casual. He asked directly, "If that's the case, I'm curious. What is your wife's name?" Yang Si hesitated for a moment. After all, his relationship with Colonel Jiang was tacitly acknowledged by everyone, but it had not been made public yet. "My wife's surname is Jiang." Martial artists did not have so many elaborate formalities, but Yang Si was a scholar. It was impossible for him to casually tell his wife's maiden name to a man outside. Yan Lin and Yang Tao thought of a girl at the same time. Yang Tao was shocked. Could it be Jiang Nongqin, Field Officer Jiang? Yang Si said, "It's my wife." The number of warriors under Jiang Pingji's command wasn't small, but it wasn't large either. Apart from a few who had the ability to command troops independently, most of them came from the wilderness. Their shortcomings were very obvious. They could fight battles but they couldn't lead troops. As the only female general who held military power, Jiang Nongqin was naturally the center of attention. According to the information obtained by the spies, this female general had always been unmarried. When did she have a husband and a daughter? Yang Tao looked at Yang Si with some eagerness in his eyes. If the child betrothal before was a joke, then this time it was a little serious. Anyway, Yang Si had agreed just now. Yang Tao only needed to go with the flow. Yang Si was miserable. He tried to refuse, but Yan Lin interrupted him. Yang Si was not in the mood to think about the wet nurse. Why was he thinking about this wet nurse? Of course, it was not because Yang Si had taken a fancy to her, but because of something else. To be precise, Yang Si had encountered a total of 2 mountain ghosts. Although these mountain ghosts didn't have any ill intentions, there was a saying that went, "Those who are not of our race are bound to have different intentions." Yang Si couldn't guarantee that these mountain ghosts wouldn't cause trouble at the critical moment. He carefully recalled the details of his brief interaction with Mountain Ghost, trying to find a common characteristic between the two. Because of his strong memory, recalling the details was like dragging the mouse to watch a video frame by frame, not missing a single detail. He didn't make any progress until he saw the wet nurse today. His heart was filled with good fortune and a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. He found a clue. Do they have anything in common? Yes. Whether it was the first mountain ghost of the fisherwoman, or the second mountain ghost of the physician, Yang Si had close contact with them. The first mountain ghost, a fisherwoman, sat on the deck and taught Chi Kuang shipbuilding. From his perspective, Yang Si could see her neck. It was faintly green, but he didn't take it seriously at the time. That was also the first time. How could Yang Si know that mountain ghosts would appear so frequently? The discovery of the second mountain ghost of the physician was purely an accident. Yang Si found that the other party's behavior was unusual. She wasn't from the women's camp, but she had more advanced and skilled trauma suturing skills than the women's camp medics. The soldiers sent out to investigate also got some clues from the fishermen. They all agreed that this doctor's medical skills were ordinary and there had never been a precedent of suturing. Thinking of the mountain ghost, Yang Si lied to the other party. As expected, the person gave himself away. Yang Si was very close at that time. With his height advantage, he did see some green lines on the back of the other party's neck. After a few hours, the mountain ghost left and the doctor returned to normal. From this, it could be seen that the mountain ghost stayed for a limited time, which confirmed the first mountain ghost story. When it was the turn of the third mountain ghost, the other party kept her head down the entire time. Her collar was relatively short, revealing a section of green lines. When Yang Si saw this, he suddenly thought of the two mountain ghosts from before. If this was the mark of the mountain ghost's possession, didn't it mean that there was something wrong with the wet nurse? Thinking of this, Yang Si secretly tested Yang Tao. From Yang Tao, he learned that Yen Shuxian, who was in charge of the inner residence, valued the child's new wet nurse very much. She didn't hire anyone with a bad smell, an ugly appearance, a lazy personality, a loose mouth, or a damaged skin. Among them, tattoos belonged to the category of damaged skin. In other words, this tattoo should have been obtained after the successful application. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to be hired. Although Yang Si didn't learn from the rangers to get tattoos to show off, he also knew that after the tattoo was done, the skin would feel uncomfortable for a while and it would take time to recuperate. This wet nurse had only been in office for a day or two. There was no time for the tattoo to return to normal. All kinds of inferences suggested that the wet nurse was most likely a mountain ghost. Only a wild spirit would have the ability to do something that didn't make sense to this extent. After coming to this conclusion, Yang Si wanted to meet the mountain ghost of the wet nurse. Not knowing that he was being watched by Yang Si, Lucky Emperor shuddered secretly. When Yen Shuxian met Lucky Emperor, she saw that he was a little shy but very dutiful. Her son also liked to drink his milk, so she allowed him to stay. Although Lucky Emperor didn't know how to chat, he could copy the flirtatious words from the Empress's forum. This amused Yen Shuxian, who had been depressed recently. The 5 million salted fishes were secretly jealous. They thought that Lucky Emperor would have a good show to watch when he was breastfeeding. They didn't expect him to turn around and flirt with a girl. Not only was he flirting with a girl, but the girl was actually Yang Tao's wife, Yen Lin's biological sister. This made the fans of both families grit their teeth in jealousy. Soon Lucky Emperor was out of luck. What? Because Yang Si found an excuse to see him. The salted fishes were stunned when they heard this. Could it be that the theme of today's live broadcast wasn't sexy Lucky Emperor breastfeeding, but scumbag Yang Si cheating on a woman online? A grown man suddenly wanted to see a married woman who was crouching in the inner courtyard breastfeeding. Put together, it made people's imagination run wild. Lucky Emperor didn't think it was messy enough. He asked anxiously, "If Master Yang wants to sleep with me, do you think I should comply or not?" The salted fishes were speechless. Chapter 1585. Although the European Emperor was flirtatious, when he met Yang Si, he couldn't say anything. "Nice to meet you, messenger." The European Emperor bowed to Yang Si as soon as he came up. He was trembling with fear and looked pitiful, which made Yang Si think that he was scary. "Do you know why I called you here?" Yang Si's eyes were as cold as water. He didn't deliberately use his aura to suppress the European Emperor, but the European Emperor felt terrified. It was like playing with a mobile phone by the window in high school. The teacher was standing outside the window and looking at the back of the European Emperor's head with a cold face. Unspoken rules? The European Emperor was also scared and very nervous. When he realized what he had said, he quickly changed his words. "I didn't mean that. I don't know why you called me here." Yang Si listened to the European Emperor's lame speech with a cold face. He seamlessly switched between servant, and servant. The European Emperor was too nervous. As an otaku who had just graduated from high school and entered college for less than 2 months, he blushed when talking to a girl. He dared to say all kinds of flirtatious words through the internet, but when it came to face, he couldn't even say a word. He was timid, weak, and pitiful. Yang Si also noticed this. He simply got up and walked to the European Emperor. The European Emperor was afraid to look at Yang Si. He lowered his head slightly and stared at Yang Si's socks. He thought to himself, "There's no foot odor?" Yang Si didn't know the European Emperor's flirtatious words. In front of the 5 million people, he touched the European emperor's neck with his 2 fingertips. He curled his fingers slightly, and there was indeed a green line on the back of the European emperor's neck. Before he could react, the European emperor jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The bullet screen in the streaming room was in an uproar. Jiang Pingji, who was far away in Zhanjiang Pass, also stared at Yang Si. What are you doing? The European emperor grabbed his clothes with one hand and covered the back of his neck with the other. His cheeks were flushed and his eyes were slightly red. He was obviously dressed like a married woman, but he revealed the shyness of a virgin girl. He cried out involuntarily, "How dare you sleep with me?" Yang Si looked at his fingers and was stunned for a moment. Then he immediately burst out laughing. "I don't even know if you're a man or a woman. Did I sleep with you?" Yang Si was not a fool. From the tone and context in which the European emperor mentioned the unspoken rules twice, he roughly guessed what the unspoken rules meant. It was most likely something between a man and a woman. Even though he had settled down now, Yang Si was still a veteran when he was young. What kind of beauty had he not seen before? No matter how bad his taste was, he wouldn't fall for a married woman, right? Tell me honestly, why did you sneak into Yang Tao's residence? The more a person liked to laugh and act coquettishly, the more pressure they would give others when they were serious. Looking at Yang Si, Europe King was so scared that he almost cried, especially when Yang Si's dagger was still on his neck. What are you doing? I didn't provoke you." Yang Si sneered and spat out 2 words, which made the European emperor's body stiffen. Mountain ghost. Lucky Emperor was lying on the ground, and Yang Si's dagger was placed across his neck. The back of his neck was facing Yang Si, and the green tattoo was particularly eye-catching. This should be the sign of a mountain ghost possessing a mortal's body, right? Yang Si's fingers brushed past the skin, and there was no protrusion. It was as if it was not stabbed by an external force, but more like it was coming out from the inside. "I don't care how you mountain ghosts run around. I owe a debt of gratitude to your kind. I won't do anything to you because of this debt of gratitude. However, you have to tell me your purpose in coming to Yang Tao's residence. Don't you know that Yang Tao wants to surrender to my master? If something happens now, how many twists and turns will there be?" Both the European emperor and the salted fish in the live broadcast room were shocked by this turn of events. Sure enough, transmigration was not an easy job. These ancient people were more cunning than the other. Compared to them, Yang Si was more like a mountain spirit. Driven by a strong desire to live, the European emperor stammered, "I really don't have any bad intentions. I'm still confused. I'm a man and I haven't even found a girlfriend yet, but I'm being used as a milk bottle by a child. I'm really at a disadvantage. I'm not a nanny." If he had known this earlier, he would have sat in front of the computer and continued to play games. It was better to nurse his teammates than to be breastfed by a little kid. Yang Si was speechless. Letting go of the dagger, the European emperor looked like a good woman who had been forced. Yang Si felt a headache coming on. "I've met a total of 3 mountain ghosts. The first one knows shipbuilding skills and the second one is excellent at suturing wounds. What do you know?" In the face of such a blatant question, the European emperor's fragile heart shattered. He knelt down with a thud, looking as if he had suffered a great blow. "I admit that they're all big shots, but I'm just a rookie. However, I'm good at nursing people and I'm proficient at it. If you were my teammate, I could help you ascend to the 12th stage." Yang Si was speechless. The 12th stage. He tried his best to analyze the European emperor's words and frowned. "I'm just an ordinary person. I can't cultivate and ascend." He could also hear that there were differences in the mountain ghosts. The first 2 were most likely accomplished in a certain aspect, but the one in front of him, perhaps even Yang Tao's son, could bully him. Thinking of this, Yang Si felt that it was boring and uninteresting. However, the mountain ghost in front of him was so innocent and harmless. Perhaps he could get some information out of him? Thinking of this, Yang Si's stomach began to rumble with black water. Didn't they say that mountain ghosts rarely appear in the world? Why are you guys possessing mortals one after another? The European emperor broke out in a cold sweat. He bit his lower lip and did not know how to answer. If he answered incorrectly, he might cause trouble to the people who came after him. Yang Si was too shrewd and it was difficult for him to lie. One was deliberately trying to get information out of him, and the other was guilty and afraid. Yang Si trying to get information out of him was easier than eating and drinking. Not long after, Yang Si found out from the other party that the mountain ghosts did not appear in groups. They would appear once every 7 days and randomly possess a living creature. There are tens of millions of living people in the world and there are countless other living creatures. Why did I encounter 3 mountain ghosts in a few months? The European emperor said with a bitter face. Maybe it's because you're too lucky. The European emperor who encountered Yang Si was really unlucky, especially himself. He was simply unlucky. Yang Si asked, when did you possess this person? The European emperor looked at the time and said, 2 hours ago. He would possess a person for 7 days, and each possession would last for 12 hours. Yang Si silently noted down the time and pattern. It's not my place to interfere if you want to travel the world. However, I have a piece of advice that you should keep in mind. Yang Si's expression turned cold. What advice? Yang Si said, don't do anything that will hurt my master or hinder my master's hegemony. The European emperor was silent for a moment. He never expected that little Rong Rong would have the attributes of a loyal dog. The anchor was really a woman that made people envious and jealous. Yang Si sneered and said, the tattoos on the back of your necks can't be concealed if you possess them, right? The European emperor looked confused and did not understand what Yang Si was talking about. Yang Si was speechless. Chapter 1586. Perhaps it was because the onlookers saw the game more clearly than the players. The salted fish would not be able to react to Yang Si's aura in person, but when they watched the live broadcast through the screen, their reaction speed was very fast. This was probably due to the bombardment of palace dramas. How scary the women in the palace dramas were. It was as if every word and every look carried a deep meaning. At this time, every salted fish was like a detective with an IQ of more than 200, using a magnifying glass to dig out every hidden meaning. Of course, the salted fish would not be as nervous as the lucky emperor, so their brains worked quickly and they quickly figured out what he meant. Yudiandu, well, did I hear it wrong? Is Boss Yang Si threatening us? Tudu Feichio, no, you didn't hear it wrong. He is threatening us and it's a ridiculous threat. We are all the streamer's sweet little cotton-padded jackets. How could we do anything to hinder the streamer's hegemony? Xiao Sisi's worried look is so cute. Guangchang Wuwang, that's not the point. The point is that the streamer saw Yang Si secretly expressing his loyalty. This boss will have a rich future in the future. The most important thing is that he has taken a big step toward marrying Jiang Xiaowei. If Jiang Xiaowei knew about this, her favorability would be off the charts. As salted fish who liked any popular couple, they once supported Jiang Peng and GX Jiang Nongqing's Frost Jiang. However, the streamer still chose Wei Ci, who was more popular. This made many lesbian fans of the cute couple wring their hands. Even though Jiang Nongqing and Yang Si had become a couple in the past 2 years, and they even got pregnant and gave birth to a daughter, the group of lesbian fans did not climb over the wall. Instead, they imagined a sadomasochistic love story. At the same time, they were even more happy to see Yang Si's recent situation of being a father and still being single. To return a beauty, one had to first increase the favorability of the lord, rival in love. It was a sour feeling. Looking at the salted fish's bullet screen, the originally nervous and afraid Oh Huang could not hold it in anymore. He burst out laughing. Yang Si's eyes narrowed and he asked, what are you laughing at? Oh no. The lucky emperor's cheeks, which had been flushed with great difficulty, turned pale again. He said, I just think you are thinking too much. I have no ill intentions. Whether the lucky emperor was swearing or something else, Yang Si would not easily believe him. He remained vigilant. Those who are not of the same race will surely have different intentions. Mountain Ghost was not a human, so how could he believe everything? After asking what he needed to ask, Yang Si let the European emperor leave. He didn't expect the European emperor to hesitate. He wanted to say something but he didn't. Yang Si asked, is there anything else? If there was nothing else he would leave quickly. He still had to think of an excuse and write a letter to inform his lord of what had happened today. The European emperor blushed and said shyly, can you give me an autograph? Yang Si laughed involuntarily. You mountain ghosts like to collect signatures from mortals so much? It seemed like the first fisherwoman mountain ghost he met also asked Yang Si and the others for an autograph before she left, saying that she would take it back as a souvenir. I think you have a bright future ahead of you. Maybe you'll be a famous person in the history books. Your handwriting is worth collecting. Even though there was a lucky star born every 7 days, there were only a few people who had the chance to get close to Jiang Pingji and the others. Their autographs and personal accessories were all sold at high prices. The European emperor was not greedy. If he asked Yang Si for an expensive item, it was unlikely that Yang Si would agree. It was the same as a stranger asking for a mobile phone. However, if it was just an autograph, the European emperor felt that there was still hope. The lousy RPG game that he was obsessed with was too reliant on configuration. Unfortunately, he was poor and had no money to replace the expensive game notebook for that lousy game. If he had Yang Xi's autograph and auctioned it online, he would have the money for the game notebook. He would have a lot of fun playing games in the future. In order to achieve his goal, the European emperor even said good things against his will and flattered Yang Xi. As a person with backbone, if it wasn't for the small amount of money to buy the game notebook, he wouldn't have given in to Yang Xi. Yang Xi said with a smile, "That sounds nice. Since it sounds nice, sign a few more autographs for me." He took advantage of the situation and said, "Getting rich depends on you, big boobs." Yang Xi was speechless. He suddenly felt that his previous conspiracy theories and worries were all for nothing. Why was he worried that the mountain ghosts might hinder his lord's hegemony and threaten his lord's safety? If the mountain ghosts were so naive and easy to fool, Yang Xi would be worried about this race. Would they really die because of their naivety? Seeing this, the European emperor said, "Why do I feel that your expression and eyes seem to be despising me?" Yang Xi denied it 3 times. "No, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense." The European emperor happily took Yang Xi's autograph and his well wishes and left, leaving Yang Xi alone in a dilemma. He drew the tattoo on Empress O's neck with a good stroke and frowned slightly. Even though he was experienced and knowledgeable, he couldn't figure out the origin or meaning of the lines. "Forget it. Since one appears every 7 days, I'll just be careful in the future." If the mountain ghosts could hide the tattoo on the back of their neck, they wouldn't have exposed themselves in 3 consecutive times. If the mountain ghosts were really a threat, Yang Xi could also use the pattern of their appearance and the symbol on the back of their neck to guard against them. The appearance of the European emperor was just an interlude. Yang Tao's surrender was the big deal. Using the European emperor's perspective, Jiang Pingji roughly pieced together what happened over there. The Nie family isn't a threat for the time being. Let them fight amongst themselves. But Shui's side is too restless and needs to be taught a lesson. Jiang Pingji said to Wei Ci, "Yang Tao's surrender has to be done by me personally. It's inconvenient for Jing Rong and the rest, and many things aren't easy to settle." Even though Yang Tao had surrendered, he was once a feudal lord and he had taken the initiative to surrender. It was different from being defeated and captured. It wasn't appropriate for Yang Xi and the rest to show up, so they could only settle him down and wait for Jiang Pingji to come over and deal with it. A portion of the troops were left at Zhangjiang Pass to prevent the Nie family from making any changes. The rest could be pulled to Zhangzhou and try to take down Nanxing before the Nie family recovered. Once Nanxing was taken down, Zhongzhou would no longer be a concern. To prevent any accidents, Jiang Pingji specially asked Qiguan Rang, Sun Wen, and the rest to stay. If the opportunity to attack Zhongzhou was ripe, they didn't need Jiang Pingji's consent. This was considered a complete delegation of power. Qiguan Rang said, "The situation in Nanxing is unclear. Why don't you bring more people over, my lord? We can be at ease." Jiang Pingji asked, "Wenjing, do you have any suggestions?" Qiguan Rang glanced in Wei Ci's direction and said, "Zixiao is cautious and thoughtful. He has also gone deep into Nanxing and has a good understanding of the situation there. My lord, you can bring him over. In addition, General Bai Ning is from Nanxing. Maybe he can be of use." Bai Ning was just an extra. Qiguan Rang's goal was still Wei Ci. His lord was too self-disciplined. As a subject, he was also worried. He could only find an opportunity to get the two of them together. Maybe one day, the goddess of children would appear and send the young lord over? Why would Wei Ci stay at Zhangjiang Pass? It wasn't that he had to be there, but the young lord really had to be there. Jiang Pingji silently glanced at Qiguan Rang. Qiguan Rang silently looked back at her without a hint of fear. Feeling helpless, she said in private, "We're still at war. Be serious." Chapter 1587. I've lived for more than 70 years, but this is the first time I've been hastened. I feel like I have an additional mother-in-law. She needed time to prepare for the journey to Zhangzhou. As the Lord, Jiang Pingji did not need to be busy. Naturally, someone would arrange everything for her. She had nothing to do and told Wei Ci about Qiguan Rang hastening his pregnancy. The latter's expression was like an overturned pallet. Jiang Pingji thought he was puzzled about the 70-plus years. She smiled faintly and explained, "The world I lived in my previous life is very different from this place. Ordinary people can easily live to 150 or 200 years old. Those who are strong and talented can even break through the limit and live to 300 or 400 years. As for me, although I have this potential, I'll most likely die in the line of duty because of my job. Don't think that I'm very old at 40 years old in my previous life. According to the average lifespan of this world, I'm considered to have just reached adulthood. I'm still young. Jiang Pingji emphasized the word young. She did not want others to say that she was an old cow that ate young grass. Moreover, Wei Xi's age in his previous life was not as young as Jiang Pingji's. Wei Xi laughed and said, "No, my lord, you've misunderstood. I'm just curious, where did the term mother-in-law come from?" If the lord compared Qiguan Rang to a mother-in-law, wouldn't Wei Xi have an additional mother for no reason? Jiang Pengji said matter-of-factly, "Have you ever seen a father-in-law urge his son-in-law to have an heir as soon as possible? Usually it was the mother-in-law or mother-in-law who hastened the pregnancy." Wei Xi held his forehead speechlessly. Was that the main point? Wasn't the main point why Wen Zheng was a mother-in-law, and not a mother-in-law? Wei Xi felt relieved after thinking about it. His lord could not be the one who married, and he did not want to have a mother-in-law like Qiguan Rang. No matter which one it was, it sounded like a nightmare. Wen Zheng is also confused because of his concern. Wei Xi looked like he understood. As someone who had been through it, he had been anxious about the young lord's affairs in his previous life. He never expected the emperor to take a fancy to him. He inexplicably felt like he had shot himself in the foot. Wei Xi's mind was wandering. Jiang Pingji's words pulled him back to the human world. Jiang Pingji smiled and said, "A few days ago he sent people into the mountains to look for wild animals that nourish yin and strengthen yang. Do you feel that your diet has changed?" Upon hearing this, Wei Xi's face immediately turned a little livid. Seeing his cute reaction, Jiang Pingji couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Wenjing, you're really... It's fine if you don't help Ci, but why are you mocking me?" Wei Ci held back for a long time but could not find the right words. Jiang Pingji, on the other hand, smiled happily and leaned half of her body toward him. To prevent Jiang Pingji from falling to the ground, Wei Ci stretched out his hands to support her. From an outsider's point of view, the two of them were in an intimate position. A third person could not intervene. How is this a mockery? Jiang Pingji cupped his cheeks with both hands and took a deep breath. Wei Ci turned his head with difficulty to avoid her and said with difficulty, "One must not have sex in broad daylight." Even though the two of them had a relationship that was not supposed to have, Wei Ci was still conservative in his bones. He was very conflicted about his lord's frequent intimacy. She was clearly very happy in her heart, but when she sobered up, she felt ashamed. From time to time this would happen. Wei Ci even suspected that he was the femme fatale in the eyes of others, seducing the originally wise and mighty monarch into indulging in his beauty. Even the Empress in her previous life was not so passionate and open. She was especially reserved in her feelings and was even as indifferent as water. Jiang Pingji glanced at the clothes of the two of them. They had not taken off a single piece. This can be considered as sex in broad daylight? She smiled and said, "Zixiao's standards for sex in broad daylight are really low." Wei Ci coughed lightly. Seeing that Jiang Pingji's eyes seemed to have a strange look, he understood and changed the topic with a strong desire to survive. "Speaking of Wenjing's matter, I'm afraid it's not his idea alone." Jiang Pingji could not help but laugh, but she did not expose Wei Ci's lame actions. "Young lord, what will come will come. No matter what, we have to wait until Nanxing and Zhongzhou are conquered. Only when the world is stable can I have the energy to consider the matter of the heir." Due to the limitations of technology in this era, Jiang Pingji could not enjoy the benefits of waiting for a baby to be born after an operation. She had to give birth to the heir herself. Women used their bodies to give birth to life. There were many inconveniences in life. She had to make thorough preparations before considering this. "Anyway, our bodies are not bad and we don't have bad habits. Maybe we can have a child in one go." Wei Ci agreed with this. In the previous life, Her Highness Jiang Yan was born not long after their first time. At that time, their physical conditions were not as good as in this life. From the time Her Majesty discovered that she was pregnant to the time she gave birth, everything went smoothly. Her Highness Jiang Yan was born in only 2 hours. However, there was an unforeseen event when she gave birth to Wei Kong. The delivery room was mixed with something evil. It was difficult to give birth to that unfilial son after a day and a night. When talking about children, Wei Ci was easily distracted. "My lord is in good health. You can have the young lord at any time." On the other hand, Wenjing and the others have to wait. Jiang Pingji said, "What is obtained too easily is often not cherished. Let them look forward to it so much that their necks grow, and they will know how to cherish it." Wuxia thought of the previous life and could not help but laugh. My lord, aren't you afraid that the young lord will be spoiled? Do you think that's possible? They don't even spoil their own children. How can they spoil the young lord? Jiang Pingji had seen the children of the next generation. None of them were crooked, especially Fengzhen's family. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be straight. That's true. They are already deeply grateful to have a young lord. They look forward to becoming dragons and phoenixes. How would they dare to spoil others? In the previous life, Jiang Yan was also highly anticipated by everyone. Even though she was a girl, no one said anything about it. She was raised according to the standards of the crown prince in all aspects. Even when Her Majesty was pregnant with another child, apart from most of the disloyal fellows, Qiguan Rang and a few others were the few officials who did not propose to abolish the crown prince, Jiang Yan, and cultivate a male heir again. Their political stance was also biased towards Jiang Yan. Of course, this was also related to Crown Prince Zhang's was premature death at birth. If Fushou had not faked his death and hidden, Her Majesty and Her Highness Jiang Yan would have been in danger. It would not have been easy for Jiang Yan to win against her brother. You're distracted again. This is the third time. Jiang Pingji gently pinched his cheeks. Recently she had been feeding him delicious food. Why did his cheeks not grow fat? Wuxia said, I can't help but think of Fushou. Jiang Pingji said, why do you think of him? She had seen two children in Wei Xi's spiritual world. The child named Wei Tsong was quite likable. He looked like Wei Xi. Wei Xi said, as a father, I didn't do my duty to teach him and caused him to go astray. I'm ashamed of Her Majesty's trust. Wei Zixiao, I've tolerated it for a long time. Jiang Pingji's face darkened when she heard that. She pinched his cheeks with both hands and pretended to be angry. Don't you think it's too much to mention another woman in front of me? Look at the color of my head. You can even breed horses on my head. Chapter 1588. Are you being jealous of yourself, my lord? Wei Xi asked with some uncertainty, but the corners of his lips could not help but curl up. He was already in his 70s in both his previous lives, but his mentality now was like that of a reckless boy who had just awakened to love. If his sweetheart was willing to pay more attention to him and look at him more, he could not help but be overjoyed. Jiang Pingji admitted it openly and said, so what if I am? Even if your Her Majesty in your previous life was me, I don't have that memory. To me she is another person. You always feel sad when you mention her. Isn't it normal for me to be jealous? She was not like the man in front of her who said one thing but meant another. She had seen through Wei Xi's temperament. He said whatever he wanted to say. She did not expect his brain to guess the feelings she wanted to express. She admitted that she was jealous. So what? Wei Xi held back his laughter and said, my lord and I are almost 150 years old. We are an old couple. Let's not talk about this. Jiang Pingji raised her eyebrows and pouted. Tell me honestly, in your heart, who is more important, me or your Majesty? Wei Xi was speechless. His strong desire to live told him that this was a terrible question that would kill him. Even though Wei Xi was usually eloquent, he did not dare to answer rashly for fear of stepping on a landmine. In a dilemma, he could only seek help from the culprit who looked at him with a faint smile. How do you think I should answer, my lord? Jiang Pingji said, lust. What? Lust? Jiang Pingji gestured a peace sign. There are no lovers' conflicts that can't be settled with a kiss. If there are, then kiss both of us. Wei Xi was speechless. Even though Wei Xi had seen all kinds of storms, he still could not withstand his lord's flirtatious tricks from time to time. Sometimes he wondered if he was blind. Her Majesty and his lord were clearly the same person. The former was cold and reserved. She would occasionally laugh heartily and was rarely affectionate. The latter seemed to dig out all her feelings, making him unable to resist. Even so, he had to accept it even if he could not resist it. After all, she was the person he looked up to, chased after, and loved for 2 lifetimes. Their relationship grew steadily. Jiang Pingji was not a petty person. She often shared her feelings with others. For example, if Wei Xi sent her supper in the middle of the night, she would turn on a live broadcast to abuse the single men in the middle of the night. Why did he say that he was abusing the single dogs? Which couple with a nightlife would fight for a spot in the live broadcast room at this time? Only single dogs would starve to play games, play on their phones and watch live streams. Adults who were no longer single were all enjoying life. Therefore, during this period of time, the streaming room was filled with the wails and cries of the salted fish. It was as lively as the new year. Only Jiang Pingji was happy. Her happiness was built on the pain of 5 million salted fish, so it was precious to savor it. Fortunately, these painful days did not last for too long. Tudu Feiqiu, thank you Boss Chiguan. I've finally completed the prerequisites for the expedition. Otherwise the host would have gone crazy. Little luck, thank you too. The host seems to have taken the wrong medicine these days. She's been showing off her love life. The whole world knows that she's no longer single. Have a dream is great, wrong. It's not the whole world. It's 2 dimensions. 12 billion people know that she's no longer single. Jiang Pingji changed into her military uniform again and leaped onto the horse's back. Let's go. The towering mountains near Zhanjiang Pass slowly descended into the horizon behind her. Chiguan Rang and the others stood on the city wall and watched the army leave. They were bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun. Their bodies seemed to be surrounded by a golden glow. If we can take down Nanxing this time, the world will be within reach. Chiguan Rang's voice was not loud, but it had a certain power, as if he was talking about the future. Sun Wen corrected him. It's not the world will be within reach. It's clearly, the golden age will be within reach. Yes, the golden age will be within reach. Chiguan Rang revealed a rare smile. We have to work hard too. We don't want to be a burden to our Lord. Sun Wen raised his eyebrows. He did not think that Chiguan Rang's words were said casually. They were obviously filled with ambition. What do you plan to do? Chiguan Rang replied, of course I want to make Zhongzhou even more chaotic. I want them to be tired of fighting amongst themselves. If possible, I can even coordinate with them from the inside. Speaking of sowing discord, Chiguan Rang was also an expert. He was no weaker than Sun Wen when he provoked the 3 tribes of the northern borderline. From what you're saying, you plan to secretly support the forces in Zhongzhou. The situation in Zhongzhou was already chaotic enough, but in the eyes of the 2, it was still lacking. They still needed to fan the flames. If we personally send troops, it will easily backfire and cause the aristocratic families of Zhongzhou to unite against the external threat. Chiguan Rang understood this point very well. Once there was a common enemy and a greater hatred, former enemies could also temporarily become allies and unite against the external threat. This was not what Chiguan Rang wanted to see. It's better to secretly support one person and use the other party's hand to plant informants and instigate more intense internal strife. The fiercer the internal strife in Zhongzhou, the greater Chiguan Rang's profits would be. Chiguan Rang was not worried that no one would be willing to cooperate with him. Standing in front of sufficiently tempting benefits, not many people could resist, let alone those who only had ambition but no intelligence to match it. Chiguan Rang asked Sun Wen, Zidao, what do you think? Sun Wen smiled and said, very good. He had settled a portion of the enmity with the Nie family, but it was far from enough. To uproot the Nie family as the lord, Jiang Pingji still had to reach a higher position. If she could take Zhongzhou into her own hands, what would the Nie family amount to? Sun Wen naturally agreed with Chiguan Rang's suggestion. Putting aside their plans for the time being, Jiang Pingji began her boring march. Zhanjiang Pass was not very far from Zhangzhou. Riding horses at full speed, coupled with the waterway, one could usually reach it in half a month or 20 days. However, Jiang Pingji brought along 50,000 troops and horses. Naturally, the speed of the army could not be compared to the speed of the messenger. Overall, it was much slower. On the 10th day of the march, the scouts of the army stopped a messenger. After interrogating him, they found out that the messenger was coming for Jiang Pingji. Jiang Pingji took off her thick military uniform and changed into a black robe with arrow sleeves. The hem of the robe was shortened by her. It barely reached her knees. Paired with long pants, it was more convenient to move around. The audience in the streaming room had taught her to make the robe. They had recommended it to her, saying that they wanted to see how she looked like in the robe. Jiang Pingji had people make the robe according to the words given by the audience. It was indeed very comfortable to wear and looked heroic and free. No one had seen this style of clothing before. It was a little foreign, but Jiang Pingji was the lord. Even if they had not seen it before, no one dared to say anything. She had ridden for the whole day. At that moment, she was sitting in the tent, washing her hands and preparing to eat. Messenger? Jiang Pingji said, let him in. Is there any change at the front line in Zhangzhou? Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Pingji had hit the nail on the head. The messenger entered the tent and half knelt to report. It was just a few words, but everyone in the tent was so shocked that they could not react. Wei Ci, who was helping Jiang Pingji set the bowls and chopsticks, trembled. A pair of chopsticks fell on the table with a clang. Chapter 1589. Yang Tao? Rebelling with his troops? Jiang Pingji was stunned for a moment. She calmly reached out to tidy up the ivory chopsticks on the table and took the rice bowl that Wei Ci had filled. Wei Ci came back to his senses and quietly stepped aside. Jiang Pingji asked the messenger, "What's going on? Tell me everything in detail." Was Yang Tao's brain filled with water or kicked by a donkey? Otherwise, why would he do such a stupid thing? He led his troops to surrender, and there were only slightly more than 20,000 remnant troops under his command. Nearly half of these remnant troops had been used by Yang Si to break them up and transfer them to other places with honorable reasons. In other words, Yang Tao only had about 10,000 troops at his disposal. What could he use to rebel? When Jiang Pingji heard the absurd news, she was not shocked or angry. Instead, she was confused. Even with her brain, she couldn't figure out how Yang Tao would betray her after pledging allegiance. Was he going to openly send his head to her? Jiang Pingji was not the only one who thought so. Many people who were watching the live stream were also shocked by Yang Tao's actions. Don't be unsatisfied. Although it's normal to fake surrender when two armies fight, it's not a jack of all trades. It can't be used at all times. It depends on the situation. Yang Tao's actions were like throwing an egg against a stone. It was no different from seeking death. Love 36 stratagems. Yang Tao faked his surrender and rebelled. He almost handed the streamer a knife that could stab him to death without tarnishing his reputation. Even if he's stupid, the people around him shouldn't be brainless, right? Streamer, I think there's something fishy about this. Liang Tian Shuizi too. I think there's something fishy too. Maybe there's an inside story? Luo peanut candy. Yang Tao is stupid, but Yan Lin definitely has a brain. He wouldn't let Yang Tao do this, would he? Historical experience tells us that the officials who surrender can still live. At most, they will change to a different monarch. But the enemy leader who surrenders will not have it so easy. Yang Tao didn't tuck his tail between his legs and reduce his presence to avoid becoming a thorn in the streamer's side. How dare he jump out and court death? Jiang Pingji's career fans analyzed the situation seriously, while the gossip fans were focused on talking nonsense and watching the show. For them, they didn't care who was killed by the streamer as long as they enjoyed watching. Amidst everyone's anticipation, the messenger told the truth one by one. Jiang Pingji frowned slightly after hearing that, but Wei Ci, who was beside her, relaxed his expression. Instead, he revealed an expression that said, "As expected." Without waiting for Wei Ci to speak, Jiang Pingji said to the messenger, "I already know about this. Go back and tell military advisor Yang to pay attention to Nanxing's army. Don't let them take advantage of the situation. Let's not deal with Yang Tao's matter for the time being. We'll make a decision after I arrive with the army." Hearing that Jiang Pingji didn't plan to deal with Yang Tao, the salted fish couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. If Yang Tao was hacked to death by the host, wouldn't there be one less male god in this world that they could lick up to? After Jiang Pingji finished speaking, the messenger accepted the order and retreated. The others in the tent also retreated tactfully. "Zixiao, do you have anything to say?" Jiang Pingji raised her hand and picked up the ivory chopsticks that were placed neatly on the table. Her left hand held a black lacquered wooden bowl that was twice the size of her palm. Wei Ci stood up and served the meat dishes and soup that were not served to the table. He looked like a virtuous husband and father. Wei Ci smiled and said, "Seeing your expression, I know that you have already made up your mind. I'm afraid that there is more to Yang Tao's betrayal than meets the eye." It was not that they believed in Yang Tao's character and thought that he would never betray them once he surrendered. It was simply that betrayal would not benefit Yang Tao at all. Instead, it would bring about the destruction of his entire clan. After questioning the messenger in detail just now, Jiang Pingji had other conjectures. Jiang Pingji said, "If this matter is not handled properly, Yang Tao will be accused of leading the troops to rebel, without any explanation. That will be terrible." Moreover, Yang Tao did not rebel at all. Jiang Pingji had a simple lunch. The army continued their journey, but her brows were still tightly knitted. Because the weather had turned cold and the nights were longer than the days, the sky quickly darkened. If she had not received the battle report that day, she would have stopped to rest and reorganize. Now she had to seize the time to advance. She asked her men to walk in the dark for more than 4 hours. Only when everyone was tired did she give the order to stop. Jiang Pingji stayed in the simple tent and thought about the day's matters. Wei Ci brought someone to bring her a small bucket of hot water and a large portion of supper. She sniffed and smiled. As expected, Zixiao understands me better. "My lord, go wash your hands and face first. You can eat after soaking your feet. Wuxia said. You've been on the road for the whole day. You should relieve your fatigue. This was just a small matter. Of course, Jiang Pingji would not reject his good intentions. She simply used the hot water to wipe her exposed skin. Her fatigue eased a lot. At this time, eating to her heart's content was better than being a deity. She ate until she was 80% full. She could not help but burp. Zixiao's culinary skills are really getting better and better. When we retire in the future, you can open a small restaurant. I'll be the shopkeeper and collect money for you. Wuxia could not help but laugh. My lord, are you in a better mood now? Much better. Indeed, there is nothing that a good meal can't solve. If there is, then I'll have 2 meals. Jiang Pingji opened her mouth and made Wuxia blush every time. The delicious food made by Zixiao's skillful hands is even more powerful. Wuxia withdrew his hand. Don't think that he did not feel that she was taking advantage of the situation. Yang Tao's matter is inexplicably in line with the previous life. There's a 99% chance that it's not a rebellion. Jiang Pingji picked her teeth with a toothpick. She was not surprised by Wuxia's words at all. She asked, did something similar happen in the previous life? Indeed, Wuxia said leisurely. Her Majesty also took this opportunity to recruit Yang Tao as a general. According to normal procedures, Yang Tao would most likely be placed under house arrest and become a second Huang Song. Every day when he opened his eyes, he only had to think about what to eat and what fun to play. However, in the previous life, Yang Tao became a commander who was second only to Fu Wang. Although Yang Tao was only ranked 5th on the martial list of the Jinling Pavilion, his status was higher than the 4th and 3rd. When the Jiang dynasty founded the country, Yang Tao was also the only person who was conferred a title of nobility of a higher rank. Although this title was not hereditary and had a lot of embellishment, because Yang Tao was a vassal who surrendered, he needed to be conferred an additional title to appease the old officials of Yang Tao's lineage. But to be able to obtain this honor, his strength was undoubtedly very good at fighting. It could be said that apart from Her Majesty, Yang Tao was the biggest winner in life among the vassals in troubled times. The turning point of all this was after Yang Tao surrendered. The city that he temporarily lived in was ambushed by the enemy. There were not many guards there. Yang Tao's entire family was in the city. He took the risk of being suspected by Her Majesty and then punished and executed. He mobilized his old subordinates to resist the invading enemy and made a great contribution. Wuxia carefully pondered the message sent by the messenger. Strangely, he realized that Yang Tao's experience in this life was different from his previous life, but he was just as lucky. Chapter 1590. Wuxia said with a jealous and bitter expression. Otherwise, why would they say that he is a capable person who entered the Golden Scale Pavilion? Jiang Pingji said, from what you said, it seems that Zixiao didn't go in? When Wuxia laid his cards on the table with her, he told her many things about his past life, such as the civil and martial arts role of the Golden Scale Pavilion. The Golden Scale Pavilion in the previous life was not the same as the Golden Scale Pavilion in the present life. The Golden Scale Pavilion in the present life was a super large library that was open to the public for free. The Golden Scale Pavilion in the previous life was a glorious holy land that all the scholars and martial artists in the world yearned for. This place was also known as the Path to Heaven, implying that one could ascend to heaven with a single step. The royal family of the Jiang dynasty had set a strict rule that only the civil and military officials who had made great contributions to the people, the country, the imperial court, and the emperor were qualified to have their portraits in the Golden Scale Pavilion and enjoy the worship of the people just like the royal family. In front of the Golden Scale Pavilion, not to mention the ordinary civil and military officials, even the emperor himself had to get off his horse, get off his sedan, and walk up the hundreds of steps. This kind of glory wasn't as simple as bringing honor to one's ancestors. It was a true legacy. Who wouldn't be moved? Don't people live for fame and fortune? The glory of the Golden Scale Pavilion was the goal that civil and military officials would strive for their entire lives when they entered the imperial court. Wuxia was a commoner, not a saint. Of course, he also wanted to, due to certain reasons. Wuxia did not mention whether he had achieved this achievement or not. His lord did not ask too much either. Now that he was exposed, he felt bitter in his heart. Wuxia looked dejected and sighed. Of course, there isn't. Jiang Pingji comforted him. It's okay. Even if you can't enter the civil and martial arts role of the Golden Scale Pavilion, entering the coffin of the #1 empress in the world is still worth it. Live in the same quilt, die in the same hole? How would Wuxia dare to think about it? In his previous life, less than 4 hours after His Majesty's ascension to the throne, that brat Wei Tsong was used by the landowning households. He brought people to force His Majesty to abdicate the throne and said that he was Crown Prince Zhang Zhua. In such a dangerous situation, not to mention Wei Xi, even the Crown Prince Jiang Yan was very passive and was almost forced to a dead end. What else could Wei Xi do when his son, whom he had personally raised, did such a disgraceful thing? He was only a powerless grand tutor. The only thing he could do was insist that Wei Tsong was his biological son. He reprimanded his biological son for committing treason by impersonating the deceased Crown Prince Zhang Zhua in an attempt to overthrow the universe. In the end, Wei Tsong committed suicide to atone for his crimes and followed the former emperor. As long as there was no evidence, Jiang Yan could seize the opportunity to attack and label Wei Tsong as a traitor. However, his only daughter had suffered because of this. Within a day, his mother passed away, his father committed suicide, his younger brother rebelled and was killed, and all his blood relatives were wiped out. Under such circumstances, if Jiang Yan didn't hate him, he would be grateful. Why would he ask Jiang Yan to bury his body in the imperial tomb? Wei Xi sighed, I'm just a lowly person, how would I dare to enter the emperor's mausoleum and serve His Majesty? Jiang Pingji squinted her eyes and pinched his face. You should just give up for the rest of your life. Don't even think about sleeping anywhere else besides my coffin. Wei Xi could not help but reveal a faint smile. Yes, Xi obeys. Jiang Pingji's boiling jealousy subsided. The two of them returned to the topic that had gone off the rails. We've gone off the rails. Let's continue talking about Yang Tao, Jiang Pingji said. Tell me more about his past life. Wei Xi did not dare to hide anything. However, when His Majesty subdued Yang Tao, Wei Xi was still working under Shui. What he knew was what he found out later, and some parts were not very detailed. He said, I have some suspicions that Yan Lin was the one who planned Yang Tao's attack. Don't doubt it. It must be his masterpiece, Jiang Pingji said grumpily. But I don't think Yan Lin planned that far ahead. He did this to gain leverage for Yang Tao so that he wouldn't be restricted and suppressed after he surrendered. What a touching brotherly bond. Even at a time like this, he didn't forget to plan for the greatest benefit for Yang Tao. After thinking about it, he ended up plotting against me. After sorting out Yan Lin's plan and confirming his opponent's purpose, the process was easy to understand. Yang Tao and Jiang Pingji had a grudge. Now that he only brought 20,000 soldiers to surrender, not only would she look down on him, but he would also be in a difficult position in the future. How could he improve Yang Tao's position in the future? Yan Lin racked his brains for a plan. Coincidentally, a perfect opportunity presented itself. If he could make good use of this opportunity, Yang Tao's future would be rich and prosperous. It turned out that the Nanxing rebel army that betrayed Yang Tao had surrendered to Shui. As Shui's vanguard, they tried to attack Zhangzhou, which was under Jiang Pingji's control. Yang Tao and his family were located in a city at the front line. It was not a place that the military would fight for, and the war was meaningless. Yang Xi arranged for Yang Tao and his remaining soldiers to stay there so that they could be monitored and at the same time, wait for Jiang Pingji's army to arrive. He never expected that the Nanxing rebel army would target this place and use it as a springboard to test the waters. When Yang Tao and the others received the news that there were enemies outside the city, he was also dumbfounded. Yan Lin realized that this was a godsend opportunity. There were few soldiers guarding the city. There were only Yang Tao's remaining soldiers and the low-level veterans in the city. It would take some time for Yang Xi's reinforcements to arrive. If Nanxing's enemy took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on the city, the defenseless city would definitely fall. Needless to say, the consequences would be dire. If Yang Tao seized the opportunity to lead his troops to defend or even kill the invading enemy, he would have made a great contribution. Even if Jiang Pingji suspected that Yang Tao had led his troops to rebel, it would be fine. The more suspicious she was, the more advantageous it would be for Yang Tao later on. For the sake of her reputation and to appease Yang Tao's old subordinates, she had to treat Yang Tao well and ensure that his family would be wealthy. Whether it was in her previous life or this one, it was all part of Yan Lin's plan. However, Yan Lin probably didn't expect Yang Tao to use this opportunity to make a comeback. His gains were far more than he had expected. Wei Xi said, if it wasn't you, my lord, but someone else, Yan Lin's plan would at most protect Yang Tao's wealth for the rest of his life. Jiang Pingji said, isn't Yan Lin's plan for this lifetime of wealth? From this point of view, he has achieved his goal. Even though she had been tricked, Jiang Pingji didn't feel angry. At most, she was a little depressed. At the same time, Yang Tao was also very nervous. But since his companion was so confident, he would go crazy with her. Just as Chen Su had said, Yan Lin dared to plot anything, but Yang Tao dared to believe in everything. Even though he knew that his plan would fail and that he would lose his life, he still dared to try. It wasn't that Yang Tao didn't have his own ideas. It was just that he trusted Yan Lin wholeheartedly. By now, Lu Shi should have received news of Jingzi leading his troops to rebel, right? Chen Su smiled bitterly. Xiaoyang, aren't you afraid that Lu Shi will do something to my lord in a fit of rage? Yan Lin smiled sarcastically. Chapter 1591. Chen Su sighed. Because I'm not stupid. I thought you would be in danger? There were coincidences in the world, but most coincidences were driven by someone such as Yan Lin's game of chess. Yang Tao had been extremely lucky in both lives. Even though the beginning and the process were different, the results were the same. Was it really history correcting itself? Not really. Among all the princes who had fallen from grace, Yang Tao was the only one with 90% luck. From a certain point of view, even Jiang Pingji, who was the last to ascend the throne, was not as lucky. After she ascended the throne, she plotted against the officials, the aristocrats, and the poor families for 18 years. Long Yubin, the Empress, almost lost a son and a daughter. On the other hand, Yang Tao was a winner in life. He held a high position, had many children, and finally enjoyed his old age. Of course, luck and coincidences played a part, but there was also a lot of planning and calculation. As Yan Lin's friend, Chen Su didn't dare to say he knew everything, but he knew 90% of what Yan Lin had been planning. Why did Nanqing's enemy choose the small town where Yang Tao was located? Why did Jiang Pingji's troops, who were monitoring Yang Tao's remaining troops, not discover the enemy's tracks? Why did the messenger send Jiang Pingji the news that Yang Tao was rebelling with his troops before all the details were clear? To put it bluntly, this was Yan Lin's plan. 30% of the time and 70% of the people had led to the current situation. All he wanted was to push Yang Tao to the safest position. Nanqing's enemy's original intention was not to attack the small town. Instead, they wanted to bypass the town and attack another place. Yan Lin discovered their tracks but did not tell anyone. Instead, he secretly sent someone to contact them and deceive them with promises, such as helping them open the city and surrender. To increase his credibility, he even revealed the location of several granaries under Jiang Pingji's control. Of course, Yan Lin did not know where Jiang Pingji's granaries were. This information was the most confidential of secrets. He had no right to know. However, Yan Lin was born and raised in Zhangzhou. He knew very well where the granaries were. Naturally, the enemy would not be able to see through it. On one hand, he lured the enemy to the small town, on the other hand, he detained the eyes and ears of the nearby army supervisors. This would hinder their judgment and make them think that Yang Tao had made a deal with Nanqing's enemy. Thus, they would make the wrong judgment and confuse both sides. When the enemy arrived at the city, Yan Lin would reason with Yang Tao and encourage him to wear leather armor for the sake of his family. He would lead his former troops and the old soldiers in the city to fight the enemy. One had to know that Yang Tao's current status was that of a feudal vassal who was waiting to formally surrender. In order to avoid danger, he had reduced his contact with his former vassals as much as possible, not to mention regaining his military power and leading troops to do anything. If there was a misunderstanding, the supervisor sent by Yang Si would suspect that Yang Tao was leading the troops to feign surrender. The consequences would be dire. However, as Chen Yen Su would say, Yang Yen Yen Yang Lin Yang and could. Yang Yen could. As Yen Yang as he is and could as. The enemy was already at the gates of the city, but the army supervisor had yet to arrive. If Yang Tao did not think of a way to save himself, was he supposed to just watch the enemy take down this small city that was easy to attack but hard to defend, then capture his family and leave? Of course not. Even though Yang Tao had surrendered, his former troops were still loyal to him. They were willing to listen to his orders. The soldiers in the city had no opinion of their own. Outside the city there were enemies everywhere. They had no choice but to listen to Yang Tao's orders. They had been tricked without knowing it. After doing all that, Yan Lin played a game of the thief calling the thief. According to the thinking of a normal person, they would usually slander the enemy. Who would suspect that they would slander themselves? Yan Lin took advantage of the lag of the news, the time difference, and the blind spots in his thinking. He made use of Yang Si to send Jiang Pingji the wrong information. Even if Yang Si came to his senses later and sent the correct information, Yan Lin would have achieved his goal. Chen Su was impressed by Yan Lin's audacity. If the information was leaked, Yang Tao would be fine but Yan Lin might not. However, Yan Lin did not care. It's okay. I know what I'm doing. Chen Su said, it's good that you know how to protect yourself. Otherwise, if the Lord finds out, she will feel guilty. Yan Lin smiled. I have known the Lord for more than 20 years. We know each other. Even if he finds out, he will understand. After all, this was not the first time Yan Lin had cleaned up Yang Tao's mess since he was a kid. Yang Tao was used to it. Chen Su snorted and said sourly, I know you two are close friends. You don't have to brag about it in front of me. Yan Lin said, even if Lu Shi knows what happened, it is unlikely that he will blame me. Maybe this is an opportunity. The bigger Jiang Pingji's business was, the more talented people would try to get close to her. When there were more people, there would be less attention for each person. Naturally, there would be fewer opportunities. Apart from the old people, it would be much more difficult for new people to make a name for themselves. It would also be harder for them to get promoted and be put in an important position. Yan Lin was not a stubborn person. Assisting Yang Tao was his first choice. If he did not have this option, he would have chosen something else. If he could make a name for himself in Jiang Pingji's camp, it would be easier for him to take care of Yang Tao in the future. After all, he had to show respect for Yang Tao. If there were blind people who tried to harm Yang Tao, Yan Lin's power would more or less make the other party wary. What he was afraid of was that he did not have any cards up his sleeves. If he ran into trouble in the future, no one would be able to help him. Most of the time, staying aloof from the outside world did not mean staying away from it. Yan Lin had been living in a chaotic world for a few years. He knew what it felt like to be powerless. He was at the mercy of others and had no control over his own life. Whether it was for himself, for his family, or for Yang Tao, his sister, and his nephew, he had to do what he had to do. I hope you didn't make a mistake this time. Chen Su understood Yan Lin's difficulties. She could only smile bitterly and support him. Yan Lin smiled. I'm not a god. How can I control everything? I just do my best and leave the rest to fate. While they were talking, Yang Tao had just finished clearing the battlefield. Although the terrain did not give them much of an advantage, the enemies of Nanxing were not elites. In Yang Tao's eyes, they were just a motley crew. It was just that they had more people. The two sides, one attacking and the other defending, fought for several days. The city gate was not broken and the walls were not lost. Instead, they won several battles in a row. Because of the victory, Yang Tao's life was no longer in danger. He was in a much better mood. Xiaoyang, have you gotten in touch with the people outside? The outside that Yang Tao was referring to was the tens of thousands of soldiers and horses stationed nearby. Yan Lin said, I've sent someone to contact them. There should be a response. If we can defeat them before that, we won't have to worry about rumors. Yang Tao crossed his arms and said, okay, I got it. Chen Su was speechless. Chapter 1592. Who was the angriest about Yan Lin's scheme? Of course it wasn't Jiang Pingji. It was Yang Si who had been stepped on and used by Yan Lin. Why are you so angry? Look at you. The waxes that the servants spent so much effort on are all gone now. Feng Zhen smiled as he fanned himself with his golden fan. Recently, he had been in high spirits because of the happy occasion. Everyone he saw was pleasing to the eye, even Yang Si. He was just used by someone. You've tortured Yan Lin enough. Can't you let him retaliate once in a while? You're so petty. Yang Si stopped pacing and glared at him. It's not that simple. Does Yan Lin think I'm a 3-year-old? Even though it was an impromptu plan, Yan Lin's plan was flawless. Yang Si couldn't ignore the bigger picture even if he had doubts. A few days later, the situation became clear. Yang Si's suspicions were confirmed. He had indeed been set up. Who was the one who set him up? He didn't even have to think to know the person's name. Yan Lin had set up this trap. Yang Tao and Yan Lin were the ones who benefited in the end, but Yang Si was the one who suffered. Why did he say that? It was because Yang Si had sent messengers to deliver the news that Yang Tao was suspected of mutiny. As the Lord, Jiang Pingji made the wrong judgment and misunderstood Yang Tao. Even though she sent messengers to correct the news 2 days later, the Lord already knew what she needed to know. Normally she would only think that Yang Si was incompetent. She wouldn't be angry at Yan Lin's ingenious plan. Yang Si had no choice but to swallow the loss. Even though it wasn't Yan Lin's main purpose, he had indeed been caught in the crossfire. If he had been a petty person, he would have hated Yan Lin for the rest of his life. You don't have to be so angry. Let's wait and see how the Lord reacts. Feng Zhen was happy to watch the drama unfold. Yang Si had been the one watching Yan Lin set him up. Now that the tables had turned, it was finally Feng Zhen's turn to watch Yang Si get set up. He was delighted. You followed her for 10 years. You know what kind of person she is. She might have seen through Yan Lin's plan. Don't worry. It would have been better if Feng Zhen hadn't said anything. Now that he said it, Yang Si felt even more annoyed. He was a member of the Lord's Brain Trust. He had been tricked by Yan Lin, but the Lord had seen through his plan. What did this mean? This meant that his advantage as a strategist was not as good as his Lord's. Then what use did his Lord have for him? Yang Si said angrily, I don't hate Yan Xiaoyang anymore. No matter how I think about it, Feng Zisher's mouth is still the most detestable. Feng Zhen closed his gold-sprinkled fan, spread his arms and shrugged his shoulders. He looked like he was saying, what can you do to me? Yang Si, no, his stomach hurts. When he thought about how he still had to work with Feng Zhen and Yan Lin for decades to come, he felt like he had nothing left to live for. Yang Xixing was not the only one who felt hopeless. The Nanxing soldiers who led the attack were also so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. They secretly cursed Yan Lin more than once. They had agreed to work together from the inside and outside, but in the end the enemy came. The city gate was filled with archers who were ready for battle, and they were stunned in a single move. They didn't know the inside story, but when they saw the situation they knew it was a trap. Logically speaking, they should have retreated as soon as possible to ensure their safety, but they didn't. This was all thanks to Yan Lin's ability to lie through his teeth. He said that Yang Tao's tens of thousands of old subordinates had long been transferred away by the petty Yang Si. Now there were only tens of thousands of old, weak, sick and disabled people in the city. The terrain was easy to attack but difficult to defend. The Nanxing soldiers were coaxed by Yan Lin and they tried to attack. The soldiers on the city wall were indeed veterans, but they worked well together. On the first day they barely managed to defend the city. On the second day, they managed to defend the city by a narrow margin. The Nanxing soldiers were furious when they saw this. Just as they were about to retreat, Yan Lin sent another message. He said that he had received a secret report that a batch of provisions would arrive at midnight, and that the city was only a transit station. The Nanxing soldiers didn't believe him, but that night, they received news that many covered ships carrying provisions were entering the city by water. Chen Su didn't know that Yan Lin was so good at lying. The Nanxing soldiers knew that it was a trap, but they still jumped into it. At first it was Yan Lin who coaxed them, but later he was really angry. He was determined to take down the city. A few days before Jiang Pingji arrived with her troops, the self-directed drama finally came to an end. The people who suffered the most were not Yang Si or Yan Lin, but the Nanxing soldiers who were kept in the dark. No matter how many people they brought over, they were all killed. Yang Si sent people to search for evidence, but he didn't expect Yan Lin to be so cautious that he didn't leave any evidence. Even if there were letters, they were destroyed. Yang Si didn't have any witnesses or material evidence, so he couldn't accuse Yan Lin of plotting this farce. You're so calculative, Yang Si gritted his teeth and muttered. He was furious. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't beat Yan Lin, he would have taught him a lesson. Was Yang Si someone who could be tricked by anyone? Yan Lin stared at him with his pure and righteous eyes and asked, Messenger Yang, can you explain why the soldiers who were watching us didn't come to help when the Nanxing soldiers were at the city gate? Did they not receive the news, or did someone instruct them to delay the time? Yang Si sucked in a breath of cold air and ground his molars rhythmically. Yan Lin was a black-hearted man. He was the one who suppressed the news, detained the spies and misled the army supervisor. How could he have the cheek to accuse Yang Si of holding a grudge and delaying the reinforcements? Not to mention Yang Si, even if Wei Ci were to be accused of this, Wei Ci would not be able to bear it. Yan Lin hadn't fully pledged himself to the Lord yet, and he was already making enemies? Yang Si sneered and said, You and I both know the inside story. Don't pretend to be innocent and pitiful. Yan Lin blinked innocently as if he didn't understand Yang Si's hint. When the two of them met, the atmosphere was like firecrackers. Yang Tao was confused. When Yang Si walked over, Yang Tao asked his friend, Xiaoyang, didn't you have a good chat with Yang Jingrong? Why are you? When Yang Tao decided to surrender, Yang Si was the messenger to deal with the situation. He also brought Yan Lin along. He had always thought that Yan Lin and Yang Si were scholars who appreciated each other. He didn't expect that they would become enemies this time. Yan Lin smiled and said, It's just a small conflict. We can solve it by apologizing in person. Xingzi, don't worry. How can I not worry? I heard that Yang Si is very... Yang Tao swallowed the word back down his throat. Everyone knew that Yang Si held a grudge. Putting everything else aside, when Yang Si kicked the First Lord, Prince Changsho, he almost caused him to bleed. He was a ruthless person. Yan Lin said, "It doesn't matter. He can't touch me unless he has something that will kill me. So what if he holds a grudge?" Chapter 1593. Fortunately, Yang Si was not a roundworm in Yan Lin's stomach. Otherwise, if he knew what Yan Lin was thinking, he would probably explode in anger. What did Yan Xiaoyang mean? What did he mean by, "I'm good at pacifying but I don't believe I can't handle Yang Si"? Did he think he was a human or a dog? How could he use the word pacify? Because they didn't know, the two of them could get along peacefully, and didn't get into a lawsuit. Feng Zhen was addicted to watching the drama. He wanted to join in no matter what. He was happy to see Yang Si being humiliated. Yan Xiaoyang is on the Lord's list. If you want to take revenge on him, remember to take it easy. Feng Zhen was worried that Yang Si would get into some kind of scandal when he grew up. If he didn't get rid of Yan Lin, he might get himself into trouble. Yang Si glared at him and said sarcastically, "Since when did Feng Longzi change? I can't believe you would say something like that." Advise him to take it easy? How could Feng Zhen say that? How shameless could he be? How shameless? Even without Feng Zhen's warning, Yang Si knew his limits. His lord could not stand betrayal and infighting. She could turn a blind eye to the small conflicts between the people in the tent and turn a blind eye to it. Occasionally she would even be in the mood to watch the show or interfere. However, if things got out of hand, she would not allow it. The conflict between Yang Si and Yan Lin hadn't escalated to that extent. At most, they would make a few sarcastic remarks. Speaking of conflicts, Yang Si and Han Yu's were more serious than Yan Lin's, but they were still living in harmony. Feng Zhen tapped his folded fan against his palm and rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Yang Jingrong, you heartless girl. Who am I trying to persuade you for? Isn't it for you? When the conflict between you two reaches the Lord, you'll be the one who suffers in the end. If you don't say anything, the Lord will be partial to you. This is called advancing by retreating." Yang Si said sarcastically, "You're pretending to be kind. Who doesn't know what kind of person the famous Feng Longzi is?" The group of little princesses argued with each other every day. They hadn't fallen apart after so many years. They really admired Jiang Pingji's ability to control her subordinates. Jiang Pingji arrived at her destination 3 days earlier than scheduled. Everyone welcomed her in person. They hadn't seen each other for almost a year. Everyone was so jealous that they realized that their lord didn't seem to have changed much. Jiang Pingji dismounted from the horse's back and helped Fu Wang and the others up one by one. She realized that their skin had darkened by several degrees. She almost couldn't recognize them. She laughed and teased, "Did you all go to the coal mine to dig coal?" When Wei Ci, who was following behind her, heard this, his face turned green. Suddenly he felt his throat itch. He wanted to cough a few times to wake his lord up. Fortunately, Jiang Pingji was reliable. She added another sentence after teasing him. "It's tough on the front lines. My beloved generals, you've all worked hard." Feng Zhen, Yang Si, and the other scholars were still fine. At most, they had darkened by 1 or 2 degrees and looked a little thinner. However, Fu Wang and the other generals had changed a lot. It was as if they were eating soy sauce for dinner. It was not wrong to say that they had crawled out of the coal mine. Wei Ci's worries were unnecessary. Fu Wang and the rest still did not understand their lord's temperament. It was just a few harmless teasing words. Fu Wang said righteously, "It's my duty to expand the territory of the Lord. It's not hard work. This is not a proper occasion. There's no need to be so restrained. It will make people feel uncomfortable." Jiang Pingji was not a vain person. She did not need her subordinates to show their loyalty to her every now and then. Loyalty was not as important as words. She said to Fu Wang as if she was talking about family matters, "This is not the place to talk. Let's settle the soldiers of the 3 armies first. It's not too late to talk about proper matters later." Jiang Pingji had brought 50,000 troops and horses from Zhanjiang Pass this time. The remaining troops were enough to deal with the changes in Zhongzhou. Jiang Pingji did not need to personally settle the soldiers. Feng Zhen and the others would handle it for her. Fu Wang led her to the main city's manor. As soon as they sat down, Jiang Pingji asked Yang Tao about the rebellion. Fu Wang stammered for a while and looked at Yang Si. Yang Si cursed Yan Lin for the 100th time in his heart. He stepped forward to confess to Jiang Pingji and tried his best to defend himself against the accusation of failing to supervise. Jiang Pingji said, "There's no hurry to confess. Tell me what happened first." At first we received news that there was a rebellion. Then we said it was a misunderstanding? She was well aware of the situation, but she still had to ask. She did not want to break the rules and create a bad atmosphere. It was one thing for Jiang Pingji to be well aware of the situation, but it was another for her subordinates to hide it from her. Yang Si felt bitter in his mouth. He picked out the key points and hid Yan Lin's scheme. Firstly, there was no witness or material evidence. It was not easy to accuse him. Secondly, Yang Si did not want to bring the conflict to Jiang Pingji. It would be too embarrassing. Personal grudges were personal grudges. He should not disregard public and private interests and take revenge indiscriminately. Jiang Pingji said calmly, "If that's the case, I'll fine you a month's salary. It's a small punishment but a great warning. Do you have any objections?" Yang Si's ears perked up. He knew that he was going to be the scapegoat. He did not expect his lord to feel sorry for him and let him off lightly. "I have no objections. I'm willing to accept the punishment." Yang Si's mood instantly brightened. He said seriously, "I will remember the lesson and will never do it again." What kind of punishment was a month's salary penalty? At most, it was just a show for outsiders. There was no real meaning to it. This showed that his lord was a discerning person. She knew the inside story, but she could not reveal it. For Yang Si, the punishment was not important. The most important thing was how his lord viewed him. As long as his lord knew that he was innocent, everything else could be ignored. In addition, everyone's salary was different from the usual monthly salary. Every month's salary was fixed, but there would be generous rewards and bonuses in July and January. His lord said that this was a reward every 6 months to encourage everyone's enthusiasm for making contributions. This was the bulk of the annual income. Compared to it, the monthly salary was nothing. According to his lord's temperament, she would definitely find an excuse to make it up to him if he was wronged. Yang Si was the one who benefited. The depression he had been feeling for the past few days was finally relieved. He felt refreshed. Jiang Pingji rested for a while. After she had a general understanding of the situation, she washed up and changed into a more formal outfit to meet Yang Tao. Although Yang Tao had surrendered, he was still a feudal lord in name. Jiang Pingji should give him the respect he deserved. How does my lord plan to settle Yang Tao? Wuxia saw that there was still some moisture around her and her long hair was slightly damp. He took a dry cloth to dry her. "How do I settle him? I'll just go with the flow." Jiang Pingji said, "You know my current situation. There are too few capable commanders who can take charge of an area on their own. Yang Tao and Yan Lin have a close relationship. If I don't use Yang Tao, Yan Lin will not truly submit. It's better to take all of them." There were many capable old officials under Yang Tao. Jiang Pingji needed them. After dealing with Yang Tao, it would not be difficult to recruit these people. She could even tolerate Yang Tao, let alone Yang Tao's old subordinates. Chapter 1594. Wuxia was a cautious and thorough person. He was already prepared for Jiang Pingji's question. Them? A portion of them are the private troops of the aristocratic families. The remaining 70% are the militia that was temporarily recruited. Wuxia gently wiped her wet hair as he said, "The Nanxing aristocratic families allocated a portion of their troops to Yang Tao to show their support for him. This defection allowed the Nanxing aristocratic families to proceed so smoothly and caused Yang Tao's army to be defeated and trapped. This portion played an important role. Fortunately, there were only slightly more than 3,000 elites. The rest were the militia that was temporarily recruited. They were used to make up the numbers and increase their influence. Otherwise, even if Yang Tao had Yan Lin's support, it would be difficult to defend the city." "Is this true?" Jiang Pingji raised her eyebrows slightly and the corners of her lips curled up. If that's the case, Yang Tao's loss was not undeserved. Wuxia said, "Indeed, it was not undeserved." Jiang Pingji said, "If you rely on someone, the mountain will collapse. If you rely on someone, you will run away. Doesn't he know this? When the Nanxing aristocratic families are of one mind with him and are willing to support him, the sword they lend to him is his. Once they betray him, the borrowed sword will no longer listen to them." It was precisely because some of the troops under Yang Tao's command were lent to him by the Nanxing aristocratic families that when the Nanxing aristocratic families betrayed Yang Tao's foundation collapsed so thoroughly. If not for this incident, even if the Nanxing aristocratic families wanted to bring people to incite Yang Tao's troops, it would not have been done overnight. Yang Tao might even have been able to kill them instead of helplessly choosing to surrender to Jiang Pingji. Historical experience taught people that things that concerned one's life should never be held in the hands of others. If Jiang Pingji was Yang Tao, even if she accepted the aristocratic family's aid and owed them a favor, Jiang Pingji would secretly change the group of people after she made her fortune. Soldiers that were not trained by herself were always separated by a layer. Who knew if their old master would secretly cause trouble? This was the difference between Jiang Pingji and Yang Tao. Wei Ci said coldly, although Yang Tao made some mistakes and Shui is better. Otherwise, how could he persuade so many aristocratic families to defect? What ability does he have? He was just lucky and picked up a loophole. So what if he was born in the Nanxing aristocratic families? In the end, the Nanxing aristocrats favored Yang Tao, who was an outsider. If Yang Tao hadn't suffered such a huge loss at my hands and affected his value in the eyes of the landowning households, would Emir and Shui have been able to seize the opportunity to enter? He sent more than 10,000 soldiers to test our strength and defenses. Just this point alone is enough to make him look down on us. Where did these 10,000 soldiers come from? 30% of the troops were originally loaned to Yang Tao by the landowning households, and the remaining 70% were temporarily recruited militia. And Shui didn't even have to pay a single cent. Jiang Pingji couldn't help but mock him. She clearly told Wei Ci that she really didn't have a good impression of Shui. It was not only because of the other party's character and behavior, but also because he was Wei Ci's previous master in his previous life. Every time she thought of this, she felt uncomfortable all over. Was her family's Zixiao someone who could be oppressed by just anyone? Wei Ci advised, "My lord is right, but our military strength has been greatly depleted. We cannot let our guard down against Shui." Jiang Pingji fought with the Nye clan and Yang Tao at the same time. Even if she won, the loss of troops and financial resources was astronomical. She had run over to fight Shui before she had even recuperated. Even if Shui's vitality was also greatly depleted, she couldn't deal with him half-heartedly. She might fail miserably in an easy task. Jiang Pingji said with certainty, "I know this principle. It's better to be safe than sorry." After she finished speaking, she sighed comfortably. She tilted her head and leaned on Wei Ci's shoulder. She closed her eyes and rested. The tip of her nose lingered with the fragrance that belonged solely to Wei Ci. She didn't know what he used to wash his clothes, but Wei Ci's clothes carried a faint sandalwood fragrance all year round. When she sniffed it carefully, it seemed to have an indescribable coolness that had the effect of calming one's heart. Jiang Pingji liked it very much. When she sniffed it more, her mood would calm down. Wei Ci gently dried his long hair. It was probably too comfortable. His eyelids became heavier and he started to feel sleepy. When Jiang Pingji had enough rest, her long hair, which had been slightly wet, was almost dry. Jiang Pingji took the opportunity to take advantage of him. She uttered free words of love one after another. Wei Ci was also used to her actions. Even if she wrapped herself around him like an octopus, he could still free up his hands to tie up her long hair. "My lord is really becoming more and more childish." Jiang Pingji said, "Zixiao is becoming more and more like a loving father. In the future he will definitely be good at raising children." Wei Ci was speechless. How could he respond to that? Because she was busy, Jiang Pingji didn't meet Yang Tao that day. Instead she chose the next day. That night, too many people tossed and turned restlessly because of various reasons. Yang Tao was needless to say. As the person who slept by his side, Yan Shuxian naturally knew her husband's situation, but she could only comfort him silently. "I don't know what will happen tomorrow." Yang Tao's voice carried a rare sense of confusion. He sounded like a child standing at the crossroads looking around. He sounded a little fragile. Yan Shuxian turned sideways and looked at him. "No matter what the outcome is, I will accompany you. Wherever you go, I will go." Yang Tao scowled at her. "Nonsense. What if your husband goes to see the king of hell?" Yan Shuxian said, "Then I will look for you after I raise the child into an adult." Yang Tao was stunned. He hugged her even more tightly. The couple didn't speak for the whole night. Yan Lin was also restless. Yang Rujia coaxed the child to sleep and found her husband drawing something on the brocade. "This is," Yan Lin said, "the great universal geographical map of some of Nanxing's prefectures. Our army retreated in a hurry, so we didn't bring many things with us." Smart people usually had good memories. Yan Lin was one of them. Even though he didn't have a photographic memory like Yang Si or Shi Zhong, he was still better than ordinary people. Many confidential documents were read carefully and memorized deeply before being destroyed. Things that were kept in one's mind were the least likely to be stolen and spied on. Yang Tao's surrender was a foregone conclusion. To prevent Jiang Pingji from underestimating him, Yan Lin set up a trap first and then presented her the Great Universal Geographical Map to help her conquer Nanxing. Yang Tao's situation would be much better then. Yang Ruji sighed. My husband has a lot of plans for my brother, Yan Lin said. In this world I only have you and your family. If I can't even protect you, the world will be so lonely and boring. That night, besides the few of them, and Shui and the others were also distraught. They had heard about Jiang Pingji's arrival in Zhangzhou with her troops. And Shui looked calm on the surface, but he was extremely agitated. And Shui had known Jiang Pingji since before she made a name for herself. He had seen her rise from a lowly county magistrate to a lord of a country. Now that she was pointing a butcher's knife at his weakness, it was impossible for Shui not to feel pressured, but he couldn't show any fear. When he was distraught, Shui went to his confidant for a solution to gain a sense of security. Hua Yuan talked with him for the whole night. They carefully analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of both sides. The candle flame burned throughout the night. Before dawn, someone outside the tent reported that the military counselor Lu Zheng was looking for Shui. Shui left Hua Yuan's tent and the latter stood up to send him off. Chapter 1595. Lu Zheng found an excuse to send Shui away. He no longer hid his disgust for Hua Yuan, and his entire body was filled with wariness. Ever since LV Zheng found out that Hua Yuan had lost his mind, he had secretly read up on many related medical skills and unofficial history stories. Combining his own judgment and his observation of Hua Yuan, LV Zheng felt that Hua Yuan was not only mentally ill, but also very dangerous. He should not be casually approached. Lu Zheng had once gone to Hua Yuan with a sword in hand, but Hua Yuan kept saying that he was Lu Shi, the Duke of Lanting. At first, Lu Zheng thought it was ridiculous, but after a period of close observation he shuddered. When an ordinary person fell ill, they would at most go crazy and ramble nonsense, saying who they were as if they were possessed by a spirit. However, Hua Yuan's insanity was more serious than what Lu Zheng knew. He did not ramble or go crazy. Instead, his speech was sharp and his thoughts were clear. Lu Zheng boldly probed and discovered that every time Hua Yuan fell ill, he would assume a different identity. For example, Hua Yuan's brother, Hua Yuan's wife, his wife's lover, Gulin Lu Shi. He had never even heard of some of them. They all appeared at different times. At first, Lu Zheng thought that he was possessed by a spirit, but when Hua Yuan said that he was Lu Shi, Lu Zheng knew that the other had gone completely crazy. He seemed clear-headed and rational, but he was actually so crazy that he had lost his sense of self. He had truly imagined himself to be someone else. Because of this, Lu Zheng could not understand his lord's decision. Why would he use a madman who had lost his mind and let this madman teach the young master? Even though the young master was Shui's adopted child from a side branch and not his own, and Shui had injured his body during his early years in exile, it was impossible for him to have children of his own. If there were no accidents, this young master who had been adopted would be the future heir. And Shui should treat him seriously. Lu Zheng's thoughts were complicated and tangled. He could not figure out the crux of the matter. Before he could solve these puzzles, he discovered something even more horrifying. It was as terrifying as seeing a ghost in broad daylight. One day he received a letter asking for help from Hua Yuan. There was no mistaking it. It was indeed a letter from Hua Yuan asking for help. The letter was stained with the fragrance of rouge, and the handwriting was extremely gentle. It was obvious that it was written by a woman at a glance. The signature was even more confusing. It was actually written by Hua Yuan's sister-in-law, and every word was filled with tears. Lu Zheng could not hold back his curiosity and activated it. In private he met Hua Yuan, who was full of femininity. "You wrote this letter to me? Why did you call for help?" Hua Yuan used her sleeve to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. She had a feminine look on her face, and her sitting posture was like a pretty daughter from a humble family. Lu Zheng was not used to seeing this. The man lowered his voice, making it sound a little shrill. He even gave LV Zheng a standard female salute. The moment Hua Yuan spoke, Lu Zheng knew that something was wrong. "My surname is Wei and my husband's surname is Hua. I married Hua Yuan a few years ago and gave birth to his children. Even if I didn't make any contributions, I still worked hard. Who would have thought that Hua Yuan would go crazy and attack me and my children when the Nanman people were attacking the city? I'm really wronged." Hua Yuan started crying as he spoke. Lu Zheng looked carefully at his actions and expression. He looked like a woman from an aristocratic family who had suffered a lot. Lu Zheng had investigated Hua Yuan and knew that his wife's surname was Wei. They had a son and a daughter. However, he heard that Hua Yuan's wife was dissolute and often took advantage of Hua Yuan's illness to find a lover to spend the night with. Therefore, it was still a question mark as to who the biological father of this pair of children was. Lu Zheng finally understood that Hua Yuan's illness was acting up again. Was he imagining that he was the wife who had been killed by him? Why are you looking for me? You said that someone wants to kill you. What's going on? Lu Zheng's heart was especially strong, and his ability to accept things had also increased several times. The person who claimed to be Hua Yuan's wife was crying. Her face was filled with endless horror. She trembled and said, "That person is Lu Shi. Lu Zheng, military advisor Lu, you must save me. I found out that the man was standing behind me with a saber in his hand." Lu Zheng shuddered involuntarily. He resisted the nausea and pulled his hand back. When Hua Yuan grabbed him with both hands, he realized that the other party's palms were covered in sticky and cold sweat. The feeling was so disgusting that the hair on his arms stood on end. "Madam Wei, it's broad daylight. Don't scare people." There was no one behind Hua Yuan. It was empty, not to mention the knife-wielding Lu Shi. Did people who had lost their minds all behave like this when their illness acted up? As soon as he finished speaking, Hua Yuan's body suddenly convulsed. He let out a scream of pain that sounded like he was on the verge of death. It was loud and sharp, and Lu Zheng was so frightened that his whole body trembled. Lu Zheng could not help but raise his hand to touch his chest. Hua Yuan, who was sitting opposite him, returned to his usual cold and sharp self. "Hua Yuan, do you really not need to see a doctor to look at your brain?" Lu Zheng suggested sincerely. Hua Yuan, who had come online, snorted coldly and strode away with a wave of his sleeve. 2 days later, Lu Zheng received another letter asking for help from Hua Yuan. It was signed by a name that was not unfamiliar to him. Hua Yuan was one of his wife's lovers. He was suspected to be the biological father of their 2 children. So what if your illness is acting up? Is there a need to imagine that you're the lover of your wife who cheated on you? Lu Zheng scratched his hair anxiously. He sighed and went to meet up with Hua Yuan. Once again he saw Hua Yuan kneeling by his feet, crying and hugging his legs. His face was smeared with snot and tears. "Why are you looking for me? Could it be that Lu Shi is also here to kill you?" Lu Zheng was speechless. He felt that if he interacted with Hua Yuan too much, he would become a lunatic sooner or later. The personality who claimed to be Hua Yuan's wife's lover said in horror and fear, "Yes, how did you know? Please save me. I don't want to die. As long as you save me, I'll immediately ask my servant to give you 1,000 taels of silver." "No, 10,000 taels will do." Lu Zheng looked coldly at Hua Yuan, who was crying and throwing a tantrum. His heart was unperturbed and he even felt like laughing. The other party cried again, That Lu Shi, that lunatic has already killed a few people." Lu Zheng was shocked. He asked tentatively, "Who did he kill?" The other party trembled as he named 4 to 5 people. The one who was recently killed was Hua Yuan's wife. "How did Lu Shi kill you?" Lu Zheng asked curiously. The other party said, "I saw it with my own eyes. That lunatic killed people and ate them alive." Ate. As soon as he finished speaking, the other party let out a shrill scream. He looked like a dying man with his goldfish eyes wide open. Lu Zheng's hair stood on end as he listened to Hua Yuan. After a while, he saw Hua Yuan, who was lying on the ground, slowly get up and return to his familiar cold self. "Wait." Lu Zheng stopped him this time. "I know you're crazy, but what's with Lu Shi killing people?" Chapter 1596. Lu Zheng asked him, "May I ask, who are you now?" Hua Yuan said, "This body belongs to my younger brother. Who do you think I am?" Lu Zheng understood. Hua Yuan was imagining that he was his younger brother who had died young again. "You won't be the one asking for help next time, will you?" How much money did he owe Hua Yuan in his previous life? "No." Hua Yuan's brother said sarcastically, "Only those spineless good-for-nothings will ask you for help." Lu Zheng asked again, "What do you think will happen to the people killed by Lu Shi?" "If they're killed, of course they're dead." The other party retorted, "What else do you think?" Hua Yuan's condition was very serious. In fact, there were more split personalities than the ones Wei Si knew of. There were many other weaker personalities that had no chance of appearing. These personalities were weak, timid, and had weak abilities. They were no match for the Lu Shi personality. The earlier the split personality appeared, the stronger it was and the longer it would appear. For example, Hua Yuan's brother and Gulin. The personality Lu Shi did not attack these people. Instead, he chose to devour the weaker personalities to strengthen himself and find an opportunity to take over. After all, in this personality's mind, he was the real Lu Shi. However, he was framed and then taken over. In order to take back everything he had, the personality Lu Shi had to have a real body. Getting rid of the other personalities was the first task. Lu Jing did not understand this, but he vaguely guessed something. He suddenly felt a headache coming on. The so-called Lu Shi, brother, lover, wife, were all fake people that Hua Yuan had imagined when he was sick. In essence, they were all Hua Yuan himself. What a powerful man. Not only did he cheat on himself, he even wanted to kill himself. Impressive. After a while, Lu Jing received another letter from Hua Yuan, but this time it was not a letter asking for help. Who are you? Lu Jing looked at Hua Yuan's face. The other party's eyes were sinister and his thin lips were tightly pursed. This was definitely not Hua Yuan himself. It was more like the guy who had almost strangled Lu Jing to death. Lu Jing hesitated for a while and asked tentatively, "You are Gulin?" Gulin was someone who insisted on slaughtering hundreds of thousands of innocent people in Nanman, and even sent people to abort the pregnant women of Nanxing who were captured alive. Lu Jing hated Hua Yuan even more than Hua Yuan himself. However, when he thought about how Hua Yuan was a lunatic, he felt very conflicted. How innocent were those women and children? They were originally women of Nanxing, but because of the incompetence of the men in this country, foreign invasions had caused them to become sacrifices of war. His entire body was only left with the function of catharsis, lust and fertility. He was abused by the southern barbarians. After she got pregnant, she was abandoned by the original Nanxing people. Just because they had the blood of the southern barbarian tribe flowing in their veins, they had to beat the children in their wombs and kill them both. Recognizing that the Hua Yuan in front of him was Gulin, he immediately lost the intention to talk. It was already good enough that he didn't pull out his sword and stab this son of a bitch to death. "Don't you want to know why I called you here?" Lu Jing didn't want to talk to him, but Gulin took the initiative to talk to him. Lu Jing sneered. "Could it be that Lu Shi wants to kill you as well?" Gulin said, "Yes, I've been avoiding her for a long time, but I have a premonition that I'll be killed by her in the end." Lu Jing asked, "What does that have to do with me?" Gulin died, it would be very satisfying. At the same time, Lu Jing would also be able to take revenge for the time when he was almost killed. Gulin sneered. "That's Lu Shi." Lu Jing was puzzled. "So what?" Gulin said, "Lu Shi is a Duke of Dongqing, right? She doesn't have a good impression of your master." After hearing this, Lu Jing's heart skipped a beat. He finally realized what was wrong. Gulin revealed a mocking smile and said, "You've probably realized that I'm Gulin, but also not Gulin." Every split personality would initially be certain of their own identity. When they began to doubt themselves, they wouldn't be far from breaking down. Although Hua Yuan was a lunatic, he had the instinct to protect himself. As more and more split personalities appeared, he would subconsciously try to save himself. For example, he would split into a stronger personality, which could swallow up all the other personalities. When Hua Yuan went to Dongqing and saw Jiang Pengji, the personality in his body trembled in fear under her spiritual aura. Therefore, Hua Yuan's self-preservation could split into Lu Shi. Unexpectedly, this Lu Shi's self-consciousness was stronger and more terrifying than the other personalities. She wanted to take over the main personality. When she swallowed up all the split personalities, she might be able to replace the main personality. When that time came, who would be the most dangerous person? Of course it would be Shui. Lu Jing said, "Of course I realized it. What's the point of saying this?" Gulin said, "Of course it's to ask you for a favor. Pull out your sword and kill me." Lu Jing was puzzled. His hand that was holding the sword was a little hesitant. "Why?" "What?" "Of course it's because I want to end my life with dignity while I'm still conscious. Hua Yuan is a pitiful, sad and hateful person. It's better to die early than to live. At least it's a relief." Gulin sneered. "If you don't do it now, you'll regret it sooner or later." With that, Gulin turned around and left. In the next few days, Lu Jing didn't see him again. Not only Gulin, but also Hua Yuan's brother, who often appeared, was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he was replaced by the deity Hua Yuan, who was in low spirits and often looked tired. The people that Hua Yuan imagined all had distinct personalities. It wasn't difficult to distinguish them. Compared to the vengeful, cruel and cunning brother, the deity Huayuan was gentle and amiable. It was just that he was introverted and a little weak. Lu Zheng asked curiously about Huayuan's recent life. The other party's answer shocked Lu Zheng. Huayuan said, "Nothing much happened recently. It's just that I'm often awakened by nightmares." "Nightmares? What kind of nightmares are they?" Huayuan smiled weakly and bashfully. It was as if he was embarrassed to be awakened by a nightmare. "In the dream, there seemed to be a woman chasing after me with a knife. I was repeatedly forced into a desperate situation. Alas, it's really terrifying." The bad feeling in Lu Zheng's heart grew stronger until he saw traces of Lu Shi in Huayuan. When Lu Shi was young, he had studied in Langyi for 3 years. Naturally, Lu Zheng had seen him. The two of them had interacted a lot. When Huayuan revealed a wanton smile that was exactly the same as that person's, Lu Zheng knew that the situation was not good. However, this Lu Shi was very skillful. He was the #1 person in Shui's camp and was trusted by Shui. Under the suppression of the other party, Lu Zheng, an old official, was instead being marginalized. He could barely say anything in front of Shui. Lu Zheng almost vomited blood. What did this imposter Lu Shi want to do? When he heard that Lu Shi and Shui talked through the night about the strategic layout of Dongqing, Lu Zheng was in a bad mood. Chapter 1597. Who exactly are you now? Lu Zheng looked at Huayuan warily. His expression was solemn, as if he would draw his sword and fight to the death if anything went wrong. Huayuan's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. To him, Lu Zheng's wariness was more like the feeble struggle of a stranded fry. "Lu Xiaoyin, who do you think I am?" Huayuan's tone had changed. It was not as gentle as Nanxing Yayin's. It sounded more like someone from Hejin County in Dongqing. "Do you really think you're Lu Shi? You're just a figment of Huayuan's imagination after he lost his mind." Lu Zheng gritted his teeth and said the words that could provoke Huayuan the most. If he allowed this lunatic Huayuan to continue jumping around, who knew what trouble he would cause? It was better to let him have his lunchbox as soon as possible. "If you're really Lu Shi, why don't you recall your experiences since you were young? After all, it was just a figment of his imagination and not the real person." Many memories were blurry and missing. Huayuan could collect Jiang Pingji's life experiences and simulate her personality, behavior, and habits. However, it was impossible for Huayuan to know everything about Jiang Pingji's childhood, adolescence, and youth. That was a flaw. As expected, Huayuan's expression changed after Lu Zheng said that. Lu Zheng continued to provoke Huayuan with his words while guarding against Huayuan's sudden attack. "You say you're Lu Shi. Do you remember when I was studying in Langyi County and we had a drink at Wangshan Pavilion? What did we talk about in that pavilion?" Lu Zheng said word by word. "You can't answer me because you're not Lu Shi. You're Huayuan from Nanxing Ningzhou. You have parents and an elder brother. Your twin brother died before he could even reach the age of teeth. Your parents contracted an epidemic and passed away before you could reach the age of enlightenment. Your family business was taken away by your uncle and aunt. On the surface they treated you well, but they secretly used dirty tricks to cripple you. You became a coward and married a slut that they had carefully chosen as your wife. This woman had an affair with someone else and gave birth to a son and a daughter. Because you were too cowardly, you didn't dare to resist. Huayuan, this is the real you. The current you is just an illusion." Huayuan's original body was a person who was gentle to the point of being weak. He didn't know how to fight back, but he was unwilling to accept the current situation. He didn't want to be bullied and humiliated. Therefore, he split from Huayuan's original body, which was vengeful, cunning, and cruel. Gulin was somewhat related to Huayuan. His life was miserable, but his martial arts were excellent. Huayuan sympathized with his experience and envied his ability. Perhaps it was because of this that Gulin was split. The remaining personality was more like a bug born from an unstable emotional state. Their existence placed a heavy burden on Huayuan. In order to protect himself, Huayuan instinctively split off Lu Shi to restrain them. The reason was simple. When Huayuan faced Jiang Pingji, his personality was trembling in fear. Who would have thought that this personality would be so dangerous? Not only could it devour the weaker personalities, but it could also threaten the main personality and take over its place. Lu Zheng didn't know the details, but according to his speculations, what he knew was not far from the truth. "You're not Lu Shi at all. You're a lunatic who's lost his mind but doesn't know who you are." As soon as Lu Zheng finished speaking, Hua Yuan suddenly jumped up and snatched the sword from his hand. He clutched Lu Zheng's neck with a ferocious look on his face. Do you think I'll believe you just based on your words alone? If you spout nonsense again, I'll kill you. Hua Yuan suppressed his voice and faintly trembled with a hint of madness. It made people's hearts tremble. He panted and said, "Of course I'm Lu Shi. As long as I kill the person who impersonated me, I'll be the one and only Lu Shi. Lu Xiaoyin, if you get in my way again, don't blame me for disregarding our friendship as schoolmates." As soon as he finished speaking, Hua Yuan grabbed Lu Zheng's collar and threw him to the side. Lu Zheng lost his footing and grabbed the tent in his confusion. He fell to the ground pathetically. If it wasn't for the fact that the tent had been set up skillfully and was sturdy and stable, Lu Zheng would have knocked him over. Lu Zheng crawled up pathetically, his left hand tightly gripping the sword. He snorted heavily, flicked his sleeves and left. This matter had to be reported to the Lord. Hua Yuan was now a lunatic who could take someone's life at any time. If she insisted on keeping him alive, Hua Yuan would probably assassinate An Shui and kill him before Jiang Pingji could lead her troops to attack. If that was really the case, it would be the biggest joke in the world. Lu Zheng's thoughts were not wrong, but An Shui had already been warned by Hua Yuan. An Shui didn't take Lu Zheng's worries to heart. Not only did he not take it seriously, but he also wanted to laugh. He had seen what a lunatic looked like. Hua Yuan's thoughts were clear and his abilities were outstanding. How did he look like a lunatic? If all the lunatics in the world were like him, would normal people still have a way out? Lu Zheng didn't know that when Hua Yuan sought refuge with An Shui, he had voluntarily revealed his background. At that time, it was his blood brother who had come online. The blood brother told An Shui that he was Hua Yuan's twin brother. Because one of them had died young, they couldn't bear to part with the other, so they shared the same body. The two of them had different personalities and habits. Instead, they were regarded as lunatics who had lost their minds by some unreasonable people. At that time, An Shui was short of manpower. Lu Zheng had just sought refuge with him. He hadn't figured out Lu Zheng's capabilities, so he had reservations. When An Shui saw that Hua Yuan had taken the initiative to seek refuge with him, that he was clear-headed, and that he was a talent. He didn't show any signs of insanity, so he believed Hua Yuan's words. All these years Hua Yuan had kept it a secret very well. An Shui also relied on him greatly. He didn't believe any slanderous words of insanity. Lu Zheng was so anxious that blisters formed at the corners of his mouth, but An Shui remained unmoved. While Lu Zheng was disappointed, he could only find another way to reduce the harm Hua Yuan would cause. For example, he could transfer Hua Yuan away from the young master's side and then think of a way to drive a wedge between An Shui, the young master, and Hua Yuan apart. However, the first step of this plan was aborted. An Shui trusted Hua Yuan. Similarly, he didn't think much of this young master, who had been adopted. He didn't understand Lu Zheng's painstaking efforts. Instead, he felt that Lu Zheng was trying to stir up trouble. When he thought about what Hua Yuan had done to him, he didn't like Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng wasn't stupid. When his persuasion didn't work, he knew that An Shui wouldn't change his mind. How infuriating. Lu Zheng returned to his tent. He was so angry that he wanted to smash something to vent his anger. In the end, he held it in. "Sir, why doesn't the Lord believe your words?" Lu Zheng's servant had followed him from Dongqing to Nanxing. He had seen all sorts of ups and downs over the years. The servant couldn't understand why An Shui, who had always been well-behaved and thirsty for talent, would be like this. This was too different from how An Shui had looked when he begged Lu Zheng to come out of seclusion. Chapter 1598. Lu Zheng had agreed to An Shui too hastily. He had wanted to erase An Shui's pride and bad habits as an aristocrat before agreeing to become an official. An obedient and dependable lord was much better than a fool who liked to think he was smart but was full of problems. In the end, the plan could not keep up with the changes. Firstly, the situation did not allow for further delay. Secondly, An Shui's acting talent was top-notch. Now Lu Zheng had tasted the bitter fruit. Ever since the four factions of Nanman were destroyed, An Shui had ambushed the allied armies under the suggestion of Lu Zheng and the others. He had taken over their military forces and territories and had expanded several times over. Too much expansion had caused An Shui to float up to the sky. The aristocratic bloodline in his bones had started acting up. This was because Hua Yuan spent most of his time giving advice and suggestions, while Lu Zheng was managing the internal affairs of the secular world. They did not have as many opportunities to show their faces as the former. As time passed, An Shui did not think much of Lu Zheng, who had once assisted him. He even felt that Lu Zheng was an eyesore and dispensable. Lu Zheng's ancestral home was in Dongqing. He had only agreed to become an official because An Shui had urged him many times. His ancestors were hunters and he was born poor. Hua Yuan's ancestral home was in Nanxing Ningzhou. He was the descendant of a typical aristocratic family. Even though he had experienced hardships and his family business had been taken away by his uncle and aunt, he was still an aristocratic family. Hua Yuan had taken the initiative to side with An Shui. His thoughts, interests, and standpoint were all highly in line with An Shui's. For example, slaughtering the innocent people of the four factions of Nanman and aborting the Nanman bloodline in a pregnant woman. They had a common enemy and it was easier to resonate with them. On the other hand, Lu Zheng had opposed An Shui's slaughter of the Nanman captives more than once. Considering their friendship, it was fine once or twice. But Lu Zheng had been an eyesore too many times. How could An Shui not hold a grudge against him? Lu Zheng knew these principles. But there were some things that he had to do even though he knew it was impossible. If everyone did not even have the courage to speak the truth for the sake of flattery and self-protection, what would be left in this world? The boy servant and Lu Zheng were of one mind. Seeing his teacher's situation, he was rather worried. Seeing this, Lu Zheng said in amusement, "Why are you so worried?" The boy servant said, "I'm just worried that you'll be at a disadvantage." Lu Zheng said, "Where have you been reading all the books I've taught you? Don't you know what it means to use a gentleman for those who know him and a woman for those who like her? If Nduoshi treats me as a national scholar, I will certainly repay him as a national scholar. If you treat me like grass, humph." This was Lu Zheng's temperament. In his previous life he had fought to the death for his former master. In the end, he had cursed Jiang Pingji and jumped off the city wall to resist with his life. That was because his former master was worth risking his life for. Right now, An Shui and Lu Zheng were not compatible, and An Shui could not make Lu Zheng risk his life for him. Lu Zheng could only do his part. It would be best if An Shui was willing to listen to his advice, but if he wasn't willing, then it was up to him whether he wanted to listen or not. The errand boy was stunned. Lu Zheng snapped, "The head on your teacher's neck is very precious." "Oh, I understand." Seeing that his page boy had gone to work, Lu Zheng felt a sense of helplessness and heaviness in his heart. His brows were still tightly knitted. At that moment, Lu Zheng's mood was a little complicated. In the words of the audience in the streaming room, An Shui was like an account that he had painstakingly leveled from a whiteboard to the maximum level. He had added equipment to this account, increased his battle level reputation and bought a cool appearance. In the end, the account had been snatched away by a fellow with the same account. Although Lu Zheng was depressed, he did not have a deep relationship with this account. Naturally, there was no situation where he had to be the owner. At the very most, he would just have to level up another account, or collect a completed main account. On the other side of the conversation, An Shui's side was in chaos, while Jiang Pingji's side was very harmonious. In order to show her seriousness, Jiang Pingji had spent a lot of effort on her attire. She had been pulled out of her warm bed early in the morning. "If my lord is tired, close your eyes and rest for a while," Wei Ci gently whispered in her ear. Jiang Pingji's eyes were half closed and she responded vaguely. "Speaking of which, if I were to ascend the throne in the future, would I have to wake up so early to attend court every day? Would it be so tiring?" Wei Ci said, "There are major and regular court meetings. Major court meetings are held every New Year's Day, winter solstice, and Her Majesty's birthday to be worshipped by hundreds of officials in the main hall. Regular court meetings are more casual, and their schedule is more flexible. If my lord feels tired, it's better to set the time a little later." Naturally, they had to be fully armed during the major court meetings. Their attire had to fully display the majesty of the royal family. Regular court meetings were more casual. Their attire was more inclined towards daily life. It was impossible for them to spend an hour or even an hour every day to dress up. How could they have so much time to waste? Jiang Pingji said, "I feel much more at ease after hearing what you said." Wei Ci laughed and said, "My lord is starting to worry about the days after you ascend the throne?" Jiang Pingji said with a smile, "Isn't it because I'm afraid that I'll wake up too early and have too little time to pester you?" Wei Ci held it in for a long time before he squeezed out 4 words. "Be careful of your words and actions." Her good mood for the day began with playing with Zixiao. Jiang Pingji slept very soundly last night, but Yang Tao and the others tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. They endured intermittently until dawn. When the two parties met, Jiang Pingji looked Yang Tao up and down. Once again she confirmed one thing: This was indeed a world that valued appearance. Almost none of the leaders of the feudal vassals were ugly. Their looks were all above average. Yang Tao's looks even exceeded the 90 mark. Didn't they see the group of salted fishes in the live stream who were obsessed with looks? Their eyes had seen thousands of ships, and they had seen all kinds of beauties. But as long as they could truly pick someone, they would definitely be a real beauty. Yang Tao's looks could withstand their nitpicking, which was like using a magnifying glass. He was definitely a natural handsome guy. Yang Tao was good-looking, and the few people behind him also had their own merits. Tudu Feichio, TSK, it doesn't seem like an official occasion to accept Yang Tao's surrender. It's more like the streamer is choosing a man. Qing Feng Wangyue, haha, now that you put it that way, isn't Beauty Ci the Empress? The salted fishes laughed and laughed, but Jiang Pingji could not be so casual. Back then she had used the Oath of Alliance to recruit Huang Song, which completely reassured Huang Song and his former subordinates. Now that she was recruiting Yang Tao, she naturally could not be careless. No matter how extravagant one's words were, they could not compare to a black word on a piece of white paper. Today they said that they had accepted Yang Tao's surrender, but the main topic was still to discuss the contents of the Oath of Alliance. Although Yang Tao was the defeated party, Jiang Pingji did not embarrass or humiliate him. Instead, she showed her sincerity. She even personally thanked Yang Tao for leading the troops to repel the invading Nanxing army and protect the city. She did not mention anything about what Yan Lin and the others had done. Yang Si, who was sitting at the lower seat, was not very happy. But when he remembered that his lord was biased towards him, he did not argue with Yan Lin and the others. Jiang Pingji showed her sincerity, and Yang Tao's side naturally knew what was good for them. Therefore the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Chapter 1599. Xiaoyang, why do you think Lu Shi suddenly made such a request? Because Jiang Pingji was sincere enough, and Yang Tao didn't cause any trouble, the oath was quickly confirmed. Both parties were very satisfied. Yang Tao's old subordinates were originally worried about their futures, but now they were relieved. Yang Tao didn't feel completely at ease, because he didn't understand Jiang Pingji's request. Did she trust him, or did she want to take the opportunity to kill him? Lord Jingze, you don't have to worry. Qian Su couldn't call Yang Tao Lord now even if she hadn't changed her boss. After all, this was Jiang Pingji's territory. It was for Yang Tao's own good, to reduce the possibility of Jiang Pingji suppressing him. Two tigers couldn't live on the same mountain, so Jiang Pingji could be the Lord. Qian Su wasn't Yang Tao's guest. After choosing, he chose a respectful title that didn't alienate or overstep. Yang Tao crossed his arms. He didn't find anything wrong with Qian Su's change of title. He sighed. When my father was still here, he said that Lu Shi wasn't a person who could be judged by common sense. Now that I look at it, my father was right. I really don't understand Lu Shi's actions. Xiaoyang, did you see anything? Yang Tao's IQ was slightly higher than that of a normal person, but compared to a strategist who specialized in scheming, he was still a long way off. Anyway, he had a ready-made external brain, and he had a chance to ask for help, so Yang Tao didn't waste his time. Qian Su said, the Oath of Alliance was just made. If Lu Shi really had evil intentions, she wouldn't have shown it now. There are many benefits to treating Lord Jingze well. Not only can you successfully incorporate your old subordinates, but you can also win a good reputation in front of the world. Yang Tao said, I know this, but I just don't know what she's trying to do. After all, he had been a lord for so many years. Yang Tao had been influenced by what he saw and heard and learned a lot of scheming and strategies. He was not as naive as he was when he was young. However, he could not see through Jiang Pingji's plan to let him have military power after he surrendered. She was so ambitious. Wasn't she afraid that Yang Tao would use his charisma to win over the soldiers and secretly seize military power? Then he would jump out and cause trouble when Jiang Pingji was slacking? Qian Su had a guess in her heart, but she couldn't say it out loud in front of Yang Tao. Yang Tao said, if you have any guesses, just say them. Do I look like someone who's difficult to talk to? Perhaps it was because he had shed his identity as the Lord. Yang Tao now had an empty title but no real power. He no longer had to maintain his bearing like before, and his words and actions had become casual. He even put his hand on Qian Su's shoulder while withstanding his companion's death ray. Qian Su walked properly, her back was ramrod straight, and her eyes were looking straight ahead. On the other hand, Yang Tao was swaying left and right as if someone had pulled out his backbone. Qian Su wanted to say something, but Yan Lin spoke for him. Lu Shi. She probably wants to recruit you, Chen Su heaved a sigh of relief. He had been suppressing this thought in his heart, and it had almost caused him to suffocate. Yang Tao blinked in confusion. He pointed at himself and said, "Didn't I swear an oath of allegiance to her?" "My lord, by swearing an oath of allegiance, you mean that you will be pampered by Lu Shi like Huang Song. You will be a carefree rich man who doesn't care about anything. When Lu Shi ascends to the throne in the future, he will give you an empty title so that your descendants can live in ignorance." Yan Lin snorted coldly. "I'm afraid Lu Shi wants you to become her subordinate. If you completely surrender to her, it's hard to say what will happen in the future." The former was a waste of time, but at least there was a guarantee. To put it bluntly, it was an iron rice bowl where you could eat, drink, and wait for death. The latter still had room for advancement, but the price was that you would have to pay for it by bowing down to your former opponent. In the future, you would have to be twice as afraid of your former opponent. Since ancient times, those who had made great contributions to their lord did not have a good ending. If the person who had made great contributions to their lord and held the military power was their former opponent, the whole clan would not be able to live in peace. Yang Tao finally caught up with their train of thought. He rubbed his chin and said, "Lu Shi really didn't hurt his head these past few days?" Yan Lin said, "Lu Shi probably knew that Xiaoyang wouldn't agree immediately, so he used your familiarity with Nanxing as an excuse to let you follow the army to war. At the same time, he exposed his own shortcomings to show that there are not many generals in the army who can take on big responsibilities. He asked you to help supervise and train the troops. Rather than saying that he was giving you access to military power, it was more like he was testing you to see if you had any objections to this so that he could come up with a countermeasure." Yang Tao was stunned. He didn't expect Jiang Pingji to come up with so many tricks for him. He couldn't make up his mind. Then what should I choose?" Chen Su sighed. "There are pros and cons to this. If you accept it, you won't be as decadent as Huang Song in the future, and your descendants won't be restricted when they become officials. But there are also cons. Once Lu Shi becomes suspicious, you and your clan will be in danger." Jiang Pingji appeared to be open-minded at the moment, but who knew what would happen in the future? People change. Otherwise, why would there be so many shitty things like getting rid of the donkey when it was no longer of use? Many feudal lords and their officials had a honeymoon period of intense affection. After that period, there would be no shortage of killing acquaintances. It can't be right? Yang Tao looked hesitant. He said, "What was the relationship between Lu Shi and Huang Song in the past? They drank together and went to brothels. Although Lu Shi and I interacted, we didn't have a friendship when we were young. Why didn't she give Huang Song a chance? It doesn't sound reliable." Yan Lin sneered. "Huang Song and Jingza are different. Lu Shi isn't a nepotistic person. He's very cold and clear-headed. To put it nicely, it was clear-headed and rational. To put it bluntly, it was mercenary. Huang Song couldn't bring her many benefits, so why would she let Huang Song, a hidden danger, be in power? On the contrary, many of Yang Tao's former subordinates were left behind by Yang Jian. They had rich battle experience and were adept at the art of war. They came from a legitimate family of generals. Yang Tao's former subordinates would be more loyal to Jiang Pingji for the sake of the two previous lords. Lu Shi has a lot of generals under his command, but there aren't many who come from a legitimate family of generals. In the past they fought on a small scale, so this flaw wasn't obvious. Now that they've conquered all of Dongqing, Nanxing only has Shui. They can't do anything alone and Zhongzhou is half destroyed. They probably won't be able to stop her ambition. Now that she's expanded, the unorthodox way she used to be won't be enough. Naturally, she has to find another way to make up for her shortcomings." Yan Lin was the cleverest one. He clearly saw Jiang Pingji's intention in recruiting Yang Tao. Yang Tao suddenly understood. He said, "This? I'm afraid I have to think about it." That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.